The eyewitnesses have said they believe, some of them believe it was your son calling out for help. No one saw him directly doing it or could say 100% for sure. You've heard the 911 call where you hear somebody calling out help. Do you believe that is your son's voice?
Yes, I do. I believe that's Trayvon Martin. That's my baby's voice. Every mother knows their child.
Tajay doing okay. Tajay is, she doing okay, but I'm just going to say her and Tamir was very, very close. It's like two peas in a bucket. They have a lot of similar ways. And, you know, they do share the same mom and dad, so that makes it, you know, very more closer than close. Just let me say that. And she just told me that she didn't know what she was going to do without her brother.
Joining us now from St. Louis, Michael Brown's mother, Leslie McSpadden, and family attorney Benjamin Crump in an ABC News exclusive. We want to say good morning to you both, and thank you very much for being with us. Mr. Crump, let me ask you this. What has been the reaction from the family with these results that are now known?
It's been very, very troubling. They answer some questions, but yet they offer many more. It confirms our worst fears that the witnesses were telling the truth, Robin, that her son was shot multiple times, and the most troubling is the headshot that, you know, it's just not justified in any way, fashion, or form to execute this child.
We should note that the examiner said, and these are his exact words, he was careful to say that these autopsy results by themselves do not assign blame or justify the shooting. This is one of 3 autopsy reports. The federal government will conduct one coming up. Explain the need for multiple autopsies.
Well, Robin, the family wanted to make sure that they had their own independent autopsy because there was no guarantee that the federal government was going to do an autopsy. And if they did not do it, then we would just be left with the St. Louis law enforcement officers' autopsy. And Leslie nor Mr. Michael Brown Jr. wanted to rely on the same police department that executed her child in broad daylight. So there was the need to have an independent autopsy. And this independent autopsy showed that he was shot in his head, his eye, his arm, his hand, and it was very troubling to this family, so they had to get the truth out.
I don't wanna cry no more, yeah. I don't wanna die, oh Lord, yeah. I don't wanna cry no more, yeah. I don't wanna cry no more, yeah. I don't wanna die, oh Lord, yeah. Thank God I'm alive, yeah. Gotta realize that I can't rely on them yet, no lie. But I'm trying to make a way out, yeah. I'm just trying to behave now. Following the laws, that's the way out. Yeah, trials and tribulations of a slave now. Wanna be the one to say I'm happy that I came out, yeah. Lot of pestilence and earthquakes. Yeah, Jerusalem is where I claim my birthplace. Check the signs and the times for the flee now. The ending crisis coming, that's the worst case there. Shed tears for the ones that will stay here. I don't really wanna stay here. Now I don't wanna die, but I am gonna cry for my people that will stay here. I don't wanna cry no more, yeah. I don't wanna die, oh Lord, yeah. Thank God I'm alive, yeah. I gotta realize that I can't rely on them, yeah, no lie. Look, I don't wanna cry no more, yeah. I don't wanna die, oh Lord, yeah. Thank God I'm alive, yeah. I gotta realize that I can't rely on them, yeah, no lie, yeah. House of bondage be coming from out the slave route. Kingdom of heaven's the way to enter the main route. But going through it with family. The problems they handed me, I can't be. The truth is hurt from my family. The situations is critical. The great tribulation is coming now, it's getting physical. And also it's spiritual mark. What cost you eternal fire. Keeping commandments is all I ever desire. I don't wanna cry no more, yeah. I don't wanna die, oh Lord, yeah. I don't wanna cry no more, yeah. I don't wanna cry no more, yeah. I don't wanna die, oh Lord, yeah. Thank God I'm alive, yeah. I gotta realize that I can rely on him, yeah, no lie.
And everybody need to wake up, yeah. I tell you how I shot the comeback, yeah, he really need to come back. We gotta live righteous, yeah, how I said repent to keep the law, we should come back. Okay, we got another chance to do right. I wake up in the morning, thank my Father for my life. I thank you for your son that came and died, shedding blood. The only one protecting me and always showed me love, yeah, show me every day. Shed tears for the ones that will stay here. I don't really wanna stay here. Now I don't wanna die, but I am gonna cry for my people that will stay here.
I don't wanna cry no more, yeah. I don't wanna die, oh Lord, yeah. Thank God I'm alive, yeah. I gotta realize that I can rely on him, yeah, no lie. Look, I don't wanna cry no more, yeah. I don't wanna die, oh Lord, yeah. Thank God I'm alive, yeah. I gotta realize that I can rely on him, yeah, no lie, yeah.
I'm tired. I've been on this plantation all my life. I've been enslaved all my life. I'm tired of being pushed and pulled. I'm tired of the master doing his bidding. I want to leave.
You're doing this to yourself, Pats.
You know why we're not afraid? What? He's great in Turbo. Turbo's destruction. Y'all think it come back in all peace? You got another thing coming. So we out here fighting for our brother. We ain't marching saying, yes, we can. No justice, no peace. Go! Fight for your sons and your daughters.
I'm not wrapped too tight. Got 400 years on my back. I'm angry dog. I'm black like that. Won't contact with you whites. And all the niggas I stand here with, they share my same sentiment. I'm fucked up tonight. Won't kill my brothers no more. Want all the smoke, motherfucker popo. This is my battle cry. Isaiah 14:21, that ancient version of that gun that they stole our name, they stole our shit. We real Judites, motherfucker Jewish. We lords, generals, arm your soldiers. We fight tonight like we supposed to. They inherited lies. I'm referring to all whites. I'm referring to riches, white privilege, given through genocide. And they gotta pay for that. God say Jacob gon' take it back. I cry aloud, I spare not. This good bread, my sharecrop. This lily grew through concrete. We march to our own drum beat. We the chosen. No inclination to kick it with y'all. Raise Babylon to the ground, then watch it fall. Obadiah said you'll be wiped up for theft. These are just words, worry about what come next. It's for Negroes, Latinos, we better than all, not equal. My natives know red dot that feather. Me primo be smooth like that leather. Until it's time to bring the war dogs out, put the headdress on. War paint and I'm not wrapped too tight. Got 400 years on my back. I'm angry dog. I'm black like that. Won't contact with you whites. And all the niggas I stand here with, they share my same sentiment. I'm fucked up tonight. Won't kill my brothers no more. Want all the smoke, motherfucker popo. This my battle cry. I got the spirit of grandfathers past. Front porch sitters, Nat Turner dangerous. A real life illustration of angry and that painting of Malcolm staring out the window with patience. One hand on the curtain, right hand on the AK spits. 47 rounds, all to bring down Satan. Same way Abel was killed by Cain. This will be an introduction from the fuck shit into the fire. Probably join the list of artists who died before they retired. Most High said I'm hired. Sire will never spit a line aimed at my kind, less meant to uplift. Toughness will be redefined in my rhymes. A squad of men with the spirit of God, with an affinity to point their weapons not at the brethren but at the enemy. Khaki colored kids, baptized in the flames of combat, fashioned in the trap we escaped. Our fate was to be great and noble. Moses reincarnate, so be hopeful and know I bring word from A and O to Pharaoh and white folk. Let my people go, cause
just give me a minute. All right, Israel. Shalom, most I bless. Thank y'all for tuning in. For our people's edification. I'm much better than I was. Thank y'all for all the prayers, the love, support. Shalom to Star Lima, most high bless. Love y'all sisters. Y'all keep holding it down in the chat. I appreciate that. Everything y'all do. Shalom to my brother Superdog. Shalom to everybody that's watching. So tonight we have Naphtali and Oracle going up against Jabari on Salnetta TV. We're going to watch that. I'm a dual live streaming over here. They know that we're dual live streaming it. And I guess after it's done, everybody will come over here. But I want to start off by saying a few things. Hold on. Pardon me, y'all. I'm still getting over my COVID-19. It's a few things I want to say regarding our platform and things that we're going to change on our platform. That it must be a must. Okay? You know, we got love. Our platform is an open platform for everybody. We let brothers and sisters come on, teach their teachings, their doctrines. But what's been going on for the past months is the lack of respect for other people, other brothers and sisters, or even other brothers and sisters on the platform. Our platform is our platform. Okay, we run it the way we want to. The topics that we have on our platform is the topics that we decide that we want to teach on, talk about, or anything. We got the right to, just like any other platform. Okay? If you don't like something that's being said, going on, talked about on this platform, you don't have to be on this platform. You don't have to make a comment. You don't have to watch it. You can say, you know what? This show is not the show for me today. We got the right to speak on anything we want. Just like anybody got the right to speak on anything that they want on their platform. This platform was built by us. And it was made by us. And it was opened by us so that everybody can have the opportunity to speak. Okay? With non-biased scholarship. Now, everybody is not going to agree on everything. Everybody is not going to see eye to eye on doctrinal information. But what needs to stop for everybody who's supposed to be a part of the FOPE family and dealing with FOPE period, all these cheap shots, negativity, dumb shit that be going on live streams that should not be going on. The disrespect, the interrupting, the bickering, the acting like children. All this stuff is foolish, okay? And it needs to stop. The water, it needs to stop, okay? Let's keep it to the information. People are taking the information, things people bringing out, and their presentations personal and making shit personal with people when it should not be that way. This is not personal. Everybody not going to see eye to eye on anything, but you cannot force somebody to believe what you believe. Point blank, period. That's the point of us all having our own minds. Nobody know it all. Nobody got all the pieces to the keys, okay? We have to stop acting like that, like we're untouchable, and we just know everything when we don't. So basically, that's what I want to say. The over-talking, the host, myself, Qanath, this is not your platform. Stop over-talking us. Stop cutting us off all the time. This is for viewers or guests who's coming on the platform, okay? We're allowing people to speak. You're all going to start being allowed to speak when you can, because it seems like the more we have our platform, an open platform, people really believe that this platform is their platform and they're running our show. And they're going to tell us what to do on our show. And they're going to tell us who we can have on our show. No. It's our show. It's our platform. Who we want up here, we have the right to have them on our platform. If you don't like it, why are you here? Why are you watching? You don't. There's so many other live streams that's going on YouTube. You don't have to be here. But it's a lack of the core and for myself, and it's a lack of the core and respect for Elder Qanath. That shit stops. No more. Okay? Because nobody's doing that kind of behavior on other people's platforms. You're not disrespecting them on live streams. You're not disrespecting guests and other people on live streams and other people who come over here. We're not allowing that anymore. You have an issue with somebody, okay? Or if you're addressing something that we don't know about, please don't address it on our platform without informing us first, okay? That's a genuine thing to do, because we're trying to keep the controversy down. We're trying to keep the information out there and just stick to the information. The more people is causing a rift and saying things, talking crazy, y'all causing an issue over here for FOPE, because you're making us choose sides. And I don't want to be choosing sides, because I don't have a problem with this person. I don't have a problem with that person. Whatever issues that y'all have, keep that shit in the back chats or off our streams, because it's going to make it like we're letting somebody attack somebody when we're not. And it's been going on for too long. It must stop. Okay? We don't let people come up here and interrupt people PowerPoints or anything that they're doing, whether they disagree or not. If somebody teaching and bringing some stuff out, let that person teach, bring that stuff out. And if you disagree with it, we can talk about it, or you can ask some questions after. But to constantly bicker, interrupt, being rude to people, that's not right, because we don't let people do that to anybody else. So we're not letting nobody, no matter who you are, be rude to guests, disrespecting guests, or whatever they're doing in their presentation, interrupting them, because that does not happen when you're teaching. Okay? So we must keep it respectful. We want the platform to stay respectful. And that's for everybody, okay? Like I said, there's going to be many different topics discussed on this platform. Ain't no personal attack on anyone, okay? Like they say, when you throw a rock, a hit dog holler. If you in your feelings about it, then maybe you somebody who need to look in the mirror and get a reality check. Nobody's up here, myself, or Elder Qanath is talking about anybody personally. We're not. We're speaking scriptural facts and just how we feel, okay? How I feel about whatever I feel is not a personal attack on anybody, or as far as women or whatever size or whatever Kevin Samuels said. And if I agreed on some stuff that he said, Yeah, I did. I agreed on some stuff the man said. Not everything, but somebody else might agree on some stuff he said. And that's just the way it is. But that don't mean we at odds with each other because I agreed on some of the views he had. That's just my personal opinion. Okay? But that don't mean I'm attacking somebody because I agreed on somebody's views. That's with anything. Like people mad at me because us because we don't agree with the LGBTQ views on things about homosexuality. Okay? But that don't mix, put us at odds because we agree on the same thing. So it's not personal against anybody. Anybody in the platform, if you come on here, you disrespecting my moderators or saying anything disrespectful, block them right away. All moderators, any moderators being disrespected by anybody, I don't care who it is, block their ass off my chat. Get them out of here. Okay? We're going to be low tolerance on disrespect. We don't want that because we're a family over here. And we want to keep it love, respect for all the moderators and everybody that's over here working. Somebody disrespecting some moderators, saying hateful things, spiteful things, don't even know the people, just block their ass off our chat. For everybody, okay? Just for the Most High's sake, to keep the peace. Because that's all that I'm trying to do over here is keep the peace with everybody and stop the foolishness. Stop the foolishness stuff that's going on the live streams. I want everybody to be respectful, and I want everybody to come over here and learn something. And it's been a lot of complaints with this kind of behaviors going on. There's been a lot of complaints in the chats talk about people on the show shouldn't be on the show. People on the show not bringing nothing to the show. People on the show over talking the host. And it happens all the time. People saying they came here to see us and what we're talking about, not these other people that want to come on the show all the time and constantly just bringing rhetoric. Okay? So we don't want to drown our channel out and make it bad. We want to keep it lively and keep everything motivated and keep everybody happy that's in the audience that's watching, our FOPE, loyal viewers and supporters, and everybody. We're trying to do our best. So those are the changes that we're making to our platform. We're going to continue to teach. We're going to continue to learn. We're going to continue to have discussions. Okay? But I myself and Elder Qanath, when we up here, we're teaching to everybody, whoever, watching, viewers, or whatever, when you see this video, there's nothing personal against anyone, men or women. Okay? It's just our opinion. Everybody have their opinion. All people do not like the same thing. Nobody is going to agree on everything 100%. So with that, that's it with that. I'm done with that foolishness. I appreciate y'all, all the love, support, and the get well wishes. I'm doing much better, y'all. Thank y'all. I told Elder Qanath that he wanted me to live stream this so that everybody can see it. So I'm gonna make sure that everybody's seeing it. And I appreciate y'all tuning in. So please like the video, share the video. This live stream should be starting soon. So we're going to see how good Jabari can do and handle Naphtali and the Oracle. I think it's going to be a great show. And it's finally back to the information, how it should be, family. No personal attacks from nobody's sides and all that dumb stuff. I'm glad that crap is over with. And we can get back to the information and then back to teaching our people. If anybody want to come on, y'all can come on before the show start, because I'm going to jump off when the live stream start. I'm going to jump off and take care of some other things. If anybody want to come on and say anything or speak how they feel about what I said, about how these changes is going to be, and the platform is going to be ran much tighter, and it's going to be a low tolerance for disrespect, and we're going to be showing more respect to each other when we're talking so people can stop being overtalked. People are tired of the not letting people finish and getting their points out. It needs to be done that way, and the channel need to be ran more professionally for everybody's sake. So, oh, this is my water. But anyway, so we should have a good show tonight, y'all. We should have a good show tonight. Shalom, Don P. Most High bless. Shalom, Nehemiah. Shalom, Mop. Shalom, Demas. Shalom to the brother, Yah. So yeah, we should have a good show tonight. And they're not live yet. And we'll see what's going on. Let me make a quick phone call. All right, family. So I was just told that Sinetta is not going live until 8:30. So if somebody want to come on and kick it with me until 8:30, that's fine. Some people are running late. They are running late, and that's why the stream has not started yet. So they had to push it up to 8:30 for the family. If I would have known, I would have started the live stream a little later, but it's okay. I'm on here to entertain y'all for another 20 minutes. And I'm not gonna lie, I got a terrible headache. But anyway, no, I had my mic muted. For while I was on the phone talking, because I didn't want everybody to hear my conversation. But anyway, yeah, so this should be a good build, y'all. A good build. And all about the ships. I talked about them plenty times, Don P. Everybody, I'm actually supposed to be bringing that out tomorrow on Sinetta, but I don't know if I'm gonna go over there. I ain't gonna lie, because if I'm not feeling up to par as far as my body 100% or at least close to it, I don't think I'm gonna go over there because I don't want to be on there with COVID. I was on there last time and I had COVID. I didn't know. When I was on the show and I had the family emergency, I already had COVID. That's why y'all notice I was covering my face all the time, because I was coughing a lot and I kept muting my mic. I don't want to be like that on a big platform where a whole bunch of people watch me and I'm sick like that. It's just not a good look. It's just not a good look to do that. You know, it's not a good look. And I was down bad. I was in bed for like 3 days straight, fighting this thing. So today is the first day I actually went out, took my kids out, let them have a little fun. I wore a mask everywhere I went, so I'm still wearing a mask everywhere I go, but I don't have to wear it now. But I've been wearing it around my children, so my kids is upstairs making so much noise, and I'm so hungry. I got some lamb and rice upstairs, but yeah, family, y'all talk to me. Let me know what anybody that's in the chat that may want to see some type of changes to the show. Press them in the chat and let me know what y'all need or what y'all think we could do to make the show better. I understand the over talking. We gonna when people trying to talk and get their points across, that's going to be cut out. The over talking of the hosts, We definitely cutting that out. And anything else y'all feel we might need to change from anybody, it don't matter who it is. Anything y'all feel. Shalom. Invite the guest of the topic. Shalom, Midwest Judite. Yeah, that's what we do. The guest is supposed to come on and talk about the topic or whatever we're doing, but for some reason, people seem to always want to go off topic and bring up stuff that we're not trying to even deal with. Yeah, that's another thing too, Don P. We're trying to keep people on topic as well. Whatever we dealing with, we're trying to keep the people on topic on what we're talking about. People seem to want to change the topic all the time, which is not good. Don't travel to the moon and Mars. You can't stand on plasma orbs. I don't get what you're trying to say with that TNB. I don't understand that one. That's not I guess that's a catchphrase or a saying. I don't know. But that has nothing to do with I don't know. I don't understand that catchphrase. I don't understand that catchphrase. So Elder Qanath, he's going to be on the show tonight over there as well with them. I'm sorry, y'all. I had to get off camera for a little minute because this COVID is still hitting me. I'm still fighting this thing, but I'm not as bad as I was. When I was down bad. No, it's today. It's something else going to be tomorrow, but I don't know if I'm gonna attend that because I'm still not feeling the way I want to feel. I'm not gonna lie. Like I still feel bad. I'm gonna start when this thing gets started. I'm gonna go get me some hot tea with some ginger and lemon. Because I'm still building my immune system up. I've been drinking tons of water, tons of vitamin C, tons of orange juice, and I lost a few pounds too ever since I had my COVID because I couldn't eat like I wanted to. But I still got my appetite. I never lost my sense of smell or taste though. I'm glad that didn't happen. Shalom, Rose Hour. Most High bless. Thank you for tuning in. We'll be getting started soon. Another 15 minutes. Hopefully the show should be starting. Shalom, Midwest Judite. Most High bless. Most High bless. Hope everybody had a wonderful Shabbat. I had a wonderful Shabbat. Spent it with my kids and my nieces. So shalom to Elder Tashaka. Most High bless, Elder. So if anybody want to come on before the show start, you got 15 minutes to come on, say whatever you like right now until we start the show. If anybody want to come on, don't matter who it is. Oh, that's JT.
Shalom, yeah, sure. What's up, man? Shalom. What's up?
What's going on?
What's up with y'all?
Man, we Naphtali and
Where they gonna be on here? It's gonna be on here, or it's gonna be on
It's gonna be on Sinetta. We're gonna.
What time you start on?
Well, they ran late. They're supposed to start at 8, but they said they're gonna start at 8:30. So
okay,
I had already started the stream because I thought they was gonna start at 8. So that's
what's the topic about
though? Something about the Qanath stuff versus the Most High stuff. So,
oh man, they gonna bust their ass on that.
Yeah, it should be a good dialogue. So yeah, everybody wanted to see it. So
yeah, I hope they do well, man. That's all I can say on that.
Yeah, Maya, we had a question about the Shabbat. Oh, you had a quiet Shabbat. Oh, sorry, Most High bless. Good. I thought you said you had a question about.
Yeah, they got to destroy this Kemetic BS, man. This is madness. And they got to shut this down, man. They got to show that this is the real deal. This is the real truth. If you ain't down with this, you ain't in the truth. Period. You anything other than this, you ain't in the truth. So I hope they do well.
I'm glad it's back to discussing the information.
Oh yeah, that's what they need.
What it need to be talking about is what's going on in the information.
Yeah, that's right.
Not all the foolery shit.
Yeah.
But
you feeling better now, man, or what?
I feel much better than what I did. I'm feeling.
Yeah, when you caught that, man? When you caught that COVID, man?
I think Friday when I went to go see Lima and Star in DC. That's the day that I started feeling funny when I was on my way up there driving, and I just felt like, what I'm saying, like my chest started hurting a little bit. What the fuck is going on? Like I was fine all that time. You know what I mean?
Right.
But, like, when I got off work and I hit the road, I started feeling crazy and shit. And I was like, man. So I was coughing and shit. I thought maybe I ate something. Maybe something was caught in my throat. So I'm clearing my throat. Da 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 da. But it was like the whole time I was just feeling funny. Like, and I don't know why. But I just didn't feel right that day.
Right.
But the next day, when I went out there with my wife and kids, I was okay. You know what I mean? I was still a little funny feeling, but that first day I really felt it. Like, you know what I mean? That night I hung out. Right. The next day, when I was up there with them, I was more lapsed. It wasn't as bad. I don't know why, because I was getting air or if I was walking around. But then, like, when I got home that Sunday, they had sent me a email and told me I was positive for COVID-19. And then I realized, like, so that's probably why I wasn't feeling well. I had COVID, I didn't know.
Yeah.
And the health department kept calling me and shit. And I was like, I had to talk to them and shit because they was getting on my goddamn nerves. Then my job called me. But I told them, like, why y'all calling me? Y'all know I got COVID. I said I work at the hospital. So like, I know y'all know I got COVID. So why you calling me? They said, oh, it's protocol. We got to call everybody who get COVID-19. You know what I mean? Call my damn phone up. So I talked to them, but everything got good. They asked me a million fucking questions.
Yeah, man. So I ain't gonna take up too much of your time, man. I just came on and say what's up, man. And I'm gonna try to check that out. That debate. I know they already gonna smack them around, man, like a little girl, man. So I already know they're gonna take care of business, man. That's all. That's what's good.
You know how it is, JT. It's gonna be good. Like I said, man, you was on the show last night, wasn't you?
Yeah, for a minute.
Oh, okay. Because
y'all was man. When I woke up this morning, I looked on my YouTube, man. They was off for almost 7 hours, man. I said, oh hell no, I couldn't stay.
Man, I saw that shit. I couldn't believe that one.
He came on about what, 8 o'clock? I think he came on about 8. Yeah, and they went off about at least 3, close to 3.
Well, I was like this. I woke up.
Mm-hmm.
I was still in the position I was watching in, right? Because I wasn't gonna be able to hang that long because I was still trying to get better. And I hit the button and shit. That shit said damn near 6-7 hours. I said, this nigga Qanath crazy.
I said, God damn.
I said,
that ain't he did one longer than that.
Yeah, I said
I think he did one that was about 7 hours and 30 minutes, something like that. But this has got to be the second longest one he done.
Yeah, that was too long for me, bro.
It was too long for me too.
I said, nah, my body.
Yeah, I couldn't hang. My body couldn't hold. My body can't hang.
Yeah, I fell asleep, man. And I talked.
When you start, notice when you start getting like in your 30s, man, your body start getting tired faster than it was when you was in your 20s.
See, I was good at first.
Yeah,
I was good. Giving views to Sinetta. Let that snake channel die off. Nobody's giving views to Sinetta. We're giving views to our own channel because it's screening on our own channel. And
you screening it on this channel though?
Yeah, I'm streaming it over here.
Oh, okay, cool. That's what's up.
Okay. The thing is, TBN. The scripture says you should be at peace with all men. We don't have problems with Sinetta no more. Everything good. So I don't have an issue with that man, his wife, his family, none of them. And if nobody don't want no problem with me, I don't want no problem with them, bro. So,
that's all, man. Let it go, man. Let it go. I'm gonna say this on. You know what you stand on. He know what he stand on. Right. That's all. That's it. Leave it at that.
Disagree with ideology. That man's still a black man, man. I don't want to not see that man have a way to eat or get no food. And then also the man's an old man. He ain't no young guy out here who can go work a job and still feed his family. Like, let's just keep it real. The man in the 60s, like, you know what I mean?
He ain't 60s. I think he late 50s though.
No, I thought he was in early 60s.
No, son, that ain't no 60 yet.
Oh, okay. But yeah,
he about late 50s though.
That's all I'm saying, man. I ain't that cold-hearted of a person that don't want to see nobody survive, man.
Yeah, like, no doubt.
It's tough being black, but come on, man. The man still got a wife and his kids. He got to feed them.
He got to feed them, man. No doubt.
Yeah, that's for anybody who got.
Even if you don't agree with the topic, man. Look, if he ain't in your shit, let it go, man. That's all I could tell you.
Right, and he not messing up my pockets or anything. So
yeah,
like I said, we don't make money off of YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
So,
yeah,
he getting views over there, but
all right, so man, I just came on quick, man. Say what I had to say, man. Everybody be blessed, man. Try to fight the fight, man. That's all we doing here. So I hope they do well, man. I'm gonna check it out. I'm gonna be watching that fight tonight. So the Canelo fight, boxing, man.
Oh, I didn't know that was coming on. What time?
Yeah, that's on tonight. Yeah, no doubt.
Oh, okay. I'll try to check that out too then on my Fire Stick after them.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, so I'm gonna let y'all go. You coming on tomorrow night, right?
I might
Sunday Night Fire.
We supposed to, but I don't know because, like I said, man, tomorrow night I might just soak in the tub and I'm trying to finish healing my body because I gotta go to work Monday.
Oh, okay.
I want to be better because that's my return date, and I know I still.
Yo, I'm gonna say something quick, man. Yo, it was me, JJ, and Yasha Ben Israel. We was had a conference call, man. Guess who was on the shit, man? Mahara nigga.
Oh, Mahara.
Yeah, he was defending Kevin Samuels, man, talking the mad shit about black women and shit. Man. So, you know,
I don't have an issue with everything. Like,
I ain't either, man. I just heard of the cat just recently, so I don't know where he was coming from.
My thing is this, right? You got those who oppose Kevin Samuels and those are for him, right? But those who oppose Kevin Samuels thinking that because you agree with some of his stance and things that he said, that you're supposed to be against everything that he's against the man, like hate him. And I'm like, why they don't take that same energy towards Cynthia G when she telling them
Cynthia G worse than he was.
Exactly. But they're not on a campaign to destroy Cynthia G, but they want to destroy Kevin Samuels. I'm like, come on,
and
man.
Cynthia G said that, yo, my man, what's that? There's an old cat that I watched some of his videos. The Baba, that's his name, man, you know. And he be saying, man, yo, this woman be talking about the extermination of black babies, man.
Yeah,
black boys, black young boy babies. You know what
I'm
I'm
gonna
saying?
tell you a sister who I started saying that type of stuff, talking about the police should kill more black men. The lady, Sister Noble, I have stopped following her because when she started talking like that, I'm like, maybe she getting that type of madness from her, talking about, because she had an issue with a black man, talking about more police need to shoot more black men down the street. I'm like, what? Like, what is wrong with these people? Y'all think that this shit is okay? This stuff is not a joke, man. It's serious. But for you to start thinking like that and saying this stuff, you know, and
well, we already know who got her mind wrapped up like a.
Yeah, I just thought it was crazy when I saw her say that on her YouTube, man. I just like that type of stuff breaks my spirit, because I'm like, you got all these kids out here. When you think about
all I'm gonna say is the only one gonna bring the nation together is the Father and the Son, man. We can't do it. We don't got the tools to do it, and we're not gonna be able to do it, man. Because it's gonna have to be a spiritual cleansing of the mind, man. You feel me? Exactly. And I can't do it, and you can't do it. So they're gonna bring that spiritual power, man, and we're gonna be new money, you know. So yeah, so I'm gonna let you go, man, and I hope they do well, man. And if y'all on tomorrow night, I'll be on.
Come.
All right. So I'll say shalom.
Shalom. Yeah, but my thing is, family, even though people disagreed with Kevin Samuels on some of his viewpoints, he had a lot of good points. It's the same thing with the sister Cynthia G. She got a lot of good points, but she got some viewpoints that I just don't agree with. I don't believe in telling people we should be avoiding our children, black men at that. Like, it's a lot of crazy things that's being said out here, and nobody ain't saying nothing about none of that stuff. You know what I mean? Like, that's crazy. I wish my wife would get pregnant and then somebody tell her, oh, you should avoid that little black baby boy. You know what I mean? Like, that's ignorant. You know, everybody is for what they want and what they feel is right for them. It's no difference from the LGBTQ community and the community of the people who saying that pedophilia should be legal because it's a normal thing for adults to be sexually aroused by children. You see what I'm saying? Now, anybody fighting that shit crazy? Like, and I damn sure disagree with that shit. People who want to legalize sleeping with teenage girls or can marry at a young age, they want to normalize that kind of behavior and think that that's right. But like I said, when it comes to a man having more than one wife, they're against that. Oh, you got a lust spirit. But all that sick, twisted shit that people want to do, them sick fantasies and dealing with kids and crazy shit like that, they want to normalize that kind of behavior. You know what I mean? Which is just a lot of unrighteous stuff been going on, family. A lot of unrighteous stuff. Yeah, I hope that I think the Oracle is going to give it to him. You know, what we have to understand is when people in their ideologies and beliefs, people, they stand on what they believe in, bro. Especially if it works for them. I mean, it is what it is. There's nothing we can do about it. That's the same thing in the Israelite community. When you got these dudes, they stuck on these different philosophies and they believe what they believe in. Some of these guys, they're not going to stop believing in the rape doctrine. They believe that they could rape and that the Most High says is okay, you know, because they learned that, they got that in their mind. Some of these guys believe in that there's nothing wrong with mixing, and you can stick your rod in any woman and your child is still Israelite because they was taught that foolishness. That's for any ideology that you believe in. It comes to a point where, like I said, brothers and sisters, they stop learning and stop advancing in knowledge because they don't want to learn no more. They got comfortable with what they learned, their school of thought, and they don't elevate. And the Most High really the one doing it to him. He put the blinders to him. He said, you know what? I'm gonna stop you here. This is all you get. Like eventually he gonna put the stop on me for me knowing a certain level of knowledge. He gonna say, no, Shawsham, that's it for you. I'm cutting you off now. All the knowledge you have and you acquired, that's all. What you know is what you know. That's what everybody get their portion. That's why you got different parts of the body. You got your prophets, your teachers, your prophetess. That's just the way it works. So, you know, we all not going to agree on the same things, even in these ideologies. Some people have to go through about 4 or 5 different ideologies before they even get the truth. You know what I'm saying? Some people be a Christian and a Moor and a Muslim, then they finally become an Israelite, and that's just how it be, man. Or they'll study this religion, that religion. Some people be what you call narcissists, who just want to know knowledge and stuff like that. Or people want to be scientists, things like that, before they get to where they need to be in life. But that's just how it is. Healers. That too. So I'm guessing this thing should be getting started any minute. Let me share my screen. This thing should be getting started any minute. I can't make a big screen yet, but I will. Yeah, that's how it be. It takes a while. You know what I'm saying? It takes a while. That's just how it is. You know, it takes a while. Like you just go through different phases in life. Mitochondria and DNA. We need the sisters. I mean, I don't really know a whole lot about the DNA stuff. Midwest Judite, I'm gonna be honest with you. But yeah, I mean, it's not a debate. It's pretty much like a discussion. Right, Matthew. It's not a debate. It's pretty much a discussion. Like they already had a discussion before. They all talked over the phone. So I'm pretty sure whatever they discussed over the phone, I would think more of that will come out, because, you know, before you had these kind of discussions with people, you just don't set something up without talking to them in the background before you do it live in front of people. So what was talked about was liked by both sides. So that's why they decided to go ahead and have it out live. You know, usually, like I said, it ain't easy to get a discussion with Jabari, especially dealing with, you know, what they believe in. Unfortunately, like they want you to have some type of credibility to talk to that guy. But, you know, like I said, that man been doing his research for years on what he believe in. And I can understand that. I can understand that. So if anybody else want to come on and say a few words before the show start, you can. But oh man. Woo! I'm telling y'all, I feel it, man. Don't get COVID. Y'all do not want it. Any case of it, whether it's a small stream or a large stream, it's not good. But I pray that everybody had a good Shabbat, and Most High bless everybody. Hold on, let me see. All right, so we all live now, family. Hold on. All right, family. So since we live, I'm gonna go ahead and hop off the screen, and I'm gonna just dual stream it from here on the big screen. I'll be back in later. Most High bless everybody. All right. So enjoy the show.
Here to do that car, here to do that car. Sign at the TVD. Just what our people need. The house of consciousness. Come get it off your chest. Come get it off your chest. Information through the city streets. The urban traveling streets.
All right, hold on. Do y'all really hear the theme song? Do y'all really hear the song? The house of consciousness, come get it off your chest. You know, bringing information through the city streets. Testing. Do y'all really hear it? That's what I'm asking you. Do you really hear the music? Let's try it again. This is definitely made for the house of consciousness.
Yeah, I got to be so hard.
See, from the beginning, y'all wonder why that I got to be so hard. This is why I got to be hard. Let's hear the music again. This music was made strictly for Sarnetta and the house of consciousness when I was out there on that pavement in that street.
I wonder why, yeah, I got to be so hard, love. Now life, here to do that car, sign at the TVD, just what our people need, the house of consciousness. Come get it off your chest. Information through the city streets. The urban traveling street to street. I let you deal with facts that be concrete. Ooh, check out the realness, see how raw it be.
See, remember when DVDs was out? That's where we was at in the street debating over DVDs. So that right there should show you how old this track is. In fact, this is one of my first tracks that I got because the brothers are still debating over DVDs. We was outside in the street going in. Y'all wonder why I got to be so hard? Because we going in on them streets and you come to the HOK to get it all off your chest. And that's when you have everybody out there getting it off their chest, going in. And you're going to have to get it off your chest this summer because Captain Tazoriak called me, Jabari. He called me yesterday and said, you know what, Sarnetta? I miss going to battle on the streets. We got to do this shit this summer. I said, say no more. I'm going to call Jabari. We're going to have the captain out there, and we all going to come there one day together, all together. So now I see I got the MVP Chris Harris in the building, and Chris Harris is about to love this. I got Naphtali and the Oracle, and Qanath, I think, is setting these sisters up. This is going to be a Mother's Day whipping for the mothers. You know me, I got to set the tone. Qanath is setting their asses up for a Mother's Day gift that they ain't gonna never forget. We don't call Brother Jabari, all right, the Floyd Mayweather for nothing. And they are about to see. So let's get it in let's get it in.
I wonder why, yeah, I have to be so hard, love. Now life, here to do that car, sign at the TVD, just what our people need, the house of consciousness. Come get it off your chest. Information through the city streets. The urban traveling street to street. I let you deal with facts that be concrete. Ooh, check out the realness, see how raw it be. I know this is taking over DVD. Sit back, relax, and let your mind be free. So if you got that influence that takes the heat, ooh, just come correct, this here ain't for the weak, yeah.
All right, peace and black power, family. Happy Mother's Day to all the mothers out there. If we make a mistake and don't say it, I might not be doing the stream tomorrow. I might do a stream tomorrow, but I want to make sure I get it in right now. For those of y'all who celebrate Mother's Day, for those of y'all whose mothers have passed on, you know, I know how that feeling is, trust me, I can imagine how that feeling is. I mean, I would say that. I can imagine how that is because I look at my family here and I invited, I don't want to say it too loud. I invited a lot of people over to my house because what we're going to do is surprise my mother, and she's going to have all of her children in the building tomorrow. Now, some of you Hebrews want to be so hard and so tough and so strong. Oh, I don't celebrate Mother's Day. Mother's Day is every day. Of course we know that. But guess what? You don't buy your mother flowers every day. You don't buy your mother gifts every day. You buy it on the day that she's expecting it. That's just the truth of the matter. A lot of y'all ain't got to celebrate it, but I guarantee your mother would prefer to get a nice group of flowers or maybe a gift or something on that day. And so I don't follow Negroes. I follow my heart, and that's my mama. So I got to take care of mama on Mother's Day. You know what I'm saying? What about you, Brother Jabari? I can't hear you.
I'm actually going to spend time with my mother and my sisters. You know, those are the mothers in my life that are.
There you go.
I'm going to spend some time with them. And my mother's 80th birthday is next week as well. So it's going to be a big deal. We're planning to do something over at the house and really celebrate these sisters that brought us into the world. You know, one of the things that's so important about the Kemetic tradition and ancient African traditions is the recognition of the equality and maybe even primacy of the African woman. And so I'm excited to do that as well.
All right, we got Brother Garfield in the building. I see that this discussion right here is going to bring out all the heavy hitters. We got Chris Harris in the building, another powerhouse. We got Brother Garfield, the goddamn killer, the Hebrew killer assassin. That's what I got to call Garfield, the Hebrew assassinator. Goddamn. So we got Garfield in the building, and shout out to all of the most powerful moderators on YouTube. Sonetta moderators are the most educated, smartest moderators all over YouTube. That's right. Therefore, I said it. You know what I was watching last night, Jabari, that I didn't see in years? What I was watching last night was I was on Netflix. I was a little bored. And I said, let me get on Netflix and see what's going on. I came across the stand-up with Richard Pryor, brother.
Oh, wow.
I said, yo, let me watch Richard Pryor. I haven't seen this in a long time. And Jabari, that shit had me laughing, even though I seen it years ago, Jabari.
Yeah.
When you see it again, you realize how powerful this brother Richard Pryor was. Nobody did stand up like him.
Yeah.
And the stories that he told. The one I saw was when he was talking about the animals and stuff like that. That one right there, when he talked about the animals. You know what I'm talking about?
I do. He was hilarious. He was really
oh man, that's that brother, man.
And in many ways influenced most of the modern comedians today. You know, he
yes,
really and modern comedians, regardless of their ethnicity, too. I mean, many European comedians list Richard Pryor as one of their most important influences. So he was really an important person. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So I know Live on the Sunset Strip, I was thinking like, I had such a good time yesterday. I was drinking some wine, chilling, and I said, damn, I had a good time. I might watch Live on the Sunset Strip tonight, brother. I see Qanath got his little golden glass right there. Hey, Qanath, let me ask you a question, brother. Why are you doing this to them sisters on Mother's Day, brother? You really trying to mess up their Mother's Day and mess these sisters' heads up, brother.
Well, actually, what I'm doing is giving y'all a Mother's Day gift.
Oh,
right? So and to show that Hebrew Israelites, right, should respect the women. You know what I mean? And women can speak. You know what I mean? We have plenty of women teachers in Israel. You know, without a shadow of doubt. Also in Kemet, I seen them. You know, powerful. You know, so I'm hoping that we have a good dialogue. And I'm gonna tell everybody, this almost didn't make it. And let me thank Jabari, right? I'd like to thank you. And the sister basically called you out just to have a discussion. And we had a nice discussion before we came on. Now, unfortunately, right after we got off the phone, all kind of stuff happened, right? So I'm waiting for Naphtali to come on. Also, Oracle, she's going to be on. Okay, I talked to her. She's going to be on, and hopefully the service is going to be good for her. And we just have a good dialogue. Me personally, I know nothing about Qanath. So I mean nothing. So I'm willing to listen to Jabari and actually be a student today.
So being that you know nothing about Qanath, Qanath, what if you're following the wrong thing, my brother?
What if I'm following the wrong thing?
Yeah. What if you're following the wrong thing? Because, you know, in Qanath, there are also gods and deities that you know, that you might say, damn, well, you know what? This remind me of the Torah. And and when you come to realize that this was before the Torah, you'll be like, damn, did they copy this from the Torah? And then I say, nah, brother, they copied it from the Torah copied it from Qanath. See, what you gonna say then?
Well, it's up to Jabari. It's up to Jabari to make me believe it. You know what I mean? It's up to Jabari to make me believe it. He's a Qanath priest, right?
So why don't you ask him some questions right now? Ask him any questions you want pertaining to that,
sure.
because you're ignorant of it. You don't have the knowledge of it.
Okay, right. So I think you kind of made a mistake because you said they have gods. The difference is I believe in mine. So the question I would ask my dear brother Jabari, the gods that Qanath mentioned, are they real?
Qanath, I have been answering this question for like 4 years.
Right.
I don't know.
Brother, our brother Qanath, the reality is we have to recognize that when you say real, what do you mean by real? Are you saying that you believe that there's a dude with a white beard floating on a cloud? Is that what you're saying? And he's going to crack the sky with chariots. What do you mean when you say real? Not even what I say real. What do you mean when you say real?
Do they exist? I mean, is it a statue? Is it glass? Is it water? Is it energy? Right? Is it something that creates?
The divine force is all things. And the way that you're going to hear me say this tonight, I'm sure. The way that the Kemetic people describe the divine force is they describe how the divine force behaves. So in different situations, the divine force does different things, and it is named based on what it is doing. How do you name something that's everything? How do you name something that's everything? I mean, that's what I'm really saying, because if the floor was the same as the ceiling, was the same as the wall, was the same as the room inside, what would you call it? Could you call it a floor? Could you call it a ceiling? Could you call it the room inside? So what the
difference is, I'm sorry, if I could just
please go ahead.
I didn't ask for the name. Because our power, many people call them many different names. Some people say Yeshua, Yahweh, Yahweh. So I understand that. So it's not the name, because I believe that these powers that we believe in actually exist, right, and create. So that's why I'm asking, other than the name,
well, let me say this to you. The very fact that we are here means that the divine force exists. Everything in the universe was created by the divine force. So I think you're waiting for me to say it actually exists. If we exist, the divine force exists. Everything in the universe was created by the divine force.
Can you
what I'm asking you is about how literal your definition is. That's why I asked you, do you believe that it's a man on a cloud waiting to come down with chariots? Or how do you define what your divine force looks like?
That's very clever of you. how you switched it around and brought the question back to me. Very clever. I've been watching a little bit of your tactics, and very clever. And I will answer that after I get this out of you. Can you? Okay. Yeah, sure. We went from many names, and I asked, does it exist? And then you say divine force, and you want me to define divine force. So to me, I would like for you to going right back to it again. What is a divine force? Can you give me the definition of a divine force?
Okay, I did that just a moment ago. The divine force is that energy in the universe that exists in all things, that created all things. And so that divine force, wait, let me finish, because I said it before, but I'm not sure if you
I'm trying to say it more clearly, perhaps so you can understand it. So the divine force that has created all things, that is in all things, it is almost impossible to name something that is all things. There are titles. One of the titles that you'll see in some of the texts is Nebetcher, but that just means the great creator. It's not really a name, right? So that what we do is we name how the energy behaves in particular situations. And so that is what I'm describing.
I got it. And that's
we do use sacred symbolism for the definitions. We use sacred symbolism. You know, sitting behind me here is the image of Anpu. You see Anpu here, right?
Mm-hmm.
Anpu, right? He has a jackal head. I'm not suggesting to you that there is an actual deity with a jackal head who I will see at some point. This is sacred symbolism. Just as, you know, your Jesus, your Yeshua is the Lamb of God. Are you expecting that when you make your transition, a lamb's going to come over to you and say, "Bah, you're going to heaven"? No,
well, I don't believe in Jesus. I don't believe in Jesus. I don't believe in that.
Are you okay? Well, let's be clear. Let's say Yeshua. Yeshua is the Lamb of God. Please, you know exactly what we're referring to. I don't have to say
right. Well, I had to do that back. I had to give that back to you in a prior conversation we had. That's all. That's all. I had to give it back to you.
Sure. You can say Yeshua, but answer the question based on Yeshua.
Sure, because well, before we switch it back to Qanath, you use the word create in divine force. So I understand your definition of it. So you say create. So that force, that energy, because when you say that, and that energy created everything, man, woman, stars, sun, grass, trees, everything, correct? Correct. So, and that force lives forever?
Correct.
Right. That force that you're speaking on, you picked up that statue, right? That force could be in many different statues.
Well, the force is not in the statue. The statue is the symbolism of the force.
I'm sorry, I missed that last part. Say it again.
I said the force is not in the statue. The statue is a representation of the force.
Representation.
This is just a piece of plaster. It's not the deity is not in there.
Right. I know that's not real. So would you have? Do you have another statue that you would say defines the same force?
Defines the same force? What do you mean?
Okay, like the statue that you're showing now.
Yes.
Right? The deity that you're showing now. Now we know that's not live. It's just a statue, like you said. Now you can have another statue. Right. And it may have a different symbolic meaning. Exactly. Same force. Well,
it's not the same force. It just behaves in a different way. This is
my yo, real quick, y'all. I'm sorry, but I got to do this. I want to pay the bills real quick before we really get into the topic. We still waiting on Naphtali to come in. And so by the time this is over, it's only about a minute and change. We're going to get right back to where we left off. But I want to get this out the way. That way I ain't got to do it later on in the show. And I want everybody to show some love to my captain, Captain Tazariot. He been putting out a lot of stuff, a lot of good smelling deodorant for your stink asses out there. If you're funky, you could come in. If you're funky, you can make sure Captain Tazariot gonna get you smelling good, goddammit. And that's a fact. If you got a little funk in you, Garfield, hold on. Garfield be riding through. I be seeing you, Garfield, getting your little oils, putting it in your car, probably putting on the air conditioner. I'll be seeing you, Garfield. You stop by my house, you be like, yo, I got to go to Captain. I'm going to get some things because this shit is the bomb, man. But so for everybody out there, if you didn't get yours yet, let's get it in.
There is a new scent that I have for men. So 2 new scents.
Sorry, y'all. I don't know what's going on with the stream. Why the stream doing that?
The more for women and ether for men. And again, as I said before, I'm going back to my glass jars. So these are my glass jars here. 8 ounces. Make sure you support Jabari and Louis Creations.
Make sure.
All right, family. This is just in right now as we speak. There is a 20% sale. When I be going online buying my candles and shit, they always have 10% sale, 15% sale. Captain got 25% sale going on right now. We got family members that when they take off their shoes and they got that little odor, this is the man to see. Go and get that body butter. Go and get that Gab butter. I think he's coming out with a new joint called the Gab butter. Jabari might get that one, Gab. You know what I'm saying? Huh, Jabari? You think you're gonna get the Gab butter or what?
I'm gonna save my comments for
he coming out with the Osiris shaving cream too, brother. The Osiris.
Hey, put the link back in the room, son. Put the link back in the room.
the link to come.
Hey, son, that should have said wash your feet before you put the oil on. You know, that might work even better.
Yeah. See, so that's all you got to do, man. You know what link you talking about? FOPE, Qanath.
Get it right now.
StreamYard.
Oh, okay. I got you. All right, the link is in the StreamYard right now as we speak. And for those of y'all, like I said, make sure y'all get that 25% sale off. Y'all should have been got something for Mother's Day. Y'all bullshit. Y'all should have been got a package. You know, that would have been real good, man. So anyway, Qanath, you can take it back to where y'all left off at.
Sure, and also that number, somebody, she's gonna be calling you soon, so you know to pick that up.
Okay, I'll be looking out for it. What's her last numbers? You know?
Yeah, hold on. $84.93.
Okay, $84.93. Gotcha. I'll be on the lookout.
Right. So, like I said, I don't know too much about this. I would like for you to teach me. So, you show the other deity. Nice looking. It's nice. So, can you explain to me? Are they the same? And what's the difference in that?
They are different energetic realities of the same energy. One, I showed you Ma'at. Ma'at is personified in symbol as the Lady of the Heavens. Well, more the lady who is the heavens. And she is the order of the universe. Right? So that when the universe was created, Ma'at existed. She's the deity that in some ways has no creation story. When the universe is created, Ma'at exists. And all of us in the Kemetic ideology are weighed against the feather of Ma'at. Ma'at is how we are to hold ourselves morally and ethically pure. Our heart must be weighed. That's the analogy that's used. So Ma'at is not the same as Anpu, but they are part of one divine force. They're just, it's almost like tuning a radio, right? There's a different vibrational quality to Ma'at, but Ma'at is not entirely distinct from Anpu.
Okay.
And in fact, we are part of that as well. One of the fundamental concepts of Kemetic spirituality is that we are all divine.
Before we let Naphtali in, can you? I'm sorry. Go ahead, Neph. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just saying shalom and just speaking. Sorry.
Yes, I was going to bring you in. I was going to bring you in. So everybody, we got Naphtali in the building. F.O.P., one of F.O.P. strong debaters over here, one of his supporters. And Qanath have called on two sisters that he feel that can bring the pain to our Floyd Mayweather over here on the HOK. And we're about to find out now. I told Jabari, do not sleep on Naphtali. I don't know that much about the other sister, but I told Jabari, don't sleep on the sister because she's a debater and she's been doing this for a while. So without any further ado, I would like to introduce to y'all Naphtali. She's the one that debated Nepal Sadar, the HOK champion today. She debated her. And without any further ado, Naphtali, you can introduce yourself to the family, to the people out there who may not have heard of you.
Oh, I'm sure. I'm very new, so but thank you so much, Sinetta, for allowing me to be on. Shalom to you. Shalom to everybody that's out there. Thank you all so much for tuning in. And shalom to you, Qanath, and shalom to you, Jabari.
Shalom.
Shalom. Peace, sister.
I can. Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Yes, so coming in, I see that you said that Ma'at was created with the universe, or did she create the universe is what I wanted to understand.
Ma'at was created when the universe was created. Ma'at existed. She is the order of the universe. And when you read several of the creation narratives, they usually say that Ma'at is with that divine force that continues to create the universe. It doesn't say that he creates Ma'at. Ma'at is with him.
And
so
who
that's the way
is that created the universe? If you know, I would like to know.
Well, let me take it a little further.
Time out for 1 minute. Time out.
You're muted, sir.
How do she sound to you? And family, nobody could come in right now. So Mo 777, please do not hit the link again, or I will have to block you from ever coming in. Nobody can come in. All right. So do she sound a little echoish though to you? Yeah, Naphtali, go out and come back in because the sound is a little off.
Okay, I'll come back. Okay.
All right.
You can elaborate on the question that you asked, or that she asked you, because I was going to ask you about the staff behind you, but you can elaborate.
Nah, but you want to wait till she come back though, Qanath.
Staff behind me. What are you going to ask me about? Which one?
The tall one.
This one here?
The one that's real tall. Over. The brown looking one. Is that a staff? I can't really see. Yes.
Here?
What's that? Yes, sir.
How about I bring it closer so you can see?
Yeah.
I'll take off the top.
Okay. Oh, okay. What is that?
This is a representation of the divine feminine. That's what this is. And she's giving nurturing to the child. And the child in some ways is meant to be all of us. That's what it is. This was carved in Ghana for me. Ghana, West Africa. And so that's the staff here. You can see she's even sitting on a stool, so she's a royal woman, right?
So let me ask you, let me ask you real quick before Neff come back in. This divine force, right? And you said you use the word they say. Did this divine force deliver these messages that they exist to these? Who do they speak to?
All right.
You know, we call them prophets here. You know, we say the Most High spoke to the prophets. So when you the books you may read, how do they learn about these divine forces that you speak about?
Well, I'll say to you that there were learned people, men and women, who were priests and priestesses that studied the nature of the universe and attempted to describe it. And so I don't believe that literally a divine voice was heard, but I think that this comes from wise Africans who attempted to describe the nature of the universe.
So would you call them scientists today? Like a better
Some
word?
of them are scientists, but I think that there are a large number of people who are priests and priestesses. Some of them were scientists, some of them were doctors, some of them were scribes, some of them were philosophers. So yeah, I would say that they were in a wide range of specializations.
So they never had no contact. They never had no contact with this divine force or Mayat.
I would say that they would say, and I believe that they had access to the divine force, just as I have access to the divine force, dear brother, just as you should have access to the divine force. So yeah, I would say they have access to the divine force. But when we look at the book, now see, there's some folks that look at the Bible or look at the Torah and suggest that it sort of floated off a cloud into the hands of human beings. I would not say that about the Kemetic text, nor would I say that about the Hebrew or Christian text either. These were texts that were written by human beings. And so just as I'm saying that occurred in ancient Kemet, it also occurred in Israel, it occurred in Judah, it occurred in all of those places.
All right, Jabari, let me get back. We got to bring Naphtali back in the building. I want to let everybody know that Saw Another Cash App does work. Show some love, family. This is what I continue to bring the people, the knowledge, the information. So the Cash App does work. I checked it out before I brought it in, and we're working. So Naphtali, we want to turn it back over to you. And I'm not going to put the clock on yet, but I'm going to see how it goes. And then I will have to come in with the clock if I see how it gets. Yes, hey, Qanath, let's do that. We got a toast coming. Here's a toast. I had to bring out my gold glass as well. We toasted up. And Naphtali, it's on you, sister.
How do I sound now? Do I sound any better? I've been having.
Well, it's still got that that bong that like you're in the hallway, but it's all right. We'll deal with it.
It's not echo. It's like doing it like it's echo. It's a acoustic sound, like you might be in a with an opera sound. So it's like coming from a speaker. I mean, I can still understand you, hear you. It's not.
Yeah, we could deal with it. We'll deal with it.
Okay, I'm sorry, guys. I've been having problems with my microphone, and my husband just left, and it's been a lot going on. So I don't know how to say it. Okay. All right. So Jabari. So you know, science expresses the universe in 4 terms. It expresses it in time, space, matter, and energy. So I want to know how does Kemet explain, and does it have an explanation for how time, space, and matter and energy existed in the universe?
To you that many of the descriptions that you see in science actually have their origin in actually Kemetic philosophy.
Okay.
In terms of time and space, of course, you know that the 365-day calendar was a creation of the Kemetic people. And so there were great scholars and scientists who came to a deeper understanding of the nature of the universe. And I would say that a similar thing exists in ancient Kemet.
I'm just saying with it, you know, because when we consider the book of Genesis, chapter 1, verse 1, we come to know that it's mentioned precisely that the sophisticated system that scientists come to know thousands of years later. So in Genesis chapter 1, we read in the beginning, that was time. God created by converting energy into the heavens, which is space and matter. The first 3 verses of Genesis explicitly expresses all known perspectives of the creation. So we know that the Bible created time, space, and matter, but I'm trying to understand, how do we get the beginning of, you know, the space? What is the space? How does Earth, how does, you know, how did all this come into existence? You know, you said we got the 365 days, but, you know, when did the origin begin? How did creation begin? How did mankind begin? Is what I want to know.
I want to stop by saying to you that I know that you're only able to mention the things that you've known, but I want to push back and say to you that most scholars today recognize the similarity between Genesis 1, chapter 1, and an earlier text that most scholars usually call the Shabaka stone. That description in Genesis is not new. That description in Genesis likely comes from the Kemetic text that today is usually referred to as the Shabaka stone.
Well,
So,
okay, go ahead. I'm sorry, go ahead. I thought you were.
And so I know that you're saying it came from the Bible. I don't think that even biblical scholars would agree with you. You have to understand, I want you to read the Shabaka stone. I can read a piece for you later if you like. But that description in Genesis does not come from, it's not from a Hebrew scholar, it's not from a Jewish scholar, it's not from a Christian scholar. It comes from, now that we have been able to read the Shabaka stone, we know that there are great similarities, and I'll show them to you in a little bit.
So when you say the Shabaka stone is where it originated, see, the thing is that we're finding out as more information comes out that the Bible is at the word, the written Hebrew language, as far as the Hebrew people are actually older than Egypt. Are you familiar with that?
It's not something I'm familiar with. It's just incorrect. It's
Well,
incorrect.
Have you heard of the Indus Valley?
Can I ask you?
The Indus, I'm not finished yet.
Wait, hold on. This is my response to you. This is my response to you.
No, but I haven't finished.
Hold up, Jabari. Let her finish. She said she ain't finished. Let her finish. Yeah, but she said she not finished. So let her finish.
Go ahead.
I was answering your question because you were saying that Egypt is older, but it actually turns out that Abraham they're finding out, and there's information to prove that Abraham originated in the Indus Valley. And the writings, so we have something called the writings that are actually found, the Indus script is actually, they're actually utilizing the Hebrew language as a, what is it called? God, my mind just went blank. I have it right here. They're actually utilizing it as a, here it is. They're utilizing the Hebrew alphabet from the Indus script, and they're utilizing it as a Rosetta Stone to decipher the Indus script. And they're saying that the Indus script is so similar to the point that they're starting to say that it's actually the exact same. And this Indus script is actually way older than what we know for the Egyptians. So they're saying the Indus Valley is over 8,000 years old.
Okay. You put a lot of things together.
No, this is real true.
Wait, let me finish. That respectfully, Queen, are just not factual at all. And so I want to untether some of what you said. First of all, you're mentioning the Indus Valley, and you're attempting to compare the Hebrew script, early Hebrew, to the Indus Valley. So my question at first was going to be to you, what is the earliest Hebrew fragment? And I'm going to show it to you in a moment. And then I also want to clearly say to you that biblical scholars no longer argue that Abraham is a historical person. And the next thing I need to say to you very clearly is citing a region does not say that the people in the region had traditions that are older. And finally, Queen, I know that you might be relatively new to the Sound Editor TV platform. You have to source those things. You got to source up, Queen. You cannot just say that and just say, this is what they found. Are you familiar with it? You have to, it is your responsibility to show a source. And you have to be clear. I know you have not spoken with Jabari. Everything you said is refuted by 30 sources I could show you in rapid succession. So be very, 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 very careful here.
No problem. I don't have a problem with sharing a source. See, the thing is that this is new information, and as time goes on, people are out there doing archaeological excavations, and they're dating and they're finding out new information as time progresses. So at one point in time, yes, you're probably are correct. They probably did not have this information. They probably did not know of this information at that time, because as it with anything, information changes over time. So like you said, you probably had sources that stated that Egypt was older. But as time goes on and as information comes out, then and more information is being revealed. And so as more information is being revealed, then we have to accept that new information does come out. So you don't mind, let me get my screens together.
I'd like you to show us a source. And I also want to say to you, I don't even think that what you're saying actually applies to basic logic, because even in the narrative, Abraham travels somewhere to live. So if he traveled to a particular place, that means that that place must have existed before he got there. What place did he travel to, dear Queen?
You said he traveled to a place to live. That was Mesopotamia.
I interject real quick.
No. Where did he travel from Ur of Chaldees to?
The Ur of the Chaldees to. No, they're saying that he started in the Indus Valley and he traveled to the Ur of the Chaldees.
Where is Ur? Is Ur not in Indus Valley?
No, Ur is in Mesopotamia.
And where is Mesopotamia? Is it not in Indus Valley?
No, it's not.
Oh, you're gonna have to get a map too, Queen. You have to get a map too.
Oh my goodness! If you look at the dating of Indus Valley, they're gonna show you the. Okay, you need to get a map.
Okay. But show us, where did Abraham, according to your text, travel to from the Ur of Chaldees? Let's start with something simple.
Is your premise, Jabari? Is your premise that it don't exist?
That I demand an answer to before you continue, dear brother. I need an answer to that.
Okay.
But she asked you a question, and now you answered it.
No, I just want to share my screen right quick.
There are a lot of questions I've asked that I haven't gotten an answer to.
Okay, I'm about to share my screen.
Okay.
So right here, can you see my screen, guys? Can you guys see my screen?
Yes.
All right. So it says scientists from the excuse me, I can't pronounce it. An archaeological survey of India have uncovered evidence that the Indus Valley civilization is at least 8,000 years old and not 5,500 years old, taking root well before the Egyptian 7,000 BC to 3,000 BC and Mesopotamian 6,500 BC to 3,100 BC civilization.
Wait. First of all, you can't just show what you Googled. Show us the source.
Okay, I'm showing you that this is from the Times of India.
Okay, so let's see come on. Let's look at
the Times of India. Here's the source. Please relax, okay? Just relax.
Bro, you gotta let him finish, brother.
No, wait.
It's okay, sir. So
I have no problem asking her to.
Okay, sir. I'm going to read the source. I'm going to show it to you. If you don't mind, I promise you. That's why I asked to share my screen.
Okay, go ahead, Queen.
It's a reason why I asked to share it. So this is according to the Times of India, and they say the Indus era, 8,000 years old, not 5,500, ended because weaker monsoon. So it says here, scientists.
All right, time out. Naphtali, I just put the time on. You got 10 minutes. Your time is rolling now with no interruptions. Go ahead.
Okay. It says it may be time to rewrite history textbooks. Scientists from Itikagarapur Archaeological Survey of India, ASI, have uncovered evidence that the Indus Valley civilization is at least 8,000 years old and not 5,500 years old, taking root well before the Egyptian 7,000 BC to 3,000 BC and Mesopotamian 6,500 BC to 3,100 BC civilizations. So you had asked me just a second ago, oh, well, isn't that the same as the Mesopotamian? No, it's not. And it clearly shows you right here that it was actually older than what Mesopotamia is. So, that's what is being reported here. It says, what's more, the researchers have found evidence of pre-Harappan civilization that existed for at least 1,000 years before this. The discovery, published in the prestige Nature journal on May 25th, may force a global rethink on the timelines of the so-called cradles of civilizations. The scientists believe they also know why the civilization ended about 3,000 years ago. Climate change. It says we have recovered perhaps the oldest pottery from the civilization. We used a technique called optically stimulated luminescence to date pottery shards of the early, so they're telling us right here how they dated it. So they're letting us know that they utilized something called optically stimulated luminescence to date the pottery shards of the early mature, and it's called the Harappan times in nearly 6,000 years ago, and the cultural levels of pre-Harappan Hokra phase as far back as 8,000 years, said Anindya Sarkar, head of the Department of Geology and Geophysics. Okay, so right here is the source. This is the Times of India, and they're telling us the methodology of how they dated it. They're letting us know that this is actually older. They utilized pottery, and they gave us the method of how, like I said, they dated these pottery shards. Okay, so this isn't just any run-of-the-mill article here. They're letting us know that they're saying that the Indus Valley is actually coming to be older than what was previously thought. Okay, so with science, new information comes out and things change over time. So let me see here. So this is what I was speaking on earlier. So it says stark similarities between Indus Valley and ancient Hebrew script. Wow, stark similarities. They say the similarities is so sharp that I'm forced to believe that both the scripts are sister scripts or something like that. For the first time, I felt that we are very near to understand the roots of the Indus Valley civilization. Indus Valley civilization, according to Mahabharata, was a kingdom of Sindhu, Kikaya, excuse me, guys, this is not my language. So they're letting us know that that the stark similarities here between the Indus script and the ancient Hebrew script. So let me showcase something else. Hold on. No, is this what I need? Oh, here it is. So right here, this is the origin of Hebrew alphabet from the Indus script, the LMLK seal as a Rosetta Stone for the Indus script. So this LMLK, this is it right here, the seal, all right? And we know the seal isn't that old, but what they're doing is they're utilizing this seal as a Rosetta Stone for the Indus script. Now, we just saw an article just a second ago that let us know that that they're telling us that the Hebrew writings are like sister writings to this Indus script, okay? And they're utilizing this LMLK seal as a Rosetta Stone for the Indus script, okay? So this is real tangible information here. This isn't anything that's being made up. This is not coming off the top of my head. They're actually using Hebrew script as a Rosetta Stone for the Indus Valley script, which now is being dated older, okay, than what was once thought to be older than the whole older than Egypt as well as Mesopotamia. So so they say the Harappan seal contains several linguistic symbols which have not been properly understood so far. Several seals contain Vedic metrological terms such names of Vedic ornaments, metal names, names of peoples, places, and gods, etc. My perception is that only a comprehensive study of the ancient Vedic literature, temple legends, Vedic rites, and rituals in Vedic metrology alone can decipher the script symbols satisfactorily. So it says in the last article, we have confirmed the Indus script readings based on the Narayana shots by. So this isn't my my first language, but they say in this article, we are using the Hebrew LMLK seal as a Rosetta Stone for reading the Indus script. And this article is showcasing how they're utilizing this stone to decipher the Indus script, okay? That's a little bit out of my league as far as deciphering. I'm not a linguist, but I will take their opinion on it, and I'll accept that as that they know what they're doing. So like I said before, there are stark similarities between the Indus Valley and ancient Hebrew script. And then I just showcased to you guys how they're utilizing that same LMLK, and this is from Wikipedia. Here's the LMLK seal. It's actually the Hebrew seal for the king of Hezekiah. So they're using the seal of Hezekiah as an actual Rosetta Stone to decipher the Indus Valley script. Okay, and we also looked at a report in the Times of India that script is actually older. Okay, so I just provided you guys real evidence, real information, and Sinetta, I don't need any more time.
All right, you got 3 minutes left. You don't want to use that? You good then. All right,
Well,
Brother
let's
Jabari.
see what
Brother
else I
Jabari, can you please remove your slides,
Hold
please?
on. I want to utilize. I would like to utilize 3 minutes.
Can you remove your
I want the
slides,
audience to know
your screen?
The sister mentioned the Moabites.
Go ahead, Qanath.
The sister mentioned the Moabites.
Go ahead, Qanath.
Hey, look,
That was an accident, brother. No, that was an
I
accident.
don't
My
know.
bad, brother.
Yeah, it's all good. It's all good. Hey, it's all good. I don't know, Jabari. The sister mentioned it earlier. If you ever heard of the Moabite stone, and I saw that a video, and hopefully we get a chance to play it. It's like 3 minutes if you start the 54-minute mark with Professor Lee Cummings, the brother I would like for you to talk to. I think it'd be a great bill also. The 54-minute mark. If he mentioned the Moabite stone, because you always say Abraham tradition or Abrahamic faith, and like these guys, these characters never existed. So he proved it on the Moabite stone. So I was to start at 54 minutes of the video I gave him. We got 3 minutes left, and he actually proved that Israelite exists, and he actually read the language. And so I think that's very important to read the language, right? And we're trying to figure out the language that you read. People call it a dead language, and who interpret it. So I'm gonna let you go ahead and jump in, and you can answer. Go ahead and sister brought out the evidence, but we will be bringing out the Moabite stone if you ever heard of it. And we proved that the names Yisrael is actually in there. Dawid, King David name is on the text. I mean, on the wall, right? So I relinquish the rest of the time. I just wanted to bring that out. Thanks, brother. Thanks for your time.
All right, Qanath, Brother Jabari, you got 10 minutes in this round, brother. It's on you.
It's really important for me to start by saying that when you cite something,
Your time start.
We saw one article from the Times of India, by the way, which is a popular newspaper, not a really good source, but I really would love for you to show. You mentioned many other things, but you didn't show us the other stuff on the screen. I was actually typing in the private chat. You may have them. And I know that you're relatively new to this dialogue, but I want you to actually, the sources that you mentioned need to be shown. By the way, I want to be
I just cut him off. I'm sorry. I didn't know my screen wasn't being shared. You guys gotta let me know. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. No, wait. Whoa, what was that?
Hold up. You said your questions wasn't being shared? Yeah, your screen was being shared, sis.
No, I said I apologize that my screen wasn't being shared. What I did was I put it on the. I'm not trying to stop your time. I said what I was saying was oh, my screen wasn't being shared. What I did was I went through Google. I didn't share the screen the right way. That's what
right. I was trying to let you know I want to see your sources.
That's fine. Next time I'll make sure I do it. Go ahead and start.
All right, go ahead, Brother Jabari.
Wait, can I say this to you as well? Let me show something.
We are starting your time over, Jabari.
When you read this piece, you mentioned that part of what they were trying to synchronize is something from the Mahabharata. Are you familiar with the Mahabharata or the Vedic scripts are? You mentioned them in what you said. The Mahabharata and the Vedic scripts are the beginning of the Hindu tradition. Are you saying that Abraham was Hindu? Because that is what you just said. I don't know if you realize, because you struggled with saying the word, so it might mean that you're not familiar with the word. But that is what you just argued. You argued that Abraham is Hindu. That's what you were arguing. Basically, what you were just showing is sources that explain the Indus Valley. And I could welcome a discussion of the Indus Valley and its great civilization. Let me just say to the chat that one of the challenges that we have sometimes is what people do is they look for evidence of civilization and then they compare it to evidence of dynastic Kemet. But there was civilization before dynastic Kemet. So you have to compare apples with apples, oranges with oranges. You can't look at proto-Indus Valley and then dynastic Kemet. You have to look at proto-Indus Valley and proto-Kemet if you're going to make that comparison. And once I use one term, you should know that everything you said in terms of time frames has been extinguished. And I'm going to show it to you in a minute. The term is this, Nabta Playa. Nabta Playa, which is older than all of the of the things that you just mentioned. Okay? So there's some research that you have to do. But I want to also say that with all that you said, I'm not even sure if you need to say that. Because what I asked you in the beginning was where did Abraham go? You said that Abraham, we now understand, is older than Egypt. That's what you said. But your biblical story says that Abraham left Ur of Chaldees and went where? Where did he go? Sanetta, I need you to share this. This is from Bible Hub. Okay? This is from Bible Hub. Sanetta, I need you to share. I need you to share, Sanetta. Sanetta's on the phone. Okay, there we go. All right. So this is from Bible Hub. This is from the text this is your text, right? So I want to say that you have tried to say that Abraham is older than Kemet. How could he be older than Kemet if because there was a famine, he went down into Kemet? So not only have you made some chronological errors and also textual errors, as you mentioned, both the Mahabharata and the Vedas, both Hindu scripts, but now you've also made a biblical error. This is your text. So how in the world could you argue that Abraham is older than Kemet when he goes to Kemet? Let's just say that all of what you just said is, and I mean this with all due respect, dear Queen, irrelevant. Is irrelevant. I want to be also clear that we have to really get the sense that Abraham is not a historical character, and I could read you a large number of biblical scholars. I'm not going to just read you the scholars that take a look at this. I mean, this is all about the patriarchal period, right? Of which Abraham is critical. This is from Canaanites, from Jonathan Tubb, 1998. The Canaanites, known to the writers of biblical texts, can be seen as the same people who settled in farming villages in the 8th millennium BC. This is not in any way to deny the reality nor the importance of external influences on the culture, whether the trade, small-scale infiltration, or aggressive invasion. Let's go a little further down. Subsumed Canaanite identity under other names: Ammonites, Moabites, Israelites, and Phoenicians undoubtedly achieved their own cultural identities, and yet ethnically, they were all Canaanites. So first of all, I want you to understand that biblical scholars are not saying that anyone named Abraham made any journeys, that the tradition of the Hebrew people was in Canaan and stayed in Canaan, that journey of Abraham is mythological. He is a Canaanite. He's not from Ur of Chaldees. By the way, if you say Ur of Chaldees, that's like saying that I live on 125th Street with the native people. It's a great anachronism. You cannot smash those together, and the Bible does that. Let's see. Let's go a little bit further here. Let's not do this yet. Let me show you a little bit more on Abraham.
5 minutes.
Okay, great. Thank you. I want you to really get that when we talk about Abraham, we're not talking about a literal character. We're not talking about someone who actually lived. We're talking about a mythological character. And if we understood that Abraham was not an actual character, we would come to a better understanding of what we're reading. So this is important. Let me read to you. Here we go. Wait, give me 1 second. Here we go. Okay, now this one's about Moses, who I assume we're going to
stop the time or what?
Yeah, you can stop it. Please stop it. Let me just show you some of it. Here we go. I'm going to show you this. Here's a
time is on.
Here's a site, a source that I'll show you, and this is about all of the patriarchs. Okay, now look at this. Most histories of ancient. Oh, you got to share it, Sanetta. Most histories of ancient Israel no longer consider information about the Egyptian sojourn, the Exodus, and the wilderness wanderings recoverable or even relevant to Israel's emergence. Most important is the fact that no clear extra biblical evidence exists for any aspect of the Egyptian sojourn, exodus, or wilderness wanderings. I want you to understand that when we talk about these characters, we are not talking about literal historical people, that they are in fact individuals that were created to describe something that those people thought that they needed to describe, but certainly not something that was literal and historical. And part of the challenge that we have is coming actually from biblical historians. Here goes the rest on Abraham. Let me show you this slide as well. And this is, by the way, these are sources. These are sources, not just what I'm saying to you. Please share this as well, Sonetta. This is on Abraham. This is on Reconstructing the Society of Ancient Israel by Paula M. McNutt in 1999 on page 41. Until the last several decades, historians of ancient Israel have tended to begin their accounts of Israel's history with the so-called ancestral and patriarchal period. And then she gives the dates. Underlying these histories is an assumption that the traditions recorded in the book of Genesis about Abraham and his descendants, those in the remainder of the Pentateuch about Moses and the Exodus of Egypt, and those in Joshua and Judges about the conquest and settlement, preserve some historical evidence of a period preceding the birth of Israel as a nation at the end of the early Iron Age. Now listen to this carefully. But is now generally recognized that there is nothing specific in the Genesis stories that can be definitively related to known history in or around Canaan in the second millennium BCE. And this is where they say something very clearly about Abraham. Abraham is identified as coming from Ur of the Chaldees, but the Babylonians were not known as the Chaldeans until a much later time. So even when we see those two words being used together, it is told, you should understand that those two things are anachronisms. They don't fit together. Ur is a much early name. Chaldea is a much later name. If you say he came from Ur of Chaldees, you can see very clearly that the author did, first of all, he wrote it very much later. And it also means that there's great confusion around its actual meaning.
1 minute.
And so what we are doing here is we are mixing not even apples and oranges. You're mixing SUVs with watermelons. Those two things don't fit together, Queen. I want you to tell us what the earliest Hebrew text is, what the earliest Hebrew fragment is. I'm going to show it to you if you don't. And I also want you to tell us exactly where, and I just showed it to you, but I want you to agree that Abraham goes to quote unquote Egypt in your Bible. So how can you say that he existed before Egypt? This is just a logical problem on your part with your arguments. And I also want you to explain whether you are familiar with the Vedas and familiar with Mahabharata that you introduced in this discussion.
All right, brother, I would like to turn the mic over to Naphtali. Naphtali, you got 10 minutes, sister, and the time will begin when you're ready.
Okay, so he said that about the Indus Valley. Yes, I know that. Yes, can you hear me?
All right, let me start it over.
Yes, let me say something.
Yes,
real quick.
we hear you.
Man, I'm gonna let you jump.
Go ahead.
Okay,
I'm gonna let you
jump right in. The conversation before we came on, the interpretation of Qanath. We are talking about the Bible now. I find that very interesting. We're talking about the Bible now. And the sources that you show, in all due respect, I don't think they're real sources, because I talked about the Moabite stone that we will show that predates all the sources that's written by white men that you showed, right? We can actually show the writings on the Moabite stone, right, of our existence, and all these people names that you mentioned that my brother can read, right? But let's get back to the topic, remember? And I said, don't pull it. I said, Jabari, don't pull it and try to switch it and talk about the Bible. The title of this conference will be Interpretation of Qanath. Because remember, you said, don't say the interpretation of Egypt. And you say we like to use the word Qanath. The interpretation of Qanath, not the interpretation. Whoa. I didn't interrupt. I did interrupt. It's supposed to be the interpretation of.
You said, so. Go ahead.
It's supposed to be the interpretation of Qanath. I'm gonna let Naphtali go, but it's supposed to be an interpretation of Qanath. This is why they wanted to talk to you about that. We really want to talk about the Abrahamic faith, Israelites, King David, Solomon, and so on and so forth. We was talking about the interpretation of Kemet, right? This is where we started out the conversation about the statues and who is Ma'at, existence, the writings, all of that. So I'm gonna let Naphtali go, and Sarnetta's agreeing. Let's Naphtali go, and I would like for you to bring Naphtali.
Now, Qanath, yes, I agree with you. That was the topic, and it still is the topic. But when Naphtali goes there, he got to respond to what she's saying. She's the one that took it there to the Abrahamic and all of that. So he responded to what she said. Go ahead, Jabari, explain.
Yeah, I mean, just very clearly, I haven't introduced anything new about the Christian tradition, the Hebrew tradition. I'm
ready to respond. Everything's fine. I'm okay. Everything's okay.
Responded to what she said, and I just want to say this, Elder Qanath. If you want to go to the Moabite stone, I was going to give you something older.
Is my mic working? Can you hear it now? Is it better?
I want to go to something older than the Moabite stone. So if you want to start with the Moabite stone, that's fine, but it puts you in a weaker position. So just watch.
Please go.
I'm all right, just let her go, Jabari.
I'm fine. What he said is what he just brought out is fine. It's good. Okay.
All right, Naphtali, the 10 minutes to start when you're ready.
I am very aware that I talked about the Indus Valley. I'm very well about the Indus script. You didn't bring anything out. Yes, they were Hindu because guess what? Shem is located. Shem is considered to be that portion of land is considered to be Shem. We can find it in the Book of Jubilees. That's fine. You didn't bring out anything. Okay, you know what? It's a biblical text. They're showcasing that they're fighting Hebrew within the Indus script. You got a problem with that? That you can take it up with the archaeologists that did that discovery. Like I said, Shem is located there. Shem is older than.
All right, hey Naphtali, are you ready? Because I'm gonna start your time when you're ready.
I'm talking. Yeah, go ahead.
All right, go ahead. I just wanted to make sure.
Yes, Shem, he's thinking of Abraham. He says, well, Abraham is older than, no, Shem is older than Egypt. Nobody said Abraham was older than Egypt. We're telling you who he came out of is older. Abraham was 100 years old when he went into the land of Canaan. You said, where did he go when he left out of Ur the Chaldees? He went into the land of Canaan. That's according to scripture. He went into the land of Canaan. After he was in the land of Canaan, then he went into the land of Egypt. So that's to answer that question that you brought up. Like you said, you were talking about, oh, well, what does the Indus Valley have to do with Abraham? It has the fact that Abraham is Shem. Remember, Abraham is a Hebrew. Hebrews come out of Shem. Shem was there. And we got from the Book of Jubilees, which is a scriptural text that showcases that the land of Shem is located in the India region. And we see that we got archaeological evidence that I just showcased. We are seeing Hebrew writings located within India. So I don't know what the cause of concern is. What's so funny? I understand that it's Indian. I'm telling you that the Hindus are considered to be Elamites. Everybody understands that. That's nothing new. Everybody considers the Indians to be Elam. So the fact that you didn't know that, you need to catch up. So like I was saying, and like what you said about the sources, sir, no problem. I can bring out sources, but I was answering his questions. These are not hard questions to answer. Like I said, here it is. Right there. How old was Abraham when he went into Egypt? He was 99 years old. That was something that he asked. There you go. He was 99 years old when he went into Egypt. That has nothing to do. It says, Genesis 11:31 says, Abram left Ur the Chaldees and moved to Canaan. There you have it. You said, where did he leave when he went into the land of Canaan? I mean, where did he go after when he went into the Ur the Chaldees? He went into Canaan. That answered that question. You don't have anything that is like stumping anybody. I hope you see my screen. Are you seeing my screen, guys?
I'm seeing your screen, but I want you to show the source. That's a Google search. Click on the source.
No, these are scriptures. I'm just
Shemai.
She asked the question. I answered the question.
Go ahead now.
No, you're saying these are script. These are just you asked me, where did Abraham go? He went to Genesis 11:31. He went into the Ur the Chaldeans. Okay, that's what you asked. So he didn't go into Egypt after he left out of the land of Ur the Chaldees. That's what you were asking. And then you asked me about what were you saying were the Indians? Are you talking about the Indians being Shemites? Yes, I am saying the Indians are Shemites. Everybody knows the Indians are Elam. That's not up for debate. That's biblical. Anybody who's any Hebrew Israelite will tell you. You can ask these camps. They'll even tell you that they agree that Elam is the Indian. So when I'm talking about Shem right now. I'm not talking about the Hebrews. Shem is older than the Hebrews. Abraham came out of Shem. I hope you understand that. Shem had 4 sons. His sons were Aram, Elam, Asher, and Lud. So yeah. So we're not talking about just Abraham. We're talking about the whole line of Shem. I hope you understand that. And that's when I say that they're older. Nobody's saying that Abraham was 8,000 years old. Nobody's saying that. We're saying that the whole Shemitic line predates Egypt, and Abraham came out of that with the writings and the whole traditions of Shem. I hope people understand it, because you're making a big joke and making a big thing about it, but you're just not understanding. It's not my fault that you don't understand. So let me get you straight on that. So let me get back to sharing my screen the right way. I keep sharing it the wrong way. Let me go back. Let me do that again.
If you need me to stop your time, Naphtali, just tell me stop the time.
Yeah, stop my time, please, because like I said, I'm sharing it the wrong way.
All right, you're at 5:46. Time stop.
Thank you. Let me share my entire screen. I think that'll roll with me. So like I was saying, he said that, here it is. This is from academia. Right
time
there.
is on.
Academia.edu. The origins of Hebrew. From in the script. It's saying here the origin of the Hebrew alphabet from the end of the script. It's from the LMLK seal as a Rosetta Stone for the end of script. Okay, so this is letting you know the origin of the Hebrew alphabet from the end of script. That's what I brought out just a second ago. It says the origin of the Hebrew alphabet from the end of script, the LMLK seal. There it is. So when we keep going, right here, it says the hairpin seal contains several linguistic symbols which have not been properly understood so far. So what they're saying is that they're using this seal here, which is the LMLK seal, which is the seal for Hezekiah, right there. The LMLK seal is the seal for Hezekiah. They're using this as a Rosetta Stone to where is it? Oh, let me see here. Gosh, there it is. Oh, where is it? There it is. They're using this seal as a Rosetta Stone to decipher the end of script. All right. So if they're saying that the end of script is 8,000 years old, how are they using a seal that's supposed to only be what do they say in the seal is 700 BC? How are they using that to do something that's ancient? That's supposed to be more ancient. He's saying that it's a coincidence and all this. No, it's not. It ain't no coincidence. That doesn't work out. It says stark similarities between the Indus Valley and ancient Hebrew script. Okay, that's what they're saying. They're saying the similarities is so sharp that he was forced to believe that both the script and other sister scripts are something like that. For the first time, I felt that we are very near to understanding the roots of the Indus Valley civilization. So when I talk about the Indus Valley, I'm talking about the Shemitic people. I'm not talking about Abraham himself. Let's get that clear. Abraham is not all of Shem. He does not represent all of Shem. But what we need to focus on is the fact that there are stark similarities between the Hebrew script and these Indus Valley script. That's the point that Jabari seems to not understand and is missing. So then he wants to bring up the fact that Israelites are Canaanites. Well, let's get something clear on the Canaanites, sir. I got a table of nations right here. And the table of nations clearly shows you that Shem in the Bible shows you that Shem did not have no son named Canaan. All right. The Canaanites did not come from Shem. The Canaanites came from Ham. And that's something that a lot of people, these scholars are missing. It's the fact that they're trying to put a group of people together that do not belong together. Yes, they intermarried with each other. And when they intermarried with each other, they broke off and took customs and took ways from the Israelites, but they are not the same exact people. In fact, the Canaanites are Caucasians and the Israelites are black. Okay, let's get that right. So here we go. Let's go into this other source that I have. 1 second. Let me share my screen. Let me get to my I bookmarked some things. 1 second, guys.
I'll stop your time. You're at 2:05.
Thank you so much for stopping my time.
Were you saying that 20?
You're talking during my time, sir. This is my time.
Your time has stopped, remember? It stopped. I'm asking a question about time.
So you
is 2:05 left?
No.
I'm
Yes, you got 2:05 left on the time.
I'm getting ready to start my time. So let me go on. So here it is right here. This is from the Wikipedia.
Time resume.
Thank you so much, Senator, so much. So it says the Indus Valley civilization is known as the Harappan civilization, okay? That's the civilization that it was known for. So when we go back to this source here, it's telling you right here, okay? And this is from academia.edu. So this is an educational website. Let's get that straight, okay? All right. So it says the Harappan seal. There you go. So if you guys were concerned or confused about the Indus Valley, there it is, the Harappan civilization right here from Indus Valley civilization. And then we go right back to that seal from the academia.edu. They're letting you know that they're using the Hebrew script as a Rosetta Stone for the Harappan seals, Harappan seals. So this is real, tangible scholarship and evidence that is being utilized, that the Hebrew writings are going back as far as 8,000 years. So that means that the people, the Shemitic people, go back as far as 8,000 years. Okay, let me keep on going. So there's something called a Sinai inscription. Moses and the Sinai inscription. Okay, and this is from JSTOR.org. And they're saying that this was a let's see here. This is an Exodus documented in the Sinai inscriptions. He had said something about, it says the Moses Sinai inscription dates to 1446 BC, the year of the Exodus. The Exodus documented on the Sinai inscriptions, the Hebrew oppressions, Exodus stories as witnessed in the Sinai inscriptions. And this is what they're saying as the Sinai inscriptions right there. So it says the Exodus documented in the ancient inscriptions, a collection of 16 previously untranslated ancient inscriptions laying in museums for hundreds of years, but have now been translated by Dr. Doug Petrovich. The results is one of the most important archaeological discoveries of all times. There are references to 4 Bible characters, including Moses. So that's what they're saying as far as this Moses inscription. And it says that it is documented. Thank you.
All right, Brother Jabari, let's get it in. It's on you, my brother. 10 minutes will begin when you start. If for any reason y'all need me to stop your time, you got to let me know. Stop my time. So that way I can hold your time up. All right, Brother Qanath, you want to say anything before this round start again, brother? Qanath, you don't hear me?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, I think both of them doing a great job. You know,
yes.
Again, Jabari, the sources that she showed, and I'm only going to talk for like 2 minutes or less. Actually, a minute. The sources that she showed, she's showing stones, actual stones. And what I find ironic, I'm looking at the comment board, and you have some wonderful guests in your comment board, wonderful people in your comment board, and they say, well, this source, that source doesn't matter. Well, the brother has books, and we have books also. So everybody's sourcing up somewhat, you know. But that Moabite stone, right, was here before anybody's on this planet right now, right? Anybody on this planet, and it mentioned Yisrael, it mentioned Moses, mentioned all this stuff, you know. But great job, Naphtali, and I hope we could get less laughter and more priesthood scripts out here. So, go ahead, Jabari, you got the floor.
All right, Brother Jabari, your time starts when you're ready.
Okay, Sonetta, give me one moment.
Yes, sir.
Let me just respond to what our dear brother just said quickly, because it doesn't take a lot of time to respond to it. I actually was going to cite, let me show this. Let me show my screen. I was actually going to cite an earlier artifact for the first Hebrew inscriptions. But the funny thing is that I'd be giving him credit. The Moabite stone is younger than the one I was going to show, so I'm not going to even show it. It's younger. He said that the Moabite stone is from before anyone was on the planet. Is that correct? Is that correct? Here goes from Britannica, Moabite stone.
No. I said no. I did not say that.
Wait a minute.
I didn't say that.
Hold up, Qanath. You got to let him finish, and then you can go.
I am speaking.
And then you can respond, Qanath.
So the response, I want you to understand that the Moabite stone is dated to the 8th century BCE. I'm sorry, the 9th century. That's around one. I'm going to give you lots of credit. Somewhere between 1000 BCE and 8000 BCE. The Kemetic dynastic period begins in 3200 BCE. You are citing a source that is over 2,000 years younger. 2,000 years younger. I'm really not sure how we've gotten here. And Queen Naphtali also says she did not.
All right, Jabari, you want to start your time now?
You can start it. Start it now.
All right.
She also said that she didn't say that Abraham was older than Kemet. She did say that. I heard her very clearly. And family, most of you are going to be watching this on replay, not live. I want you to go into the portion when she said it, clip it, and put it next to the point where she said she didn't say it. She did say that. And I want to say very clearly to you that Abraham could not be older than Kemet if when he meets famine, he goes to Kemet. Then she'd like to say that what we're really talking about is the Indian civilization. Are you telling me now that we should expect that the Indian civilization is actually Hebrew? Sonetta. You have to read the title of the article that she's read. The origin of the Hebrew alphabet from in this script. From. I don't even know what else to say. The article says that the Indus script is older than the Hebrew alphabet. You have to read. Your sources impeach you. And you showed very few of them, and now the source impeaches you. How are you how could you put this on the screen? Are you on my side or are you on Qanath's side? Because this source does not say what you say it does. The argument they're making is that the Hebrew alphabet is younger than the Indus script. By the way, you should know, I'm going to do this. I'm going to do this just because I'm feeling nice for you, Qanath. I like you, so I'm going to do something that's going to help you out a little bit. I want you to recognize that we're not talking about the Moabite stone. Most historians now don't say that that's the oldest Hebrew script. They don't say that. Most of what they're saying is that the oldest one, here we go. But you know, this is what I do for a living, so don't feel bad. This is, I'm willing to give you this ostracon. That's what I'm willing to give you. This is older than the Moabite stone. It's still about 1000 BCE. Do you know what it's called? No, neither of you will know what it's called because you don't do scholarship. That's just, I mean, you're using the Bible as a source. It's called the Kerbet Kayafa Ostracon. This is what some scholars are arguing is the oldest representation of written Hebrew. The oldest representation of Hebrew. And I want you to understand that this is around 1000 BCE, or as they're saying here, 3000 years ago. That's the oldest one. It amazes me, Sonetta, that young people, if they believe they're Hebrews, are trying to talk about what the great-great-great-great-great-great-grandfather did. That's what they're doing here. None of the descriptions that you have given are older than ancient Kemet. None of them. None of them. In fact, even when she mentions Indus Valley, I know she doesn't know what Naphtali is. I know she doesn't know what Naphtali is, but the astronomy at Naphtali is much older than that. It is about somewhere around 9,000 years old, almost 10,000 years old. That's where we see that civilization coming up. Naphtali, this is from Astronomy at Naphtali in southern Egypt. It's from the Handbook of Astronomy and Ethnoastronomy, okay? Written by J. McKim McVale. By the way, this is a source. He first put it online in 2014. This is how you do sources. Please don't show me another source that is a Google search, and it's just you're reading from the Google search. Please don't do that. That's not a source. That's a Google search. So look at this. Naphtali can contain the oldest human-made features with astronomical alignments in Egypt. The late terminal Neolithic, 7500 to 5400 BP. Nomadic pastoralists built a ceremonial center on the western shore of Naphtali. We're talking about something that's 9,000 years old.
5 minutes.
That's what we're talking about. So even if you want to say that the Hebrews are Indians, which is what she just said, that the Hebrews should be represented in the Mahabharata, which is also what she said. I know she's never read the word Mahabharata, so she didn't know what she was saying. Even if she wants to say, she even mentioned Vedic scripts. Do you know what the Vedic script is? Vedic script, we're talking about the early Hindu civilization. Are you saying that the Hebrews had their origin in the Hebrew, in the Hindu tradition? Do you understand how convoluted what you just said is? It's very sad that I'm sure you don't understand how convoluted it was. This is a problem. We have to get better at understanding how to do historical analysis. And that is what we're not seeing, Sonnetter, here. Please don't show me a Google search and then read from the Google search. Show me the source. Show me the source. And then when you read the source, don't have your own source impeach you, which is what you did. How do you read a source that shows that you're wrong and then not even realize that you're wrong? Really? Is that what we're doing tonight? Is that what we're doing tonight? So, family, according to what our sister said, you should understand that the Hebrews are in fact Hindus.
Time. I paused the time. Family, let's show some respect and turn them cameras on. Jabari is not turning off his camera when y'all speak. He's watching. So let's get them cameras on, sis. There we go. All right, go ahead, Jabari.
I'm sorry, I didn't realize my camera was off. I do apologize.
You got 3 minutes and 23 seconds left, Jabari.
Thank you. Okay.
You got 3 minutes and 23 seconds left, Jabari. Go ahead.
He also says that Shem is older than Kemet. That Shem is older than Kemet. Queen, when you come before the Sonnetter TV studio audience, you can't just say it, you have to prove it. You can't just show a biblical narrative, a biblical story, by the way, which says that the world is 8,000 years old. You have to prove it. How is Shem older than Kemet? Prove it. And then say, Hebrews know that. Really? Well, you're not speaking to a Hebrew. You're not speaking to a Hebrew. Prove it. That we have a lot of challenges here. A lot of challenges here. I also heard you mention that at one point, Elder Qanath said that the Kemetic tradition is in dead language. I hope you bring that up again, because I have some stuff for you. You're gonna enjoy the whooping that you're gonna get on that one. Please bring it up again. I'm begging you to bring that up again. I am begging you to show us what you're going to say so that you can catch the whooping that you deserve for the foolishness that you just said. And I also want to say this. You know, when we get confused, you know, and we really are at the point where it's really unclear about what we're doing, I want to say we have to actually ground ourselves in history. We have to ground ourselves in history. I'm looking at a sister named Naphtali, and that is a male name. I'm confused. I think you need to explain even your name to us. I'm confused by that. I really hope that you begin to talk more about Qanath, because it seems like you're not really versed in the biblical narrative. Maybe you'll do better in Qanath. I doubt it. But it would be really helpful for us to be able to hear something that fits the historical narrative. That I don't want you to just tell us that the Indus Valley civilization is older. You have to show us that. I don't want you to tell us that Shem is older. You have to show us that. I don't want you to show me Google searches and say those are sources. You have to show us the source. And then I don't want you to read a source that says the opposite of what you are saying. You have to actually read the source. The source very clearly says that they are arguing that Hebrew comes from the Indus Valley script.
1 minute, 1 minute.
Script comes from Hebrew. That's not what that says. And so I think that what we have to do, Sonetta, is we have to get to the point where we have people take history classes again, not just read the Bible. The Bible is not a history book. You have to take some history classes again. I'm begging you, Elder Qanath, to put some history classes in your institution. Because all I have heard is that Abraham or Noah or whoever is now Hindu. Amazing, because don't you also call them pagans? Don't you also say that that is not a tradition that is worth its merit? Are you saying that your early patriarchs are going to hell because they were Hindu? I'd like you to prove all of what you said. Show me sources.
All right, we're going into the last and final round with Naphtali. Qanath, you want to respond to anything before she go, or what?
Yeah, sure. About 60 seconds. I was really impressed with all ad hominems and no scholarship. In all respect, because I actually wrote down every ad hominem in the time. Like, she never read this, right? 1 hour, 26 seconds, right? Foolishness, we're talking 1 hour, 29 minutes, right? What's that? We need to study history classes, 1 hour and 30 minutes, right? You got a mail 31 minutes, right? 1 hour and 1 hour and 32 minutes, right? It was something I spelled it wrong. It was a lot of ad hominems and a lot of attacks, and we're used to that. But again, so let me open up with this part of here. Interpretation of Qanath. And now the Bible's on trial again. That's what I call somebody trying to jump out the window, right? Because they know they're getting their butt whipped. Okay, that's what's happening right now. So I'm gonna let Naphtali, before we let Oracle in, finish you off, right? But I do appreciate what you're saying. You know, some of the stuff you said makes no sense, but I do appreciate it. And a lot of what you said do make sense too. So take it how you want to take it. But I do got love for you. But all the ad hominems, I appreciate that too. Naphtali. I know
all
you
right,
want to say
Naphtali,
something.
the time will start when you start. You got 10 minutes in this last and final round. And then we got another sister that will be coming in that's going to take it up a step higher, I'm hoping, and the Oracle. So Qanath is bringing out his female scholars, and I think it's a bad time to do that, especially on Mother's Day, Qanath. So without any further ado, Naphtali, you got 10 minutes in this round.
It's so unfortunate that he had to go to name calling, talking about my name. My name means to wrestle. That's why I have that name, because that's what I do. So the first thing he brought out was the fact that he said, so now she's saying that Abraham, or the man is confused. He doesn't understand origins. He doesn't understand the Bible. I showed several sources, academia.edu. I showcased a lot of sources. So let me get back to what I'm talking about here, because he's confused. The man is clearly confused, and he's trying to confuse the audience. So let me get the audience back on track here. So let me share my screen, and let's get back on track. Okay. So let me undo the damage that this man was trying to cause, because he was trying to do some damage.
All right, real quick, Naphtali, I'm gonna start your time all over. I want to throw you an alley-oop, and I want to really come in and try to help you, because it is Mother's Day. Now, if you continue to go down the road to defend the Bible, Jabari's response is going to be about the Bible. But if you attack him, the topic is dealing with the Kemetic concept of the Most High or something like that, and put him on the goddamn bicycle and let him pedal, you probably get his response. But if you go down the path of the Bible, he's going to respond in the Bible. You understand what I'm saying? So I'm just throwing you an alley-oop here in your last round.
Correctly. He keeps saying, you're saying that he's not understanding my argument. The things, and this is not this.
But that's probably a way to get you. See, Jabari's a skilled debater. He's probably doing this so you can stay where you at.
No, because he's lying, and that's the thing that's not respected. Hold on, don't start my time.
Let her go,
conversation.
All right, I'm gonna let her go.
The thing is that he's lying, and he's trying to be manipulative, because he's trying to make, like, when I showcase that Shem, he's trying to say, oh, the Indians. Yes, the Indian people can be Shemitic. What's wrong with that? And he's trying to say that Abraham, she's trying to say that Abraham is younger than Shem. Abraham came out of Shem. Abraham is a Shemitic person. So I don't get what your argument is. So if you're saying that the Indian people's writings is Hebrew, yes. What's so funny about that? I don't understand what's so funny about that when the Indian people are Shemitic. They are the Elamites. I don't know. Abraham was taught from Shem. He came from Shem. He's in the line of Shem. I don't know why that's funny.
All right, I'm gonna start your time, Naphtali. All right, your time starts.
What I'm saying is, I just want to know, can I ask them the question right now?
Yes, go ahead. Ask the question before your time starts.
What is
no. We're gonna do questions after your time, after you and Jabari.
No, because I need to understand what I'm talking to you, Sinetta. What is missing from the fact that Shem came out of the Indus Valley? And
all right, go ahead. You can ask Jabari the question. Go ahead. I ain't gonna start your time. Go ahead.
No, because I'm asking to Jabari, what is the problem with me showcasing the Shemitic language, which is Hebrew, found in the Indus Valley, which is older than Egypt? Why did it take 20 minutes for us to get through that?
First of all, Queen,
yes.
Valley is the Indus Valley is not older than Kemet. That's why
I just proved that.
Wait,
we
no,
just showed the source. Yes, I did. I showed the source.
Queen, if you ask me a question, you got to let me answer.
Okay, go ahead.
Respectfully. When I show you Nabta, look at the dating in your source and look in the dating for Nabta, and you'll see that one is older. Okay. The second thing that look at the dating in your source, and then look at the dating for Nabta. You've never heard of Nabta, I know.
No, I know what Nabta is. What I'm saying is,
what year?
Showcase it. Okay, slow down.
And then the other. Wait. Let me answer. Let me answer this very quickly. And then also, you said that Shem comes out of the Indus Valley. Now I know you're saying that. You have to prove that. You can't just say it. You have to.
We see the writings there. We see the Hebrew writings.
No, and the source that you said does not say that Hebrew is in the Indus Valley. It says
they say their sister languages.
That's not what it says.
They're using it to decipher. They're utilizing the Hebrew writings to decipher the Indus script.
Queen. They are the source that you show says that the Hebrew script is actually is based on the Indus Valley writing.
Yes, what's wrong with that? Yes,
but that's not the same. That's not the same. That's almost like you arguing that you are your grandmother's mother.
No, what they're showing is that
what you're saying.
Listen, this is what you're missing. This is what you're missing, Jabari. This is where
Go ahead. Tell me what I'm missing.
Abraham came out of Shem. Shem is older than Abraham. So yes, his script, the Hebrew script, is the Shemitic script. So yes, it should predate it. Well, don't you understand? They're the same people. He did not. Only difference, it came out of that. So if the in the script is the Hebrew script, it's the same script, and those people are and they're saying that they're the Elamites. What is the problem?
What you are saying, first of all, your source does not say what you are saying. Your source says that the Hebrew script comes out of the Indus script, not that the Indus script comes out of the Hebrew script.
I don't need it to say that. I don't need it to say that because the Indus script. No, I don't. Why do I need it to say that? Please explain.
Because if you're trying to say that the Hebrew tradition is older than the Kemetic tradition, you have to show that the Hebrew tradition is older than the Kemetic tradition.
And then let's be clear. I'm showing that the Shemitic people are older, Jabari.
That is not what your source gives a date. Can you find the date in your source, and then I'll show you the date? What's the date?
Let me show you my source again, and we can start my time. So let me show you my source. Let me show you my 1 second. Let me pull it up.
Okay.
Let me pull it up, Sinetta, real quick.
Okay.
Because I read from it, and they told you that the stone was hold on, let me see, where is it? Oh. Because you're trying to here's a source to showcase how the Elamites look. They were dark-skinned people. They were Shemitic, and here's another source right here.
You have to show. You have to show it.
I did. You can't see my screen?
No. I'm asking Sonetta to show it. It has to be put on the screen.
Oh, okay.
Sonetta might have stepped away. Sonetta?
Well. Let's do this. Let's do this because I don't want the back and forth. Okay, there you go. He's there. He's ready.
Yeah. I'm here.
Okay. Could you please show it?
Yes, you like to share the screen. Thank you. And when she do that, can you just let her speak? I don't know if she wants to start her time, Jabari, to speak.
I didn't interrupt her. I was trying to help.
Great.
You're not helping because you're just trying to cause confusion.
No, I was saying that was good. You answered the was answering.
You said that you were showing a slide. I asked Sonetta to put the slide so we could see it. That was helping.
Hold on, this is not it. I got to pull the image back up. There it is. So it says here that the scripture shows Elamites were, so here's the image of what they say the ancient Elamites were dark skinned. This is the image right here to showcase the ancient Elamites were dark skinned people, our people. Okay, this is actually showing that. So I want to go to this source here, right here. And it's called the arfjournals.com. And it says possible origins of Abrahamic and Hindu religions in the Indus Valley. Okay. And this is in the Journal of Archaeological Studies in India. I guess they made that up. So it says here, possible origins of Abrahamic and Hindu religions in the Indus Valley. Journal of Archaeological Studies in India. So this is from the Journal of Archaeological Studies in India. And they're letting us know that there's possible origins of Abrahamic and Hindu religions in the Indus Valley. So I just showcased a source there that showcased that Abrahamic and it's located in the Indus Valley. Okay, so I don't know what else you need. I showcased how the Elamites looked on the walls. They were dark-skinned people with kinky hair. Okay, and then I showcased here from this script. I mean, it says the stark similarities between Indus Valley and ancient Hebrew script. Okay, so that was one source. Okay, that's another source. And then hold on. Can you stop my time real quick, Senator? Because I'm trying to showcase some more sources, and I think I'm gonna have to go in and look for them.
Oh shit! I didn't even start the time yet. What is you talking about? Because remember, y'all said y'all was talking with each other. Remember?
Okay, but that's even better. No fights here. Okay. So
yeah, I kept on trying to get it clear.
No fights with you because you got free time.
Hey,
no, but Jabari, you can speak too with her. That's what I'm saying.
Jabari keeps having me go back to something that I've already shown. I've already proved everything that he's been asking.
No.
That's why I don't get. I just showed you.
All right, hold up. Time out. Everybody. Naphtali, what you're supposed to be doing right now is showing the stone right there. Yeah, right there. Where it's older than the one Jabari showed.
I'm trying to pull it up.
All right, go ahead. There she go. Go ahead. Pull it up, and then we're going to start your time after you finish.
I just want to start back from where I was.
And then after we start our time, we're gonna let Oracle. After we start our time, we're gonna let Oracle in.
Yes.
Okay, so let's start it from here.
Sorry, sis.
All right, you ready to start your time?
Let's start.
All right, let's go.
I'm getting ready to hurry up. The Journal of Archaeological Studies in India says it's possible origins of Abrahamic and Hindu religions in the Indus Valley. That's from the Journal of Archaeological Studies in India. Okay, if that doesn't help you, I don't know what else will. There is something called the LMLK seal is being utilized as a Rosetta Stone for the Indus script. So we just showed you that there's possible archaeology that the Hebrews, Abraham was there, and here we have this seal that they're utilizing to the writings from the Hebrews are being deciphered. I mean, it's being utilized to decipher the writings that are found in the Indus Valley. There's another source for you, and this is from academia.edu. Okay, then they're saying that there are stark similarities between the Indus Valley and the ancient Hebrew scripts. So I don't know how much more evidence does Jabari need. If you don't want to believe that, then you're just in denial. I mean, because right here it says it's possible origins, and this is from the Archaeological Studies of India. Why do they have to lie? Okay, so let me keep going because I don't want to, because I keep going back and forth to the same information. Okay, so here it is right here. I'm trying to let him know that Abraham came out of Shem. Shem is older. This is something I want to show. These are the generations of Shem. So Shem had all these children. Abraham came out of Eber. Okay, so that's right there. We see Eber. Salah lived 30 years and he begot Eber. So we're trying to showcase that Shem is where Elam is located, and that he's the progenitor of the Hebrews, where we saw here that there's possible origins of Abrahamic and Hindu religions in the Indus Valley. There's your source. Okay, now there's the seal that they're using to decipher the scripts that's found in the Indus Valley, where they say Abraham has possible origin found there. Okay, so I don't know. Again, if you don't want to believe it, that's up to you. But I just showcased evidence. Let me find something else I had. I gotta find it. Just a second. Stop my time 1 second, Sinetta. 1 second.
Your time stops. You got 7:48 minutes. Seconds.
Because I'm about to pass it over, but I'm just trying to put to bed what he's saying. Because he keeps saying that I haven't showcased Abraham in the Indus Valley, and I know I did. I just showed it. You know what I'm saying? But folks don't want to believe it. That's not my problem. Hold on, here it is. There it is. Boom. So he said, okay, you can start my time, Sinetta.
Time resume.
He said, don't showcase a Google search for how old the Indus Valley is. I went and actually went inside of this. It's called the Indian Times. Okay. It says the Indus era is 8,000 years old and not 5,500. Okay. So right here, this is telling you they're quoting the source, which is the scientists from the Archaeological Survey of India, have uncovered evidence. So they're telling us they uncovered evidence of the Indus Valley is at least 8,000 years old and not 5,500 years old. Okay. And then they told us how they got to that. They said we have recovered perhaps the oldest pottery from the civilization. And they used a technique called optically stimulated luminescence to date the pottery shards. So there's your source for that. So not only did I showcase again that Hebrew alphabet was utilized to decipher the Indus script, I also showed you from the Archaeological Journal of Archaeological Studies in India that there is possible origins of Abrahamic and Hindu religions in the Indus Valley. I just showed you that. So I don't know what else that you would need. Okay, now you can pass it off to if you're just in denial, if you don't want to believe it. I use tangible sources, real evidence. This is from academia.edu. This is from the Journal of Archaeological Studies in India. And and I use the Times, I use the actual web, their newspaper. And newspaper should stand for something, because if not, they would have to retract that. Okay, so go ahead and let Oracle come in. But I just cleaned up all the mess that he tried to make. This showcase right here on my screen that there's origins of Abrahamic and Hindu religions in the Indus Valley from the Journal of Archaeological Studies in India. Thank you. Have a great day.
All right, Brother Jabari, your
Also,
response, and then we got to bring in.
I still got time for Oracle.
Oh, so you giving Oracle the rest of your time?
I'm not giving it to Jabari.
All right, so you got she got 5 minutes and 36 seconds to continue. But I thought I would assume you would give Oracle her own time where she could go in with her own.
I thought that I was taking up her time.
No, this your time, Naphtali.
Oh, okay. Well, let me keep going.
Qanath, she got 5 minutes left in her round.
Check out.
This is Naphtali time.
Naphtali. Go ahead. Stop our time. Reclaim that.
Yeah, she's still at 5 minutes and 36 seconds. She got 5 minutes, 36 seconds left.
Okay,
and
so
Oracle, when the 5 minutes up, go ahead and call.
No, not yet, because Jabari got to respond, and then she called. Right after Jabari responds.
Okay.
Go ahead, Naphtali.
So again, it says here from academia, it's not my fault that Jabari's at the end of now. It says the origin of Hebrew alphabet found in the end of script. The origins of Hebrew alphabet found in the end of script. There it is. Origins of Hebrew alphabet found in the end of script. Boom. Possible origins of Hindu religion.
Naphtali, what date is that on? What data says it on that source?
On this source from academia?
Yeah, what date?
Don't worry. Don't.
What date of the source? This is from academia.edu though.
All right, go ahead. I stopped your time, but go ahead.
Yeah, because the thing is that this is the source that they're showcasing that there's origins of Hebrew alphabet. Now you want to look at this one is from let me see here. Here we go. This here is from 2021. Okay. This here is from the Journal of Archaeological Studies in India 2021, pages 95 to 122. It's telling you that there's origins of Abrahamic.
I pause your time, Naphtali. That's not the date that we're talking about. We're talking about the older. How old is it? That's what we're saying. That way you can make the comparison on which one is older.
Y'all missing it because I just went. I don't mind going through it again.
I stopped your time, so you won't.
I think some stuff is. I keep going back. Let me show it again. I think it's going over people's heads what I'm saying. So let me show it again. I gotta.
Don't start a time because you're making her re-show it. So don't start a time.
All right.
I showed this already.
Yeah, I didn't start her time yet.
This is for everybody that wants to see it.
Okay.
This is from the Times of India. It says scientists from the Itkhagurpur and Archaeological Survey of India, the ASI, have uncovered evidence that the Indus Valley civilization is at least 8,000 years old. 8,000 years old. 8,000 years old and not 5,500 years old, taking root well before Egyptian. So it says it's 8,000 years old, not 5,500 years old, taking root well before the Egyptian. And Mesopotamia. I'm going to say it one more time. Scientists have uncovered evidence of the Indus Valley civilization is at least 8,000 years old and not 5,500 years old, taking root well before the Egyptian 7,000 BC to 3,000 BC in Mesopotamia. What's more, the researchers have found evidence of pre-Harappan civilization that existed for at least 1,000 years before this. This discovery was published.
Okay, Naphtali, you could go back to where you was at. I'm gonna start your time back. That way you won't lose your time.
Hold on. Before we move on, does everybody understand that I'm saying, and I pulled up this source. This is from the Indian Times, that right here is telling us that the Indus Valley is 8,000 years old. Are you getting that from this source, Senator?
Yes, I see what you're saying.
Thank you so much.
I see what you're showing.
Now, I'm also showing here from the Journal of Archaeological Studies in India that there is possible origins of Abrahamic and Hindu religions in the Indus Valley. So remember, Jabari's making all this noise, talking all that smack about, well, where is Abraham? Where is Abraham? Are you trying to say that the Hindus are this? Are you trying to say the Hindus are that? No, the Journal of Archaeological Studies in India are saying that Abrahamic is found in the Indus Valley.
All right, go ahead. You can catch back up to speed, and then I'm gonna start your time.
Yeah, because the fact is that's what I was saying at the beginning. See, Jabari was trying to act like I wasn't showing this. I showed these same sources. I haven't showed anything new since I've been this whole 15 minutes. I've just been showing the same stuff, but he keeps going back and reverting back as if I haven't shown this. And I'm using tangible sources. He keeps saying I'm Googling stuff. This is from the journal. This is being manipulative. This is being very vindictive. And
All right, your time starts, Naphtali. You had 4 minutes and 54 seconds.
He's utilizing these tactics because he know I'm getting up on that. And he mad because the Journal of Archaeological Studies just shows you that the Abrahamic is found in the Indus Valley. He mad. He mad that the origins of the Hebrew alphabet from the Indus script is found in the Indus Valley. He mad that the stark similarities between the Indus Valley and the ancient Hebrew script is found in the Indus Valley. He mad. He mad. It's not my fault. It's not my fault. It's not my fault that this is lining up to what I said it was lining up to. And these are the Elamites, okay? They're black, these people here, okay? These are Negroes, all right? So I don't know. Well, he's telling us this is religion. There is no real archaeological. Well, the archaeological studies of India says so. I guess you're not, but what he gonna come out and say is he doesn't respect them. Or maybe because it ain't you know what I'm saying? I made it up or something. You know what I'm saying? That's what he gonna probably come out and say because I don't know what else you need. I've been very thorough. I'm a very thorough. You telling us you're not using no real scholarship. Okay, if I'm not using real scholarship, then what the heck is the Journal of Archaeological Studies in India is? Okay, I don't want to be redundant. I don't want to keep going back and forth on that. So let me move on to something else. So let me. I got something else bookmarked here. All right, here we go. So I wanted to ask Jabari.
Stop
This is what
for time while she's doing that, Saul.
All right, she had 3 minutes and 16 seconds.
Saul, stop her
So
time while she's.
Jabari, the whole point of me doing this was to prove that that Abrahamic religion is about 8,000 years old. I did that tonight. So what you got to prove to me is where did the Egyptians, what is their origin story? How did they get on how was life created? How was human beings created? Okay. You say, I want to know how did space, how did time, how did matter, how was it brought onto, how did we come up on this earth? How do they explain it? What is the origin story?
Right.
Because we know that the Bible provides us with the origin stories, the creation of man. But I would love to hear you explain to us how did the creation of man come about in form of what the ancient Kemites had said. That's what I want to know. Okay, that's what we need to know, and that's what I want to end with. And thank you so much for giving me that time.
All right, Jabari, are you ready? Take a deep breath, brother. Are you ready, Jabari?
Sonetta, you have to know that if you're going to swim with me, I'm going to read what you read, and I'm going to show that what you read does not say what you read. And I think that's what Queen Naphtali is not hearing. What she's reading does not say what she says it does. So let me
start this time.
I know.
Yes, I'm starting this time, Qanath.
I know very well that this is actually Mother's Day, right? And Mother's Day actually is in an hour and a half. So I hope that you won't hold this against me. But I want you to see exactly what she's saying and why what she's saying is wrong. So let's do this. Sonetta, please share my screen. This is the article she showed. The Indus era is 8,000 years old, not 5,500 years old, ended because of weaker monsoon. Now, just to clarify, because I think that she's not understanding the time frames. By the way, Elder Qanath, where are you? So as we look at this, I want you to recognize that if it's 8,000 years old, they are saying that it starts at around 6,000 BCE. Okay, let me just do it slowly so she can understand why I'm disagreeing with her. Because 8,000 years old means that it starts at 6,000 BCE, because we are now past 2,000 CE. Okay, Naphtali is acting like I'm saying something crazy. That's just how time works. so I mean, I haven't said anything yet. The dagger didn't even drop yet, and she's shaking her head. The dagger's coming though. So first of all, I want you to understand this is the Times of India. This is like quoting the New York Post. That's what this is like. Right? But let's go with what she's saying, because I want you to understand that what I'm saying to her is something that she has to now understand. Once I said the term Naphtali, you should have stopped citing this. So this is actually from Holocene Settlement of the Egyptian Sahara, Volume 1, The Archaeology of Naphtali. And I want you to read this one piece here that is highlighted. It is obvious that this area was not always a lifeless desert. Fauna and plant remains found in excavations at Holocene age settlements dated between 9,500 and 5,000 radiocarbon years ago. So if you say that a site was 8,000 years old, they're saying this is 9,500 years old. That's the first dagger. This is why I'm trying to tell you, you have to take a history class. That's not an ad hominem. And I don't know why Elder Qanath's face is screwed up, because this is what I'm trying to tell you. This is a real source. This is from an academic journal, not from the New York Post of India. But even the New York Post of India doesn't help you here. Naphtali is at least 1,500 years older. Once I said Naphtali, you should have just closed up your bag and went home. But you don't know what Naphtali is. You got to read what I read to debate with me, because I'm going to read what you read. That's the first part. Let's go further. Here's the other article. By the way, Sonetta, our queen thinks that reading the title of an article is scholarship. She didn't read anything in the article. She just read the title of the article. That is not scholarship. You have to read the article, not the title of the article. She says, look, it says possible origins of Abrahamic and Hindu religion in the Indus Valley. An exploration. She always doesn't say that. An exploration, which means they're not saying it happened. They're saying, let's explore it. So even the title impeaches you. Do you know what I mean when I say that? It doesn't say what you're saying. It does not say what you're saying. Let me show you. I read the article. I read the article. You did not read your own article. I read your article. This is scholarship. The conventional understanding of the Hindu religion. You are saying that the Shemites were Hindu. Does your Bible say the Shemites were Hindu? Does your Bible say that Abraham was a Hindu? Okay. Is that the narratives from Swayambhu, Manu, and Krishna were located on the pan-Indian subcontinent? It is proposed that one stream of people migrated westward to Palestine, while another stream migrated eastward to the Ganges basin at the time of the collapse of the Indus Valley civilization. By the way, do you see what date they're giving? 1500 BCE. When was Kemet unified? Not even Proto-Kemet. I'm talking about dynastic Kemet, 3200 BCE. This is nearly 2,000 years younger. Read the dates in the article that you are suggesting. Your source impeaches you. Your source impeaches you. You have to read the article. Don't put up an article you haven't read. Jabari's gonna read it. Have you not looked at me on Sonetta TV? Have you not looked at me? Okay, let's continue. Thus, we hypothesize a common heritage of the two traditions. Needless to say, archaeological evidence, read this piece carefully, needless to say, archaeological evidence may not be expected to provide unequivocal evidence for the living or of a particular person at any particular time and place. In other words, they cannot find any person referenced in the Bible in this evidence. They are saying the opposite of what you have said. The opposite. Your article impeaches you. I'm not even showing my sources anymore. I'm showing your sources. That's why we keep going into this, because your sources are not saying what you're saying they say. You can't just read the title, Queen. This is Sound Edit TV Studios. Source up. Let's read. Archaeology only examines whether the necessary condition for the plausibility of such a hypothesis is satisfied. It does not fulfill the sufficient proof to prove such a hypothesis. Perhaps such will never be proven. We have to work with plausibility rather than proof. What does that mean? They're saying they have no proof of what you are saying the article proves. That's what this says. Queen, you have to read the article. You can't just read the title. Elder Qanath, why did you put her in this situation? This ain't even right that you dropped her into this. It's not even right. This is wrong that you did this to her. And I want to once again show that this site is saying the origin of the Hebrew alphabet from Indus script. From Indus script. You keep showing it. It's saying that the Hebrew alphabet comes from the Indus script. And the article you say says that the Indus civilization was 1500 BCE. There were literally hundreds of Kemetic texts before this. Hundreds. And we actually see that Naphtali shows high civilization. High civilization. And they're giving a date that I don't even agree with, and it's still older than the one you're citing. Your sources impeach you. That's why we keep going back to it, because it's almost like you don't understand what you're reading. Now I've done it like archaeology for dummies. I'm not saying you're a dummy. Please don't think that's what I just said. I'm saying that I've done it in a very, very pedantic manner. So you can see why I'm saying your source is not a good source, and why your source does not say what you say it does. And I have to keep saying to you, saying that the Hindu people are Shem, you have to prove that. You can't just say that because the Bible says it.
1 minute, 30 seconds.
That stuff was written much later. That was written much later. You can't do that. You have to prove it. And then we're even going to the idea, you said, why am I talking about Abraham? I'm talking about Shem. Abraham is the father of the traditions of Judaism, Christianity, and Hebrew. That's why they're called the Abrahamic traditions. I didn't make that term up. So you have to show me how Abraham, the father of your tradition, is older than Kemet. That's what you initiated. You said in the beginning. Folks will go back and show you doing that. Family, I want you to clip where she said Abraham was older than Kemet, and then clip where she said she didn't mention Abraham. I want you to clip that, because this is time for us to do scholarship. I wish this was a better conversation.
Come on, Qanath, get them cameras on. Let's call the sister. Get the sister in here.
Because
call her, Qanath. Call her.
Now we're not even saying Abraham came from Ur of Chaldea. Now the sister's saying Abraham must have come from India. From where? And then she's also said that the Hebrew, we found Hebrew in India. None of your sources say that. You are saying that. Your sources are saying that the Hebrew script comes from the Indus River script. And I don't even agree with that. But the sources you're showing don't say what you're saying. And they've also given you a date that is younger than Kemet. So what I want you to understand is you have to go and understand the history. Once you mentioned Mahabharata and the Vedas, you should have known that you were in trouble. But you couldn't say them, so I know you didn't know what they were.
All right, man. We're going to open up these lines. Not yet, but we have another sister that's coming in. We have another sister that's coming in, and I think I'm a.
Hold on, I thought we were going to have questions.
Can I say something real quick, Sonia?
Yeah, we're going to have that, but I want to get off.
Yeah, let me see.
No, hold on, y'all. We're going to have question and answers, but I want to get Sister Oracle in. She's a little tired, and I want to get her in here to ask her questions. And you still here, Naphtali. So we're
I
gonna
know, but he just said, I gotta clean up what he just said because a lot of stuff that he's bringing up and he's talking about my sources as if
No, because if you go, then he's gonna have to go again. That's how it's gonna have to be, and we don't want to keep doing that.
You'll
We
be able
got
to get that
Sister
in.
Oracle in the
You'll be
building.
able to get that.
No, go ahead, let Oracle.
You'll be able to
go
get
ahead.
that in. Hey, let me.
Yeah, you'll be able to get it in, Naphtali.
So
Yeah, bring her on, Qanath.
Let me respond like we on 60 seconds, whatever. Okay, I just told her to call, so listen out for your phone.
She's already in the building.
Again,
She's in the building, brother.
Interpretation of Qanath. Okay, my bad. Real quick, Naphtali asked the question of
my question, yeah.
Naphtali asked the question of creation. Never answered it. Answer the question of creation. Like she said, our Bible tells us the story of creation. Never said it. But I do like some of the stuff you said. I was listening, but that's easy cut. But go ahead, Oracle. And I know you're tired. You've been
Bring her on, Qanath. Introduce her, man. Come on.
I thought she called you. She not on the line?
Yeah, she's on the line, but she can also hear you. So introduce her. Bring her on.
Describe her as
okay. Yeah. This is my sister, Oracle. This is my sister, Oracle. Oracle, go ahead. This is my sister, Oracle from F.O.P.E. She's a scholar in her, in her own right. So she's going to ask a few questions to our brother Jabari. We kind of talked about this in the back chat. I'm actually on the phone earlier today, and so she has a few questions she'd like to ask brother Jabari. And by the way, I think this is the type of discussion that's good. That's good.
All right, Sister Oracle, you on the line, sis?
That's fine.
Yes, I'm here. Peace to you, Sonetta.
Peace.
Y'all
Peace
can
to
hear
you,
me
Queen.
well?
We hear you.
Y'all can hear me?
Yes, we hear you good.
Yes, loud
okay,
and clear.
Y'all hear
loud and clear.
traffic. Okay, peace to you, Qanath. Peace to Brother Jabari. Shalom to Elder and Naphtali. I don't know where to begin. I don't know how the subject. I'm gonna have to go back and watch the recording.
Now you can start your own argument. You ain't got to base it off of what Naphtali came in with her discussion, so you can have your own discussion. It ain't got to be based off of what she said.
Okay, but I noticed that the title was different. It says the Commission, I guess, understanding of the Most High.
Yes,
is that what the
understanding the
about?
Kemetic concept of the Most High. Yes, that's what I titled it. Understanding the Kemetic concept, because remember that's what we was talking about on the phone. So we came up with that title.
Okay, I was more so along the interpretation of Kemet. I'm sorry, of Kemet and how you guys interpret it, and that my thing isn't their gods, like how they understand the Most High. So
okay, take it.
If
take
y'all
it
want
to
to talk about that,
take it to where you want to go. No, we're gonna go where you want to go. We're following your lead. It's on you.
Okay, well, Brother Jabari.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. Well, let's start like this. What is your interpretation? You said it was broad, but what is your, being a priest, what is your interpretation of Kemet?
What's my Kemet is a nation. What do you mean? What's my you want me to interpret an entire nation?
As it is related to you and what you do.
As it's related.
How you interpret what you do.
What is my interpretation?
Priest, right?
Sure, I am.
All right, hold on for a minute.
You're a priest.
Hold on for 1 minute, because Qanath didn't bring her on right, and we don't know what she is. So, sister, what is your faith? What is your belief? What do you practice? So we'll know who we're talking to.
I just read history.
Oh, so you're just a historian.
I just read history. I'm too young to be a historian. I wouldn't say a historian.
Are you a Hebrew Israelite?
I read history.
Are you a Hebrew Israelite?
That's not what I'm here for, sir.
No, I'm just asking you so we can find out who we're talking to. You know,
I am the Oracle. And I read history.
Okay.
That's it.
That's not telling us anything about yourself so we can know how to address you. That's all we're saying.
No, I'm just
Well,
asking. This was supposed to be a discussion. I didn't know this was supposed to be a debate. This was supposed to be us asking Jabari about Kemet.
I think he's trying. He's looking for an introduction of who you are. When folks come on to the platform, usually there's an introduction so we know who we're talking to. That's what he's asking.
Well, let me introduce my sister again. Hold on, Oracle. Let me introduce my sister again. She's a member of F.O.P.E. She believes in the Bible, and she studied many topics dealing with Kemet, dealing with the Bible, in history, in many different topics. So this is not. We had a conversation before, so that's all that she believes in the Bible. And she, studied.
Well, Sister Oracle, you got to be proud of that. You know, you got to make the Most High proud. Say it with authority, you know, sister. Let the Most High know that you are standing on the shoulders of the Most High. That's all we saying.
This wasn't about me.
That's not the plan.
This isn't about me.
Okay, all right, go ahead, Oracle. You got the floor.
Okay, what we talked about was the overall interpretation of Egypt to the world. And how people interpret Egypt had to come from somewhere. So that's what I'm asking. How did we get the interpretation that we have now to where Jabari, with his illustrious background, being a priest, studying in a culture, I think he said 20 or 30 years, performing various ceremonies, burial rites, rituals, everything. That's what I want to know. That if he can understand what I'm asking. How did we get?
I'll try to answer it.
Okay.
It's a really broad question, so it's hard to answer. But I'm going to try to answer it, and let's see if this is what you're trying to ask. I actually, generally speaking, people who study the Kemetic tradition, who practice the Kemetic tradition, actually get their understanding of the Kemetic tradition from the text, from the writings on the walls, and from practice. And so generally speaking, what we have done is we have reconstructed, in some senses, the Kemetic tradition from the ancient text. And I think on our phone call, I mentioned some of the text. I can mention those again if you like. But essentially what we've done is we have gone back to an original tradition. It does have some modern markers. It's not exactly the same. I mean, we're not living in the desert 5,000 years ago. But for the most part, it's a tradition that attempts to be genuine and authentic based on the ancient traditions. I'm not only just a Kemetic priest and a historian, but I actually have traveled to Kemet over 20 times. This year will be, I think, my 22nd. And I've taken 3,000 people with me. I'm an author. I've studied ancient. I have a degree in Africana studies, so I've been studying Africa and ancient Africa for a very long period of time. And I have been part of the Kemetic tradition for over 30 years. I joined the Kemetic tradition. It's actually 32 years now. It's been some time since I've done that. So that's essentially who I am and how we have how we have come up with, we believe, the most authentic possible iteration of the Kemetic tradition in the modern world. We read, we pray from Kemetic text, right? We erect altars based on what we read in the Kemetic text. We access the ancestors in a manner that we see that's authentic in the Kemetic text. We describe the divine and come into connection, into unification with the divine in a way that's authentic to the Kemetic text as well.
In a way that you understand it to be, correct?
Of course. I mean, people can only do things based on the way they understand it to be. I can't do it based on what someone else understands it to be.
Okay. And then with that being said, the overall view of what we understand to be the Kemetic civilization or the culture, which encompasses their customs and their ways of life, which includes also the religion and language, right?
I would agree with
what
that.
would you say? Okay, that's okay. who would you? Okay, how would I word this? Who are some of the earlier people to come about and interpreted Egypt to the rest of the world? Because Egypt was just a place somewhere off in North Africa, and no one knew of this civilization, as we know it today. Who are some of the earlier quote unquote scholars and linguists and interpreters who you would credit to interpreting Egypt for you and for the people?
I would disagree with your assertion. I would disagree that we didn't know anything about Kemet. Kemet has been a place that individuals have traveled through since the ancient world into the modern world. I mean, we have inscriptions of people visiting places all the way from 3000 BCE up until just recently, unfortunately, in some instances, because there's also been desecration. I think that we have greater understanding of the traditions since the language has been reinterpreted somewhere around the 3rd and 4th century of the Common Era. Those people who were trying to make the Bible tradition, the tradition of the world, extinguish the Kemetic tradition. I would say it was clearly early Christians and those who wanted to use Christianity to empower themselves who actually, for example, they made it illegal to practice the Kemetic tradition. They tried to destroyed monuments. They wholesale desecration and destruction of books. And so at that point, what happened is those early Christians, those early Bible followers.
No, wait. That's not what I asked. I'm sorry, but that's not. I was talking about in relation to us over here.
Well,
not people visiting 3,000 years ago.
All of that is in relation to us over here. We have access to all of that information. All of that is.
I know, but someone had to interpret it, and that's I'm saying. How did you? Because I want to. Let me put in a nutshell what I'm trying to say.
Okay, go ahead.
LeBron James didn't go to Egypt and have this euphoria. That's kind of what I'm saying. We didn't. Our people around that time of the Egypt mania that was going on, our people were not into Egypt. They were mostly into like a cult. That's kind of what I'm saying. Like more recent history. I don't want to make it broad for you. Just more recent within like the last, let's say, 200 years or so.
Well, I'll say to you that essentially what occurred is ancient traditions were extinguished, just as, for example, Hebrew was extinguished. Hebrew wasn't read entirely from the time that it was utilized in the ancient world until now. That the Hebrew tradition also was reconstructed. This has happened to a few ancient traditions. And so
this happened to a few people. Mm-hmm.
Ancient traditions. And so when you're saying, when did it come into existence? When my ancestors got off the enslavement ship, Christianity was forced upon them. So I can't say that my great-grandmother, for example, was in the Kemetic tradition. The biblical.
No, I'm saying who interpreted it, who interpret the interpretation of what we know Egypt to be now. Like, who are the early founding fathers who laid the bricks and the mortar for what we understand today? Because I don't think there was a priest that's living that's 5,000 years old now.
Queen, there was no Hebrew priest available. You're asking a very broad question. Maybe you're meaning to ask me something else. You're asking
No, I'm asking the interpretation. Who interpreted Egypt to the world?
Queen, there are a lot of people who have interpreted the Kemetic tradition to the world. Maybe this is what you're asking, because I think you asked me this on the phone. Maybe what you're asking is, when the Kemetic language died, who reinterpreted the Kemetic language? That's what I think you're asking.
Who deciphered it? Yeah, like the entire culture.
No, they didn't.
The entire culture, because it's not.
They didn't decipher the culture.
Listen, let me finish, because in order to, one, you have to have the other. In order to be a priest such as yourself, with everything that you do for your people, for the people,
yes,
you have to be able to interpret and understand something. So one comes with the other. It's like your shoes coming with the shoelaces. So someone had to come in and say, this is this, and then you get this from what they said. So I'm trying to see who are some of those early founding fathers, because of course we don't have books that, like hard copy books that we can say, oh, way back then that we pulled off the shelf somewhere in Egypt. Kemet, I'm saying within like the last 200 years, who would you say, actual people
Your
came in?
This is your question.
We can start with.
Let me
We
try
can start with Thomas Young.
Let me try to answer your question. Right? Let me try to
Go
answer
ahead.
because I think what you're doing is you are trying to say that those people who brought the language back into existence were the ones that interpreted the tradition for us, and that is I'm saying that is not the case. What I'm saying
that's 100% true.
Well, I mean, that's your perspective, and you're entitled to it, but I don't agree with it.
Okay.
And so what I would say is that there was a time that the language was extinguished, and that there were several scholars, but the two primary European scholars that helped to redefine, to have us be able to read the language again. The two earliest scholars that did that, you would probably be referring to, I think this is where you're trying to get me to go, and I don't have a problem going there. You're just asking the question in a way that doesn't get us there. I think you're trying to ask me about Jean-Francois Champollion and Thomas Young. That's what you're trying to get me to answer. But what I'm saying to you is that you're also trying to say they were the ones that gave us the tradition, and that's why I'm not answering the question you want me to. Because I don't agree with that assessment. I will agree with you that there was a point where the language had been extinguished. In fact, the language was extinguished by, you could even draw a straight line from the Europeans who took control and wanted to empower themselves with the Christian tradition. You could draw a straight line from them to the people who enslaved us and attempted to forced us into the tradition. But it was other Europeans who were scholars who redeciphered the Kemetic language. And those are the two names I think that you're trying to get me to say. That doesn't mean they interpreted the tradition. They simply helped translate the language. There have been literally thousands of scholars. They were two of the earliest ones. There have been literally thousands of scholars that, for example, have read the text. They didn't read all the text. They read some text, but the ability to understand the Kemetic language has improved since then. So they didn't. I would not say that Thomas Young and Champollion were the ones that interpreted Kemetic culture for us. I would not agree with that assessment.
But in order to understand the ways of life and the customs and the religious practice, let me explain something to y'all. The pinnacle of anybody's culture is their religious practice. When you take on those gods, and in order to know what a set, a ma'at, a ray, ampu, and best, and a host of others, it came out of those texts. Am I incorrect?
What do you mean those texts? What does that mean? What do you mean it came out of those texts? What do you mean?
The text that they supposedly deciphered.
No
one knew.
No.
The names of those gods.
Wait, listen. They helped redecipher the language, and scholars have been defining text for a very long time. I want you to be clear that those scholars that translate text today would disagree with some of what Champollion and Young did early, because there have been a whole host of scholars over the years that have interpreted and translated text. Champollion and Thomas Young didn't say, "Hey, we figured out the language. Here are all the texts." That didn't happen, and
because they couldn't match letter for glyph. They couldn't match all the letters and the glyphs. And I want to say this.
Who's they?
To what you're saying, huh?
Who's they? Who's they?
They didn't match letter for glyph. There's how many?
Who is they?
We're talking about Champollion and Young, correct?
Okay. I want to understand.
They didn't match all the letters to the glyphs. Yeah, we're talking about Champollion and Young at this point.
Okay. Got it.
So they didn't decipher all because they couldn't match it. So, but what I'm saying is the interpretation.
Is there no? Are you saying more? Or are you finished? What do you mean you're saying the interpretation? Are you asking a question? Are you still there? Did she drop? Maybe she dropped.
Can you hear me?
No, she here.
I didn't hear you for a minute. You said I'm saying the interpretation, and then you stopped. It sounded like you were saying more.
Y'all can't hear me?
I can hear you now, but for a moment
We hear you now. It kind of got flooded. We hear you.
It's a little choppy because of where I'm at. I'm sorry, y'all. It's a little choppy.
Okay. It's been pretty clear. I just didn't hear. You said I'm saying the interpretation, and then I didn't hear anything after that. You said after that.
Okay. Well, let me reiterate. What I meant by with the title, the interpretation, from what I've gathered, and your perspective may be different. You're older than I am, and you've been studying way longer than I have. But from what I gathered, some of the earliest. Hello?
I said, did you just call me an old man?
I'm sorry.
No, she said you're older.
I'm joking. I'm joking.
Okay.
Go ahead. I'm sorry, Queen. Joke. Levity is helpful.
Right. Okay. From what I get, because I don't. What I want to know, the interpretation. Do you agree that, or do you agree or do you disagree that the earlier interpretation and the early decipherment of that ancient culture, do you think it is right and exact, or do you think it has any hiccups?
Do I think that sometimes we have translations that need to be corrected, kind of? Is that what you're saying? Or like,
yes.
Yeah, I think that even when we look at the texts that were translated by some of the earlier scholars, I would like to argue, and there's scholars that would disagree with me, that we try to correct some of what they've done. And so that's kind of what they do. And so this is important. I think that that's part of what they do. I'm not exactly sure what else you want me to say. There are some things that some scholars have done that are better. I mean, Champollion and Young they didn't complete the incomplete decipherment of the Kemetic language. There have been thousands of scholars that have been translating text for the entire time. And so I don't want to. I think you said earlier that maybe that they gave us the tradition, and that I would not say is correct. And I also want to make clear that even the Coptic Church in modern Egypt, I'm using that term intentionally now, so you understand I'm talking about the country that's there right now. I don't like the term Egypt, but
right.
Understand what I'm saying. The Coptic Church still uses a version of the language as well. So it wasn't
just like
say again.
Just like Latin. It's still used. Even though it's an old dead language, it's still used.
You could say that. But I also want you to understand, Queen, that a lot of ancient languages were considered dead at one point. Paleo Hebrew was considered a dead language, right? You know that Paleo Hebrew.
Old English is dead. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but Hebrew was a dead language as well.
There are many languages. I'm not in disagreement. There's a lot of civilizations from that have fallen, that people are still uncovering. So I understand that.
Okay.
Or can I say something real quick? And Jabari, if you don't mind. Yeah. Let me, if you don't mind, can I say something real quick? The two gentlemen that y'all mentioning, Don, right? How did they interpret the language?
One of the things that they did, let's talk
about
their
source to interpret the language.
Let's talk about Jean-Francois Champollion first, right? For a very long time, what they were doing is they were looking at as many texts as they could find, and they were trying to figure out, based on where this text is or what we know or who we know it belongs to, can we begin to try to look at similar glyphs and from looking at similar glyphs, can we put it together like a jigsaw puzzle? But the best piece of the jigsaw puzzle that was discovered was when a French soldier tripped over a stone that today is
Rosetta Stone.
That it's in the British Museum. I've seen it. Essentially, what they do, what Jean-Francois Champollion and Thomas Young were able to do, is they were able to see that there was the same inscription in 2 different languages, but 3 different scripts. And so, because they knew an early form of Greek, and they were able to translate that, what they were able to do is say, well, if we understand what it says here, now we can go and say what is being said in the languages that we don't fully understand. And so that is why the Rosetta Stone was so important. It allowed them to figure out some of the terms, and so then they were able to re-decipher some of the language from there.
Okay, I want to ask you a question on what you said. They use other languages. They use filler languages, right?
They
to plug in to create words.
They essentially used Greek and the Kemetic language. There were 2 different scripts, right? And so the 2 different scripts, the Kemetic language and then the Greek language, because the Kemetic language can be written in several different ways. And so they understood the Greek. They were able to then look at the same inscription. The stone has the same inscription in 2 different languages, 3 different scripts. 2 of the other scripts other than Greek were Kemetic scripts. So that what they were able to do is then go back through and say, now we understand part of what is being said in the Kemetic language. That's why the Rosetta Stone was so important.
Okay, and the Rosetta Stone itself, are there any pieces missing?
Are there pieces missing? The stone is fragmentary. It doesn't have the entire inscription isn't there.
So how were they able to match the hieroglyph, the Demotic, and I think it's the Coptic? If the top portion or the bottom, one of them is missing.
What they were able to do is look at the pieces where they had full inscriptions. Okay, so that's what they did. So what they were able to do is they could look at all the sections they had in Greek and compare it to the sections that were also in the Kemetic language. So, it is a fragmentary, it's a fragmentary script, it's a fragmentary stone, right? But it has enough for them to be able to look at one language, what's written in one language, Greek, and what's written in the 2 different Kemetic language scripts.
Okay, Champollion, since we're still on the topic, how did he prove he was right? Because I know in mathematics, you have to prove your equation, prove how we can do something divided by something, and you just write the answer out. Your math teacher wants to see your work, how you arrived at this conclusion. Do you know, or are you familiar with Champollion's methodology, how he was able to match the letter and the glyph? And like Ramesses, like they talk about Ramesses. How was he able to put, because if I'm not mistaken, he used 3 different languages. Maybe you can correct me, but
it's not
okay, go ahead.
It's not 3 different languages, it's 3 different scripts. So it was 2 languages. It was Greek, Demotic, and hieroglyphic is how the Westerners call it. So what they did was a new Greek. There's a lot of writing on the stone. There's a lot of writing on the stone. I wish I had shown you the picture of me standing next to it so you can see that I've actually been there. But what you would actually be able to see is you'd be able to see that what they were able to do was look at all the sections in Greek and then attempt to find a line by line comparison to the Kemetic language. One of the ways they did it also, by the way, is that there were a few chenu in there. What is chenu? The Greeks called this the cartouche. The French call it the cartouche. And so what they to do is they said, well, here we know these are names. Let's look at what's written around the names, because now you can really say, well, this these glyphs represent this word. And that's what they did.
Well, how did they fact check though? So, because when I read about Champollion, he was learning from an Arab. So did he work side by side with an Egyptian priest? I'm trying to see how did
Thomas Young is the one that had more access to the Coptic folks. But
okay, because I know one of them worked side by side with an Arab.
But I want you to understand
using Arabic.
What they did is they knew Greek. And so because they knew that the same message was transcribed in 2 different languages and they know one of them, they could go back and say, well, what are the words in the other language that we don't know? That's what they did. I'm kind of saying the same thing over and over again here. I'm not sure if you have another question.
I know, but what was the methodology? Like, how do you get, because when I read about Champollion, most of the work was guesswork.
No, I wouldn't
said that he, other scholars said that he guessed.
I wouldn't agree with that. I wouldn't agree with that. When you look at the text, okay, let me see.
And when he completed the book, no one accepted it. Why no one accepted his book as the whatever he transcribed or transliterated? Other scholars was like, no, that's junk. And then it wasn't until I think after he died that they accepted it. So what changed from then until when they accepted it as the transliteration? Maybe you can fill that in for me.
I wouldn't agree with you that all other scholars believed that what he was saying was not accurate. There was disagreement. There was disagreement. Clearly, there was disagreement on some aspects of of what he came forward with, and we know now that there's been lots of scholarship on this. And so based on all of the scholarship, there's some things that people understand now that they didn't understand even during the time of Champollion. But essentially what he did, keep in mind that at there were places in there where we had the names of kings and queens, right? So what they could do is they could actually say, okay, if this is a name here, and we see the name here in the Kemetic language, let's look at the words around. So it helps you pin which sentences.
But that was the language of the commoners, though.
What was the language of the commoners?
The Egyptians didn't speak what it was the Coptic or something. The Egyptians didn't speak Greek.
There was no. Listen, the period where it was written during the Ptolemaic. The Rosetta Stone comes from the Ptolemaic era. Okay, so the people that had taken over Kemet were Greeks.
So were the Ptolemies speaking Egyptian? Or were they speaking Greek?
I think that we believe now that the only person that was able to, the only Ptolemies that were able to read, as far as I know, Cleopatra VII is the only person that was able to read the Kemetic language. But they have people that work for them who are scribes, who actually can read both languages, who are quite learned in different languages. And so what they did is they have their scribes translate for them. Most of the Ptolemies could not.
If they transcribed it, they should have been able to match letter for glyph. I think there's 1,400 of 1,500, and they only came up with 300 words from the 1,400 glyphs. Like, how does that work?
Now, this is one of the reasons why I'm trying to say to you that Jean-Francois Champollion and Thomas Younger were not folks who they didn't do all of the work. There have been thousands of scholars since who have actually assisted in this. But what they did is the work that occurred early in the redecipherment that helped the other scholars to go even further. And so that's where.
But that puts them further in the rat hole. Because what are the 3 languages for the people? You state, what are the 3 languages on the Rosetta Stone?
We have been saying this all for like 10 minutes now. It's 2 languages, not 3 languages. It's Greek.
Wait, it's the Egyptian, the Demotic, and the Coptic, right?
No.
Demotic. What's the languages on the Rosetta Stone?
There is. I said this already. There's Demotic. This is what the Western scholars call it. There's Demotic.
Okay.
There's hieroglyphic, or I should say this. Hieroglyphic was on the top. Hieroglyphic, there's Demotic, and then there's Greek. So, but you have to understand that Demotic and hieroglyphic are the same language. They're just two different ways to write it. So it's
how did they fact check it with Egypt during the time? Because the Egyptians didn't speak Greek.
Queen, do you speak Spanish?
So who did they speak with? Yes, I do.
Wait. Okay, so let me ask you this: what language do you speak? French? Do you speak French? Do you speak Russian?
No.
Okay, so this is where I'm trying to go. If you have a letter that someone writes you in Russian, but they wrote it in Russian and English, what you could do is you could say, well, I understand English, and here's the Russian. So what I can do is I can look, for example, let's say you can look for your name, because even in the Cyrillic letters, you might still recognize your own name, right? So then what you could do is you can say, well, if this sentence here actually allows us to understand this other sentence here, one in Russian and one in English, now what you can do is you can begin to compare the letters and the glyphs. And that's what they did. They saw the Shen.
But
they saw the Shen.
The methodology that they don't show a methodology how they got. We're taking their word.
That is the
We're taking their word that they decipher. No one's saying that. Okay, let me say you. I speak different languages. Okay, let's say this. I'm gonna say a sentence in English and I'm gonna say it in Spanish. I have brown eyes. Tienes ojos cafés. I didn't say the same thing in Spanish that I said in English.
Yes, I know.
That's what I'm saying. How did they? What was the methodology in telling you this is this? But because you can't, when you transliterate and when you translate, some things are lost, some things are gained. For example, Ptolemy, PT, but it's not pronounced Ptolemy. It's pronounced Ptolemy. So they stuck two letters together, but they don't show you the methodology of how they got from A, B, C, D, E, F. And then what they're doing now, they're using languages that are spoken now to compare then, but you can't, because what we're speaking now, a lot of that goes back to Latin. So, but there's no Latin or anything remotely Latin on a stone. What I'm trying to see is how.
Go ahead. What they've done. I've kind of answered this a few times now. What they did is they were able to read the Greek. They could not clearly read the Demotic version of the Kemetic language and the hieroglyphic version of the Kemetic language. Right?
The Egyptians did not speak Greek. That's why there are no Greek and Egyptian books. They said no one spoke.
That's actually not true. That's actually not.
Where's the book? Show me the book. Show me the book from then.
So, for example,
Demotic Greek.
Hold on. So, for example, Manetho was believed to be a native Kemetic priest, but he writes in Greek. His text is written in Greek. So it's not true that I think you might be reversing things. The Greeks, for the most part, could not speak the Kemetic language, or they could not write it.
Right.
But it's the Kemetic people, some of the scholars, the Kemetic scholars, were able to write Greek and read Greek. Manetho is a fine example because he writes a book in Greek, but he is a native Kemetic person. So it's not true that the Kemetic people could not speak Greek. That's not true.
But there are no Egyptian to Greek, Coptic, whatever dictionary. There are no books to show that these languages, okay, this means this. Agape means love, and this in this language. There's nothing that shows you what is lost and what is gained, because most of it was guesswork. And we have to come to that realization that some of it was guesswork. They never broke that down.
We now are able to. Let's fast forward this conversation, because we're saying
you can't come 2,000 years later and
what we're doing now is we're actually able to. For example, we can go to sites that have Kemetic writing.
We go to Latin. Y'all going to Latin.
listen, hold on. And when we're able to read the writing on walls or in tombs, they can actually tell us what we're seeing. So that's one of the ways that we're able to spot check the correctness of what we know about the Kemetic language. And so I want you to understand that Thomas Young and Champollion did not know everything, but there have been a large number of scholars that actually have advanced the work. So
and how are they, and who's fact checking who, and how do they know that they're correct? Because people are saying words like set, Heru, and Ma'at, and swearing by these words, but not knowing where that methodology came from.
When they translate text, there are a large body of scholars that either disagree or agree with translations. We're talking about hundreds of scholars in the world right now who, when someone translates a text, this is what we call peer reviewed, right? So there are a large number of people that say we agree or disagree. They read the text, they read the translations, and sometimes they don't agree on all the translations. So that's and I want
to say that a lot of these peer reviews, when they get in these stadiums and they dissect these cultures, there's not one Egyptian in that room. That's why I wanted the title to be the interpretation of Kemet, because I want to know what priest they sat down with that told them that this eagle, of this bird, of this of this means this. I mean, they can have 1,000 Europeans sitting in a stadium dissecting this and dissecting that. But how do they know if they're right? And when time goes on, and when time, because language is living. Language is living. Language is constantly changing. Constantly changing.
Move to another topic. But basically what happens is, as you translate more text, as you translate words in temples or in tombs, and you try to understand where they're written, how they're written, you have a better understanding of descriptions of the divine. And sometimes what happens is you don't agree.
They don't agree because there's no priest in the room.
We've gotten to the point.
If I name my son Amen, and I speak it in my native tongue, you can't come 3,000-4,000 years later without me telling you. And then it's not written to where, because the earlier scholars, when they saw the glyph, what did they say? Was it legible or was it not? Did they say it was legible or did they say it was not legible?
Queen, you can go to the British Museum and look at the Rosetta Stone. There are many sections of the Rosetta Stone that are very legible. I'm
saying when the early scholars came out, when they started doing the Egyptology, when the Rockefellers, when they commissioned all those goddamn Germans and them Anglo-Saxons to go and dig up Egypt, a lot of them said that the text was not legible. That's what I've gathered.
All right, we're going to have to move on and open up the phone lines for the people.
Okay, that's fine.
All right, before we open the phone lines,
hold on, y'all. If I was asking some of these questions, I would have simply said, man, with all your inquiring about Kemet, if I would have done just a little bit of them same questions about why am I following this damn Bible, maybe I would be free today. Okay. Because the questions that you asking, I'm just saying, think about it. Hold on. Let me say, right, Naphtali, hold on, Naphtali. I know that shit hurt, but I'm saying, let me talk. If we was to take the time out to ask these questions about a goddamn Bible, maybe we'll be free today mentally. But anyway, we're going to open up these phone lines. I'm going to let Jabari. That wasn't no stone for nobody.
Hold on a second.
Before you open the lines,
Elder Qanath, wait. Sonetta, I patiently answered questions that must have been 20 minutes.
Yes.
So now what I'd like to do is respond to the question.
I'm sorry, I didn't
it's all right, sister. It's all right.
On the time frame.
So please look. I want you to understand that the questions that they're asking are questions that they can ask themselves. So please share my screen for a second, Sonetta. I want you to understand that.
I'm asking.
Hold on.
I want you to understand.
Hold on, Qanath. You gotta let him. You gotta let him respond to this.
I listened and I answered patiently. I want to say something now. Okay, I want you to be really clear that ancient Hebrew was also a dead language, and the questions that you have about the Kemetic language are the same questions that we could have about the Hebrew language. Here's an article from the Ancient Hebrew Research Center by William P. Griffin, right? And it clearly says, let's read what it says. Strictly speaking, classical biblical Hebrew is a dead language. It is as dead as Akkadian, Ugaritic, Sumerian, and Koine Greek. We are dealing with a fixed set of texts, not the Hebrew spoken in the nation of Israel today. Israeli Hebrew is has significant differences from biblical Hebrew. While the verb forms are and by large biblical, not only were all the archaic forms of biblical Hebrew rejected, but also the consecutive tenses, the cohortive, the infinitive, absolute, more or less, and infinitive construction, except from, let me just move on. The syntax is heavily influenced by a combination of Mishnaic Hebrew and European languages. Some biblical vocabulary is either rejected or substantially modified as to its usage, and has been calculated that some 10% of the words in Hebrew dictionaries might be of foreign, usually Western origin. So I want you to understand that just as they are saying that the Kemetic language is a lost language, was the Hebrew language. This is really important. They even mentioned, wait, I'm speaking now. They even mentioned that the pronunciation and interpretive tradition, listen to this, more of the Masoretes preserved a pronunciation and interpretive tradition, and are not original. This should be important whether one views the Hebrew Bible as holy scripture or sees the text as a source of information for reconstructing the history of the religion of Israel. In other words, their challenges with reconstructing the history of the religion of Israel. The same things that this queen has said to me are things that can be said about the Hebrew tradition. I also want you to, here's another book, Phonologies of Asia and Africa, right? And you'll see here we go. Okay.
Sanetta?
Semitic language.
Yes.
Attested wait, how you saying yes?
I want to say something after you finish.
Okay.
Attested to 1,000.
No, wait a minute.
1,100. Folks, what are you doing? I'm still presenting.
Qanath, you got to let him finish, brother. You brought her on, so she want to come back and speak, brother.
I'm responding.
But here's the thing, Sanetta. Let me say something for 10 seconds. Okay, you just can't say,
all right.
Let me say something for 10 seconds.
All right, when Jabari finish, I'll let you come right in.
But no, because he started 2 hours and 52 minutes, and you didn't start no clock. So what are you gonna do with the whole class? We having a conversation. We let Naphtali go and do another part of her. You said no, then Naphtali, then he has to go, right?
Brother.
They was going back and forth asking questions. Now slides at 2 hours and 50.
Hold on.
I didn't
Listen, brother.
I didn't overtalk. What I'm saying is, you went in at 2 hours and 52. 2 hours and 52 minutes and 30 seconds, and that was 2 hours and 56 minutes. So they didn't put no time. You show one slide, then you show another. Now my question is,
brother, it's so interesting that you are interrupting and doing this.
Hold up, Qanath, you're not the one having the discussion, brother. You are here as the moderator as well. Come on, brother.
Let's also be clear. You didn't make those comments.
This is very confusing because I thought me and Jabari was having a question. First of all, this wasn't even a debate. This was like the back and forth.
Wait a minute.
Everybody, y'all got the breaks yourself. Y'all really going, y'all gotta relax.
Nobody's going in. I'm just trying to understand.
Relax.
I listen.
All right. Come on, y'all getting really out of hand. Just let Jabari respond.
I listened very.
All right, go ahead.
I answered every
Go ahead.
question.
Go.
It's really unfair that you're now interrupting in this manner. You didn't question the amount of time that Sister, no, don't tell me to go ahead
Go
now.
ahead,
After
brother.
you interrupt me for like 3 or 4 minutes.
All right, come on, Qanath, let him talk, brother.
Stop it. So here goes Phonologies of Asia and Africa, and you'll actually see this is an article by on ancient Hebrew phonology by Gary A. Rensburg from Cornell. Listen to this. Hebrew is a Semitic language attested since 1100 BCE. By the way, I want you to be clear. They are saying that the language came into existence around 11,000 BCE. Did you hear that? 11,000 BCE. 2,000 years plus after Kemet was actually a powerful nation in its dynastic era. Okay, attested since 11,000 BCE as the language of the Israelites. Ancient Hebrew died out as a spoken language in the 3rd century CE, though it was retained in an unbroken chain for liturgical or literary purposes into the modern era. In the late 19th and 20th centuries, Hebrew was revived as a spoken language. It is used today as a national language of Israel. So I want you to understand that the same exact thing that occurred for the ancient Kemetic language happened to the Hebrew language. I think that, and by the way, this is Gary A. Rensburg, one of the great scholars on Hebrew ancient language. You just should know. And I just want us to understand that as we look at these, you have to say first that the Hebrew language is very young compared to the other languages in the region. Second of all, you have to say that it died. Third of all, you have to say that it comes out of the Canaanite language. And fourth of all, you must say that the same challenges that individuals have with trying to reconstruct text are the same challenges that people had in reconstructing Hebrew text. And they're trying to make it seem like this is something that just happened in the Kemetic tradition. It is not. And it was also Europeans that did the reconstruction of the Hebrew language. I just showed you Gary Rensburg. Here goes Joseph Garfinkel. I didn't even show you. Now look, most people use this dictionary. I'm assuming that both of you have this dictionary because it is one of the most common dictionaries used to help translate Hebrew today. I know that this is the dictionary that, and I'm going to say this and it's going to end up being a fight, but it's just the truth. This is the dictionary that Zion Lex uses. I know that because he showed it to me. And who was the person that put this dictionary together? Here he is. This is him, Marcus Jastrow. So the same things that you're trying to say that are weaknesses in the Kemetic tradition, if they are, what you should do is turn the mirror backwards and be very clear that this is the same problem that you have.
Thank you so much for those bombs. I got to say something real quick.
Okay, let me say something real quick.
Hold on.
Hold on. That's right. I'm going to let you in. Go ahead.
Please, thank you. I want to share my screen one more time because I got some more information that I need to showcase tonight. I believe that I deserve to share my screen one more time, and this is why. This was sprung up on me today, and I was not prepared, but I got it right now, and I want to show my screen because I need to debunk this man tonight. Let me share my screen because everything this man just said, I have fixed it. And I need to share my screen because this was not a debate. This is supposed to be in a conversation. And
well, your scripture says you should always be ready and prepared to defend the word of the Most High. This is what the scripture says.
And I am right now.
All right.
And I am right now. So share my screen. I'm going to prove you wrong right now. No. I need a little bit more time because guess what? Y'all sprung this on me today. Y'all said I was being a good sport. But guess what? It's war now. So share my screen.
Well, it was the same way with Jabari, Naphtali. Jabari just found out today too.
But guess what?
As soon as I found out
8 minutes.
Guess what? I wasn't ready. I'm ready now. Let's do this. Okay, here we go.
We got callers on the line that want to get into now.
That's no, because I needed more time. I need this time. Because y'all told me, I told y'all to track me today. You said, no, it's going to be all right. You going, no. I didn't have the time to do, I got time right now. So here we go. He said he didn't like my source. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we see it.
Okay. So it says archaeologists confirm Indian civilization is 2,000 years older than previously believed. Here it says here, I'm going to read the whole thing. When archaeologist Dishit was faced undergraduate in 1960, a remarkable discovery pushed back the origin of civilization in Indus River Valley by some 500 years. Now he claims to have proof that pushes India's origin back even further, making Indian civilization some 2,000 years older than previously believed. When Barana Rosagen was excavated from 2003 to 2006, we recovered artifacts that provided 19 radiometric dates from Dishit, who was until recently joined Director General of Archaeological Society of India. Out of the 19 dates, 6 dates are from the early levels and time brackets forming from 7,500 BC. Okay, so he had an issue with my article here because they did a typo. They put 8,000 years, but they said that I didn't know it. He said that, this means 8,000 years. No, it says taking root well before the Egyptian. So they clearly made a little typo and then put BC. But here, this one tells you 7,500 BC. So there you have it. Now, he said, why isn't Hindu found in the Bible? Well, Jabari, Hindu is only 1,600, just from the 1660s. It's not a new, it's a very recent word. So guess what? It's not going to be found in the Bible. I wish you would have known that, but you didn't. So guess what? The word is only from the 1660s. That's according to Online Etymology Dictionary. Also, he said to me, Naphtali, he said, well, where's the Elamites at in India? Well, guess what? It says here, the recent discoveries of Elamite seals in Iran and Mesopotamia may help us to understand the ancient history of India. Although the work is still in progress, so don't get mad at stuff still being in progress, but they're working on it. It's science. Like, the more information comes in, the more studies are being done. So you got to give people time, okay? So they said the work is still in progress at various archaeological sites, but the discoveries so far are encouraging. And this is from academia.edu as well, okay? So they said it's very encouraging. The translation of Elamite seals, the Elamite seals gives us strong clues that we need to explore to fill the voids in Indian. Here that word is. So we got the Elamites and we got the word Indian together, okay? This is not to minimize the ancient Aryans. And we know the Aryans, who were the Aryans? They were the Hittites and they were the Canaanites. So they're saying, hey, that's another group of people, okay, that may have brought to the Indian civilization love for the spirituality, preference for pluralism and unified culture, okay? But they say the consistent lack of new discovery of the Iron Age Aryan. So this has nothing to do with it, but let's go down to the point where it does. It says here, excuse me. So they say the Elamite connection to Indian archaeological finds of Iran. So they says Shoga Zambil Dur Uchtash is an ancient Elamite complex in the Khuzestan province of Iran. So it says, which means the castle city of Utash, named after King, blah, blah, blah. Its size and splendor was intended to honor the gods, to manifest the power of the king. Shoga in Bakhtarari language means hill. It is one of the few existing ziggurats in Iran, just 10 miles up, once ruled by the Elamites. It was almost 4,000 years old. The south of Persia, prior to the invasion, Medes was ruled by a group who were known as the Elamites, and the land from the Sus. The building materials used the construction of Shogas and Bill was mud bricks and baked bricks, very typical of all ziggurats. So they said his monuments were beautifully decorated with glazed bricks, gypsum ornaments, and faience glass. The bricks had Elamite uniform inscription, characters made by human hands. Okay, so they're telling you that this is the Elamite connection to India and archaeological finds of Iran. So there they go. So they're telling you that right there, and this is from academia.edu. So remember, he said something about this source here. So when I brought this source out, and this from the Journal of Archaeological Studies of India, he said that I didn't read it. So let me read it for you. So they say here, the first 5 books of the Bible gives narratives of the five persons, namely Adam, Cain, Noah, and Abraham, and Moses. It is believed that these 5 persons lived in West Asia. The preferred location in Lake Van in Turkey for Adam, no specific location. So they say the Bible says Moses led Hebrews from the place Mitzrayim, identified as Egypt and the Promised Land. So they were saying here, we explored whether these 5 persons may have lived in this valley, and Moses may have led. I'm sorry, let me keep reading. However, geographical details and archaeological evidence available at these sites often does not match with the description given in the Bible. We explore whether these 5 persons may have lived in the Indus Valley, and Moses may have led the Exodus from here to Israel. Further, we find remarkable parallels between the biblical narratives of the 5 persons and the narratives of the particular 5 persons in the Hindu text, namely Swambhayu, Manu, Indra, Vivaswat, Manu, Rama, and Krishna. It is believed that these 5 persons lived in larger Indian subcontinent. The preferred locations are Mount Kailash, Sambayanu, Manu, no specific location for Indra. However, geographical details and archaeological evidence available at these sites are often does not. So they're just saying that it does not match with the descriptions given in the Hindu text. We explored whether these 5 persons may have lived in the Indus Valley, and Krishna may have led a Gavas. So what they're saying is, lastly, the question, further study is posed to geographical descriptions of the 5 persons and the traditions coalesce in the Indus Valley, and their narratives are parallel. Might be that the 5 persons described in the Bible were the same 5 persons described in the Hindu text. So this was an hypothesis, and they're saying that this information is matching these names in this history. So the thing is that these are hypotheses, these are studies being done, these are studies that are being concocted, these are theories that are being taken place. So the thing is that this is not to be downgraded, because we already saw here that, that there is an Elamite connection with the Indians. We see here there's another possible connection with the Hindu and Abrahamic religions in the Indus Valley. Okay, so and then he spoke on the writings. He was saying that, oh, now you're saying that the Hindu writings are older than the Hebrew writing. Well, guess what? We just showcased that they're showing that Elam was located in India, and the Elamites were Shemitic. So yes, the Shemitic writings should come before the Hebrews, because the Hebrews are younger than the the Shemitic people are older than the Hebrew. So the customs of the Hebrew Israelites came from the Shemitic people. We know that a lot of Hebrews went down to study under Shem to learn the ways of the Shemitic people, like Jacob, for instance. So the thing is that this is nothing to be confused over. I showcased that you made a joke about that my dates were off. Well, right here, it's showcasing that 7500 BC is the date that the Indus Valley is giving now. I showcased that Hindu is not going to be found in the Bible. It's not, because it's not old enough to be found in the Bible. We see the Elamite seals in Iran may help us understand history in India. So this is another, this is academia.edu showcasing that the Elamites are thought to be the Indians. Like I said, a group of Indians out of India, like I first proposed. So the thing is that this is all new evidence. This is all new information that is being gathered to showcase that there is support to show that what I was saying about the Indus Valley, about the civilization in Indus Valley being older and coming, the people coming out of the Indus Valley being older, and showcasing that my point was correct, that they did not take anything from Egypt, that this was showcasing that Shemitic people are older and come out of the Indus Valley. I don't want to keep repeating myself, but that's exactly what I'm showing tonight, if that makes sense. So,
Sonetta.
All right, we got to go to Jabari. He got to respond to this now.
I don't even know if I need a lot of time. I mean, I'm not sure if she realizes that what she's reading.
No, hold on.
Nah, Qanath, you can't do that. He have to respond. He have to respond, brother.
We're gonna roll out.
Now listen, one of the things that I want you to recognize is she showed us
You're not gonna let me say.
Here's her source. Brother, the two of you, what is this? A handicap match? You say something, I should respond.
But no, you gotta let me say something for 10 seconds, bro. Give me 10 seconds. 10 seconds.
Give him 10 seconds, Jabari, so he can't interrupt you. Give him 10 seconds. Go ahead, Qanath.
Right.
Go ahead.
I wanted to write down the time. Okay, thank you. I wrote down the time when Oracle, and they were Jabari was talking. Did you give him time? Right? He was responding to Oracle. Then Naphtali was responding to the last thing that they were talking about. That's what I'm talking about here. You know, but I like this, but I'm saying on Oracle with that. He responded back. He already responded. Open.
The Most High is messing your mic up because he know you out of order.
We be going back and forth all day.
No. Listen, Qanath, listen. If Naphtali and Jabari was over, she cannot get an extra round and then don't let Jabari get his extra round. She had 3 rounds, Jabari had 3 rounds. Now she took another 4th round. So Jabari got to respond with his 4th round. You see what I'm talking about? Right. He got to respond, brother.
I don't think I need to respond that long. Let me just say that reading is helpful, but you have to have a sense for the dates, right? So this is the new source that Naphtali just showed. Archaeologists confirm Indian civilization is 2,000 years older than previously believed. And this is where she went. She said the time bracket is forming from 7,500 BCE to 6,200 BCE. Naphtali, did you hear what I said? This does not help your argument. It's like you didn't even hear what I said. I want you to be clear that even in your argument here, they're saying 6,000, right, BCE. But this article very clearly says that the dating is between 9,500 and 5,000 radiocarbon years ago, which is still older than what you're referring to. So all of what you said doesn't help your argument. That article just says that Indian civilization may be older than we think. It still doesn't, even that date doesn't make it older than Kemetic civilization. When you're comparing apples, when you're comparing 2 things, you have to compare 2 things. It's just that simple. And I know you're not familiar with Naphtali. That's the reason why I'm bringing it to you. This is time for you to go back and do your research, because what you're describing is not older than Naphtali. It's not older. So I don't even know why you did all of that. I don't know why you did all. Once I say Naphtali, y'all should stop. Pack up the bags and go home. And let's be clear. Let's be really clear. There were civilizations deeper in Africa that are even older than that. Now what we're trying to do is we're trying to say that the Hebrew people came from the Indian people. These same people that most Hebrews would say you don't believe that the Hindu tradition is a sacred tradition. So I don't even know why you're now trying to use their tradition to bolster your tradition. I have heard people who are Bible followers say the most horrendous things about people in the Hebrew tradition. And now because you're trying to posit as being earlier than Kemet, now you're holding on to the Hebrew tradition. I guess Jesus is Krishna now. I guess that's what you're trying to do. You don't follow the Hindu tradition. You don't follow the Hindu tradition. And let's also say I'm not even understanding. You even mentioned Mahabharata and the Vedas. We're talking about the Hindu tradition. This is not represented in any form or fashion in your biblical narrative, in your Torah narrative. The Torah is new. Your earliest texts are like 1100 BCE. I know you don't believe that stuff, Tazariak. You need to help your people. Help them. Because now they're trying to say they're Hindu. Just need to put a dot on her forehead and paint herself blue. All I'm saying here, and then she also said, the customs of the Shemitic people go down into the Hebrews. That's a direct quote. That's why she needs a dot on her head and a blue face. because she is actually saying that the traditions of the Hindus went down into the Hebrews. Tazariak.
Jabari funny. Tazariak.
Qanath. You need to stop this. You need to hit the pause, hit the brakes, because now you've become Hindus. Ridiculous things about the Hindus. Now they've become Hindus, which is not an older tradition than the Kemetic tradition. It's just not. Study the sources. I don't care if you make India 2,000 years older. I agree that India is older than most scholars were giving it, but it doesn't make it older than the African traditions. It doesn't. It just doesn't. And part of what you're reading is stuff that Hindu nationalists have put forward. And even they are not saying stuff that makes sense. The article you read in the beginning that says older than Egypt, that's just not true. I've shown you the sources. It's just not true. What date are they using? The date they're using is for dynastic Kemet, but Kemet existed. Let me do something really quickly. Dynastic Kemet is when a ruler named Namer, sometimes called Menes, put together two lands, but the two lands existed before that. The people that make up Kemet existed before that. You can't look at proto-Indus Valley civilization and then look at Kemetic civilization during the what is usually called the Pharaonic era, during the time that the kings were in control, because there were civilizations that existed before that. You have to look at proto to proto. And when you do that, the whole argument you're making falls apart. Please study Naphtali, Queen. Please, you'll make a better argument if you study. I'm saying this with love. I know I'm joking.
Can I respond to just a little bit of
No, hold on. Naphtali, you spoke for like damn near 15 minutes. You gotta let Jabari finish.
I'm just saying.
And now see,
it was 10 minutes.
if she
and,
responds,
it was only 10 minutes.
Qanath, hold on, Qanath. If she responds, then Jabari gonna have to respond back. This be the closer, and then we can open up the lines, y'all.
No need to respond back. It's just the fact
And I just wait. I'm not finished. I'm not finished.
No, it's just the fact that you
I'm
keep
not
saying
finished.
this is a conversation. The fact that you keep saying that
you don't get to speak yet, now. I'm not finished.
People lost their way. They lost their statutes, lost their commandments, and they went into another religion.
Queen, this is not how it works. Come on now. Look, I want you to also recognize that they are young people trying to behave like they're old people. I'm willing to give them this script. I'm willing to give them this ostrakon, the Kerbet Kafaya Keyafa ostrakon. But you have to understand that ostrakon is about 1100 BCE, and most people are arguing with the scholar that's saying this because most of the writing is Canaanite. There's some pieces that seem to be closer to Hebrew. So they're saying maybe this is the first Hebrew text. This is the first text. It's older than the Moabite text, Elder Qanath. I'm giving you something here, but it's still very new. It's still extremely new. When Namer marched up into North Africa and put this all together, that was 3200 BCE. So we're talking about something that came more than 2,000 years later. So old that it's the distance from when you would like the historical, if you argue a historical Yeshua, the historical Yeshua to now. That's how old it is. That's the distance, 2,000 years. Y'all are young people trying to act like old people. First, you tried to claim Sumer. Sumer is not older than you. If you look at Proto-Sumer and Proto-Kemet, Kemet is older. And now you're trying to claim the Indus Valley civilizations. Now you're Hindus. I mean, let's stop. Let's just stop and say that we've lost our way. That's what Naphtali is saying, when all they're doing is following a tradition that was given to them by their slave masters. Let's be really clear that the way you got this was from your slave masters. I'm going to end here, Sonnetter, and then let them continue. I want to end here. And whoever needs to respond or whatever you deem appropriate, Sonnetter, is the way to do it. I want you to look at, this is what you really should look at. This is from Charles Colcock Jones. He says this in the Religious Instructions of the Negroes in the United States, 1843. It is a matter of astonishment that there should be any objection at all, for the duty of giving religious instruction to our Negroes and benefits flowing from it should be obvious to all. The benefits we conceive to be incalculably great, and one of them is there will be greater subordination amongst the Negroes. And now we have people arguing for their chains. Well, family, I'm not wearing chains anymore. I'm going to go back to our ancient African traditions. You wear the chains if you want, but the family in the audience knows what you're doing and the fallacies of it. Simply because you decide that you're going to be Christians in curious clothing and still look at the whole text, which makes you a Christian, that doesn't help you. You are the handmaiden of Charles Colcock Jones, who is saying that you are in this tradition because he has subordinated you. So now you speak ill of African traditions. We got to stop. We got to stop, Sanetta. We got to stop.
All right. We're going to open up these phone lines now.
Okay, I wanted to respond just really quick.
No, Naphtali, you can't respond. That was it. Because if you respond, Naphtali, then Jabari would have to respond.
It's not going to be that long at all.
He would have to answer that.
I just want to say thank you for letting me come on. Hold on, I just want to say my last spiel. Thank you guys.
Then Jabari going to have to say his last spill. But it's not over yet because people are calling in and they want to ask you questions too. You're going to have
let me interrupt.
Supporters, FOPE supporters calling in to ask questions. So we got to get with the questions.
Can I respond? Can I say something? Can I say something?
Yes,
if Naphtali or Oracle respond, we'll respond to anybody and Sonetta, and it's just us. We'll respond to Reggie.
Your mic is off, Qanath. Your mic is not working good.
You're breaking up.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Go ahead, but you're breaking up. You're breaking up, brother.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I hear you now.
I said we'll respond to anyone but Reggie. Because he's disrespectful.
Why you don't want Reggie? Hold on.
No.
What are you doing?
He can call in too. No, Reggie can call in. Reggie can definitely call in.
You can't run from the callers, Qanath. Come on.
Okay,
you're not the one debating, Qanath.
This is not even a debate. Remember, this is not even a debate.
Right, it's not a debate, but Qanath, Reggie is not going to be disrespectful, brother.
What I'm saying is,
this was set up like a debate. This was supposed to be a conversation. We were supposed to be building.
Okay, hold on. I got the first caller. Everybody, I got the first caller. Peace and Black Power. What's your name? Where you calling from?
All right, y'all can hear me?
Hold on. Peace and Black Power. What's your name? Where you calling from?
All right, can I be heard, brother?
Yes, you can hear. Who is this?
This is Chris Harris.
All right, what's going on, Chris? You got a question for who?
All right. Yeah. I want to make a statement real quick, and we're gonna play a little big bank, take little bank here, because I want to respond.
Hey, son, that is our show, so he don't get all day.
Excuse me, brother.
Qanath, what are you afraid of, brother?
You've been speaking 10 seconds, man. Let him.
Oh, man.
There's nothing to be afraid of. Let Chris Harris, he comes on my platform all the time, but he never hits the link. So let him come on in.
Respectfully, Sonetta.
Yes.
This gentleman is supposed to be a priest. They're supposed to be a nation of Kohanim, a nation of priests. And one of the disciplines of a priest is that he listens and he answers with a soft answer, not manipulate and control a panel, especially when he's a guest. It's called discipline, brother. Now, I want to answer our sister here, and I want to address the article that she read. She read an article about the Hindu civilization, and the name of the article that she read was Possible Origins of the Abrahamic and Hindu Religions in the Indus Valley. Sister Naphtali, did you read this article and present it to the audience?
Yes, I did.
Thank you. Now, in this article, you got it all wrong. And I think you're miscomprehending this article because when you read it, they have a hypothesis an abstract, and most definitely they have a conclusion at the end of this article. But I want to state what this article is about. What they are saying in this entire report here is that the Hebrew religion may have come from the Indus Valley. And what they have done is say, by showing place names in the Indus Valley, they are showing that it aligns up with the Hebrew narrative that came from 2,500 years later. This is not saying that the Hebrew narrative is older. It's saying that the religion and the mythology derives from the Hindus, from the Indus Valley. Mainly the two top characters in their
I think that's what's being missed.
Hold on. Here we go. Hold on. By the name of Brahma and Saravati. This is 3,500 BCE. It predates any Hebrew text. Pause for 1 second because I want to read the conclusion to you because it's going to show that you got this entirely wrong.
You don't have to read it.
Yeah, I want to read this.
You don't have to read it.
Okay, good. I want to.
So can
I would like to read the conclusion.
Well, because
no, when I'm finished, sis, may I finish? Okay, thank you. All right, now, this is the conclusion of what it says about the Hebrew language because you said that this proves the Hebrew language was older than the Kemetic traditions, and that's not true. And I want to read the conclusion to you on their synopsis of the Hebrew text. And this is what it says, and I want to read this, and I'll let you answer and rebut. Now, this is what it says. The Hebrew language should have its origins in the Indus Valley if the Hebrews migrated from here to Israel. However, it is difficult to reach a conclusion on this possibility because the Harappian script has not been credibly deciphered. That's what it says in its conclusion. So when you read this, you only read the title and presented it to the audience and tried to synthesize your hypothesis with the title. Here, we source up or we shut up. I'll let you respond and I'll listen.
Thank you, Chris. I just told you I didn't disagree with anything you just said. I actually did read a lot of that article. I read a lot of things over and over and over again. So you might not have, I don't know how long you've been watching, but I don't disagree with you. That's not my argue about the Hebrews. What I'm trying to prove is that the Shemites is what I'm talking about. And I keep repeating this. The Shemites are older than the Hebrews. The Hebrews come out of Shem. That's why I showcase the Elamites, because the Elamites are the Shemites, okay? The Elamites are the Shemites. What I'm trying to prove to you guys tonight is that the Indians are, the Indus Valley is where Shem was located, a portion of Shem, which were Elam. Shem had 4 sons. Elam was located there, and that language, which is a Hebrew language, which was passed down to Abraham, who was also a Shemite. I don't know why that's being missed. I keep repeating that. That's why I showcased the Elamites. Okay. So I don't know what you're missing.
Okay, sis. What you have to do now is demonstrate it from this article, because in this article, it never mentions anything that you're asserting about it.
Okay,
and that's what Jabari has. Hold on, sis.
Oh
Hold on. Just let me finish. Okay, because we're building here. In this article, it never mentions Shem. In the Indus Valley traditions, they don't mention Shem. Their mythology starts off with Brahma and Sarasvati. It does not mention Shem amongst their traditions. You are working into history backwards. You're using the Bible as a confirmation bias to try and prove something. You can't work that way. You must first show a comparative study of the Hindus Valley saying they say they're from Shem. That would end the whole conversation.
Is this a question or is he debating on Naphtali?
No, it's okay. It's fine. And I'm going to respond to that because the thing is that.
All right. Hey, you got to ask a question now, Chris. Let's go.
Okay. My question to Naphtali is simply this. And it's a two-step question here because I need you to answer it honestly. What year did Abraham come into Egypt?
Okay, so let me go back because he said a lot, and let me go back to what he said originally.
The question is, what year did Abraham come into Egypt? Forget everything
Yo,
else.
come on, brother. Yo, you was talking the whole time.
All right. Hold on, Chris. Let her get it. Let her answer. Let her answer it, Chris. Let her answer it. Hold wait. Let her answer it. Hold wait.
Anything, do you? Listen to me, sir. The article said on it, okay? Let's get that straight. The article deliberately said Abrahamic and Hindu religion. So there is a separation between Abrahamic and Hindu, okay? They're saying that there is a similarity, okay? Showcasing that there is a similarity. The problem is that when Jabari brought up earlier, he said, oh, you're going to have a dot on your forehead. You're going to have, all this stuff, he said, this paganism. Well, we know that in the scriptures that Elam lost their way and they started following the ways of the Canaanites. So yeah, whatever you see, a lot of these Indians are doing a lot of the paganist ways. Okay, so we can't base everything off of what they're doing today based on what they were doing at the beginning. All right. So yeah. Hold on, I'm going. So the thing is that we can't do that. All right. This is a showcasing of them at their best to where they are today at their worst. Okay. There's a lot of paganism going on. That's not my fault. You can't use that against us because the thing is that goes actually according to scripture. They started worshiping other gods. So let's get that together. All right. The next thing is that you said how old? Well, you said when did Abraham go into the land of Egypt?
Yes. No, I asked you what year did he go into the land of Egypt? That's what I'm asking.
So what year? Okay, well, guess what? We know that he was 99 years old when he went into the land of Egypt. Okay, so right now, as with science, we're still waiting on that information to come out. So with all the estimating of information, hold on. Just like what the scientists say.
I'm not saying nothing. That's your man talking, not me.
No, that's fine. Like what the scientists say, we're waiting on information. So the thing is that we know that Abraham went into Egypt. What is the purpose of us needing to know what time period he went in there?
Oh, easy. I'll tell you. Because he fights against the Canaanite king. I'm sorry, the Philistine king, as we read in the patriarchal narrative.
What scripture is that? What scripture is that?
Here, let me. He fights against. Let me pull that real quick. Is it okay? Can I pull it?
Yep. Let me get the scripture.
Yeah. Let me pull it.
All right, and then we're gonna have to move on, Chris, to the next call.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Because this is very important.
While he's pulling it, can I say the point?
This is my question.
Hey, no, hold on. Hey, Sarnetta. Hey, hold on. Hey, Sarnetta. I'm gonna keep it a buck with you, bro. I'm gonna keep it a buck. Okay.
That's Genesis. That is Genesis chapter 20.
Hold on, and he's over talking while I'm talking, and you allow me.
Hold on, everybody, hold on for a minute. Yeah. Listen, Naphtali is engaging in him in the question. If Naphtali, hold up. If Naphtali want to say, "Yo, Sal, let's move on," we could move on. But she's engaging in it. She could deal with it.
Okay, so you said 21. What's the verse?
I agree.
What's the verse?
Okay, this is Genesis chapter. Okay, can I read it now? All right, it says it's Genesis chapter 20. And he fights against the Philistine king Abimelech.
What scripture is that?
That's Genesis chapter 20.
20 what? 20 verse? Yes. Can I get the verse?
1 through that'd be 1 through 16. Do we really have to read all of that?
Okay, I'm just saying. So you're saying that you talking about the Abimelech king?
Yeah.
Okay. So what about it? Okay, are you still there?
He's trying to give you a time.
Yeah, I'm still here. Yeah,
the text is saying
right. What I'm trying to sit up there and say to you is, how is he fighting against Philistines when Philistines get there in the 12th century BCE? Now this gives you trouble in your biblical narrative because you are supposed to be left out of Kemet in the 13th century BCE because Ramses' name is mentioned. So you guys are going to have trouble with that.
Hold on. We're talking about the Philistines. The Philistines are Hamites. They come straight out of Ham. Okay. So,
but archaeologically, they get there in the 12th century.
All right.
That is
Yo, I'm sorry,
confirmed.
y'all. We got to move on.
Chris, guess what?
All
Guess
right,
what?
all right,
All right.
You know where
Thanks,
I'm at,
Chris.
Hold on, no. Chris, you know where I'm at. Come to my channel. We can do it on there.
All right. Hey, peace and black power, family. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hey, sir, this is Apostle.
What's up, Apostle?
Hey, I want to say, first of all, great show. I want to shout out my brother, Elder Qanath, and my sister, Naphtali, on the great job they did. They slapped that ball head.
I know I'm doing a great job. I'm bringing out the clip. They don't like it.
Hey, Apostle.
It ain't my fault.
Apostle, let me tell you before you even say it. Naphtali kicked Jabari butt, didn't he? Didn't she?
Kicked that behind. She kicked that behind. Listen.
Let me say this, guys. Let me say this. The thing is that it's new information. People are not familiar with it. Just because it's new and you're not familiar with it, don't mean that it's not there. What I proved tonight is that there's information that supports it, and that is sources that are there. You may not like the sources may not be complete, but with all things, it's a start. And the thing is that the first thing they used to say is that there is no evidence to prove the Bible. But now when you pull the sources out, they got an issue with it, right? And the thing is that, let me say this, you got an issue, like Cesariak said, oh, I don't believe that. That's fine and dandy with you, but this is provided the Indian people are Elamites. What's your issue with the Indian people being Elam? I don't have a problem with you.
Okay, let me bring on the brother who called in for a question.
Yeah.
And y'all be talking about unbiased. Man, Apostle, shit. He'll say JJ done beat everybody up in there. Maybe you let the Apostle tell it. Go ahead, Apostle. You got the floor.
That's not even necessarily disrespectful.
Okay.
You got the floor, Apostle. Go ahead.
Listen. All right, listen. Number one, Jabari is being intellectually dishonest. Number one. His scholarship is a question. Because when his whole game is to attack your strength. So when you do show sources, he attacked the sources as if they're not saying what they're saying. Now, if he's doing that if he's doing that deliberately, if he's discrediting sources deliberately,
you have a question, my
scholarship. I got a question, but I gotta say this, man. His scholarship can be a question because he's being intellectually dishonest. Now, my question is Southside, stop protecting this guy. You protect him all the time. He's Floyd Mayweather. He don't need your protection. He's Floyd Mayweather. Okay? I'm an old man. He's supposed to knock me out. All right? So now, Jabari,
is this a question for me?
And I know you don't need to look this word up.
For you, Jabari.
And he never answered my question.
You don't need to look this word up. You don't need to look it up. But tell me, what does the word paleo mean? And in case you don't know, you can look it up for me. Look up the word paleo.
Paleo actually refers to stone. That's where it comes from. And in the context,
solid. No.
Let him finish, brother. You're gonna answer.
Used in the context that it was used, and we're talking about Paleo Hebrew, where most folks would now use the term ancient Hebrew is the term that they would use now. And so that's really
no.
Okay, brother.
No. Actually, I want you to go ahead and Google it to show yourself wrong, because I've already done it. And I'm not there to share my screen. But I'm going to go ahead and tell you what the word paleo means. It means origin, original, the first. Okay? So there's no other language that is referred to as paleo, especially as paleo Nectanuta, or paleo Greek, or paleo English. Why is that? Because the only language that has its origin in the first language is Paleo Hebrew, which is Abaya. So that's why paleo is referred to Hebrew, okay? Because it is the first language. Now, your mouth is moving. I don't hear you, but I'm not sure if you're talking over me because I got the TV muted. But you possibly are talking over me because that's what you do. You take the person's strength and you try to turn it into a negative, even to the point you become intellectually dishonest. You know, you assaulted this young lady by asking her if her name is a man's name. I got a granddaughter by the name of Cameron. You want to call her a boy too? Because her name is Cameron? No, that's a name that can be used, whether it's male or female.
That was true.
You had no business assaulting this woman, my sister Naphtali, about her name being a man's name. That's out of bounds.
So, Apostle.
And so I'm going to say,
Apostle.
it was out of bounds for Tazaria.
Apostle.
To call Chris. Oh, no.
Apostle, do you hear me? Do you hear me, Apostle?
Yeah, I hear you.
Is it a man's name or no? Or Jabari lied?
It's a unisex name.
Listen, it's unisex.
Okay.
Just like Cameron.
Yes, he lied.
Just like Bobby.
He did.
These are unisex names. There's nothing wrong with a unisex name. You know, Tazaria made that mistake the other night, and you corrected it. But tonight you were silent. You told Tazaria there's not proper to call her Chris, saying she had a boy name.
Question.
Brother, do you have a question so we could go?
You corrected Tazaria, but tonight you didn't correct.
Do we have a question?
You did not correct him on that.
You did not be insulted. Go just.
All right. Thank you, Apostle. Thank you, Apostle. Let's get on to the next caller. Peace and Black Power family. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Sonetta.
Hold on, caller. Hold on.
He said he had a
Jabari.
question for me, and I didn't hear a question, but can you at least just share my screen? This is where I'm getting it from. I would never assault that sister sitting there. Naphtali was
you did. That's because you have that.
All right, hold on, Naphtali. Let him speak.
Naphtali was the last of the two sons of Jacob and Bilhan. That's where the name comes from. In the biblical narrative, he is the founder of the tribe of Naphtali. But I want you to know that Naphtali is the name in the biblical tradition for a man. This source is from the Jewish Virtual Library. He's the sixth son the sixth child of Jacob, the sixth son of Jacob, and the second son of Bilhah. And so that's where I got it from. There was no assault.
Yes, it was. I have another one. I'm gonna share my screen next. Let me share my screen right now. Let me share mine.
I'm simply saying
that's fine. Let me share my screen.
That the name itself is a male name.
Nope,
now, does that mean?
I'm gonna let you share, Naphtali. Let him finish.
Does that mean that it has been changed over the years? Maybe. I'm just saying I don't understand how they issue this tradition.
That's fine.
They do whatever they want. They put things together that are strange, and I'm calling them on it. I have not said anything disrespectful to Naphtali at all. With all the things that have been said to me, and the fact that I have actually been defending myself against 3 opponents at once, I have not said anything disrespectful to that sister, nor would I say anything disrespectful to her. Did I say that what they were saying was foolish? Yes, I did. And I'll say it again. What they're saying is foolish. It is foolish.
It's all right, Jabari. Let it go, man. It's all right.
Essentially, what they said.
It's all right. Let it go, bro. It's all right.
The bigger thing is that they've been extremely disrespectful by interrupting all night. That's what they've done all night. And so, and the thing is, they're interrupting Sonetta, and it's been 2 or 3 against 1, and they still have to interrupt. There's 3 people talking on one side, and there's 1 on the other, and they're still interrupting me. And then Apostle has the nerve to say that what I'm doing is intellectually dishonest because I read what she reads, and I'm saying what she's saying in the source is not what's being said. I showed that to you. I didn't just assert it for my own opinion. When you read what she's reading, it doesn't say what she said it said. If you disagree with me, then read the article. That's not being intellectually dishonest. That's actually being intellectually honest. That's how you do this. When folks check each other and check other scholars, the first thing they do is they say, does what you're saying say what it says? And for you to be uncomfortable with me checking your sources means that you're not, anyone that's uncomfortable with that, maybe it's not Naphtali, but anyone that's uncomfortable with that means that they're not ready to step into the big leagues. And it's just that simple.
All right, Naphtali, your screen is
I'm
sharing.
not uncomfortable with that. What you provided was your interpretation of what I read. I read it line by line.
Your screen is sharing, Naphtali.
Okay, thank you. I read it line by line, and I read it way that my interpretation of it. You provided yours, so guess what? We need other people to do their interpretation and read it, so we can get a consensus of how they feel. But here it is. The name Naphtali is primarily a gender-neutral name of Hebrew. So there you go, right there, and it means my wrestling. So right there, it says what it says is gender neutral. So when that was unnecessary to use. I haven't used not one ad hominem against you. I have not used any type of name calling. I didn't result in any type of name calling. I didn't say anything about your name or anything like that. So that's why Apostle said what he said. But just to make sure you understand what the word you asked me, what did my name mean? I showcased what my name meant, and I also showcased that it was a gender neutral name. So there you have it.
All right, peace and black power, family. What's your name and where you calling from?
Peace and black power. This is Brother Reggie. How's everybody?
Reggie.
All right, just a couple of quick things. These are just questions that I don't know, so I'm going to ask the Hebrews or Hebrew Israelites. Is there any recorded writings of F.S. Cherry or Crowley in Hebrew? Do we have anything, any source? I can write it down. I'm typing. Is there anything from F.S. Cherry or Crowley that's written in Hebrew? Anything?
I will have to look into that. Can you hear me?
Well, let me answer that too, because he said Hebrew, right? We don't. F.S. Cherry or Crowder is not in the Bible, right? So I don't know the purpose of that question. I mean, I can ask you, who in the hell are you? You know what I mean? So I mean, that's not a question that's that falls in line with the Bible. Okay?
No, I guess I'm talking about our people.
Hey Reggie, who you asking, Naphtali or Qanath?
Well, Naphtali, she answered respectfully. Qanath is taking. I'm asking for the Hebrews that are in America. F.S. Crowley and F.S. Cherry, Frank Cherry, and Crowley said that we were Hebrews. This begins the movement. I simply asked, and now I'm asking Elder Qanath, is there any writings of Hebrew that they use Hebrew? Any records at all? That any of those two wrote in?
I don't. I'm answering your question.
I don't know the value. No. How about this, Reggie? I don't know the value of F.S. Cherry for me to even care who he is.
Okay, well, I got that. So I got both answers. Answer is no. Okay, no. Why can't?
Why is he valuable? I'm asking you a question. Why is he valuable to know?
Oh, because this is where the Hebrew. This is when blacks first said that they were Israelites in America.
This is where blacks say they were Israelites.
No, that's not right.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't agree with
you don't
that.
know that?
That's my opinion to that. No, I don't agree with that. That's my opinion.
Okay, if I'm wrong,
that's my opinion.
If I'm wrong, tell me when black people first said that they were Hebrew Israelite in America.
There are black people living in Africa who. Go ahead, Qanath.
Yeah. Like, you ever heard of the Igbo tribe? The Limba?
Give me a person. Give me a person in America.
Wait a minute. Hold on. No. It's been a lot of talking. I've been shut down. So it's my turn.
I'm asking.
Okay?
I asked you.
Qanath, he said in America. Qanath, show me who's the first one that said they were Hebrews in America. That's what he's asking you.
Go
ahead, Qanath.
Can I answer it?
Go ahead, brother.
Okay, let me answer it. If you heard of Igbo in the Limba tribes, that's in Africa, right? And you study F.S. Cherry, right? A lot of their knowledge came from them people there, studying, right, and learning who they are, and reading text from the people over. You can shake your head all you want to, Jabari. You know what your name is, but when you you know or how your creation. But go back to right. I'm trying to find out what's the
you breaking up, Qanath, you breaking up. You breaking up. You breaking up bad, Qanath.
I told Sarnett I have a video to show him about told Sarnett I have a video of the Moabite stone, right? Written in Hebrew, talking about Yisrael and name the prophets, right, on the wall. Now let me ask you a question, Reggie.
Wait, no, because I'm calling. I'm calling in.
No, that's not.
Hold up, Qanath. He's calling in to ask the question, brother.
Yeah,
he's asking the question.
I just asked a harmless question. It's just a fact finding question. So
it's fine. We don't believe that he was the first person. He got it from someone else too. Yeah, that was only the 1960s. He received it from someone else too. What he did was he just brought it to the forefront and made it more, more.
So Naphtali, what he's saying is, if you disagree, then you should be able to supply the person who was the first one. If you can't supply it, then how can you disagree? This is what Reggie's asking. That's all.
Okay.
Okay, that's what you would have to give somebody time to be able to do that. That's not.
She said that she was going to research. I respect her
I
answer.
haven't had time to look into it, sir. But my thing is that that's not how I found the truth anyway. So I'm sure.
Well, I just asked a question.
Reggie,
I get Sister Naphtali.
Okay, I'm not upset with you, brother. It's all right, because just like you got that.
Okay.
I'm sure you don't know.
So let me ask this. Let me ask this question. Okay, but I got your answer. Both is known. The other one is Limbo in South Africa.
You gotta relax. It takes a chill pill.
I am relaxing. It was just a yes or no question.
Okay. I got you.
It was just why you're shaking. Sarnetta, can I ask the next question?
Go ahead. Ask your question, brother.
So in the Hebrew, because I was just looking for where Hebrew is written by Black folks in the Americas, and I got your answer, right? Now, I hear a lot about you Hebrew Israelites being Hebrews. I just want to know, what is the Naphtali, respectfully, are you married? Respectfully. It's a respectful question.
Yes, he's married.
No.
Yes, he's married. Reggie.
Okay, that's wonderful. Okay, Elder Qanath.
That's disrespectful.
Elder
Okay,
Qanath.
sir, are you being disrespectful? Because my elder is saying you're being disrespectful, sir.
Qanath, that is not disrespectful, brother. See, that is not a disrespectful question.
Hey, Sarnetta, are we talking about Kemet or Naphtali merge?
Brother, listen, Naphtali is educated enough to answer Reggie. You know what you're doing? You're making her look like she's unequipped to answer questions, brother.
Well, just like how he
That's not cool. That's not a good look for Naphtali.
Hold on. Just like you protect Jabari, he's protecting me. So
I'm not protecting no Jabari. y'all wilding on this one.
It's okay. Go ahead. I'm married. Yes, I am. I am a married woman.
Can I ask you a quick question?
I have 3 children.
What is? No, I'm not asking you any of that. I just wanted to know from you. Do you know what the Midrash halakha is?
What about it?
Do you know what it is?
Yes,
Yes or no?
What about it? Yes. What about it? Yes.
Tell us what it is.
What about it, sir?
I'm asking you, tell the community what it is.
Why do I need to do that? You're asking me a question. What is your question?
Okay, so Elder Qanath, do you know what the Midrash halakha is?
You are saying yes. Okay, what's your question?
We don't know. I want you to know. I want you asked Jabari a whole bunch of questions about Kemet. I'm asking you some questions about Hebrew.
My sources. I didn't ask him now one question. I've just provided my sources tonight.
Hold up, time out. One of the things that I always say, Naphtali and everybody else, Brother Jabari, when someone don't know, we don't know everything. It's all right to say, no, I don't know. I don't know why everybody think we got to know everything. Because when we act like we know it and then we get challenged on it, we end up looking crazy. So it's all right to say, no, I don't know that. I didn't study that. It's all right to do that. I've said that many times. When somebody asks me something I don't know, I just say, no, brother, I don't know that.
I told him about that guy.
But you know what?
Like, I don't know anything about him. I don't know.
Okay, Elder Qanath, what is the Midrash halakha?
I don't know what the hell you're talking about. What is it?
There you go.
Okay, so then I'm gonna ask you in Hebrew. What in Hebrew is the way in which you practice? In Hebrew, what in Hebrew? What is the way of your practice?
I'm not understanding your question, bro. Practice what? What the hell are you talking about?
I'm practice your culture, Hebrew.
How do I practice my culture?
No. What is in Hebrew the name of the practice of you being who you are?
I don't know.
We don't agree with it. We don't agree with the Midrash. We don't agree with it. It's about the Talmud and all that stuff, and it's like that's like Jewish and all that kind of stuff. I don't go into the Talmud. I don't agree with all that. Okay.
So what is it? What is it?
I believe that goes back to the Canaanites, and I believe that.
Okay, that's fine.
Question, bro. You just ask your question.
What is?
Ask the question.
Yeah, I'm trying to. I'm just trying to get you. What do you call? No, because it's all part of. I understand now that she doesn't practice anything rabbinical, but I want to know generally. It's like you. Did you have to have the Jabari perform? Do you know what that is? Do you know what the Jabari?
I can't understand.
Why are you always talking these little sexual booty bandit terms and stuff? Last time he was talking, why is it always these? It's a straight answer. Do you know what the Hatafat Dambra is? It's in Hebrew. Do you know what it is? It's a Hebrew word.
How many?
Ask the question, Reggie. Ask the question, brother.
I just asked the question. Does he know? Because
how many you supposed to marry? You want to say
okay, so let me get to it. You know what it is? Okay, so let me stop asking questions, right? Let me just stop asking questions and just say this to you both. It seems that you are converts to something. I'm asking you for your Hebrew tradition, your Hebrew Israelite tradition. If you ask Jabari what is the way that he follows, he would say, Mat. I'm asking you in Hebrew, what is your path? What is your culture? What is your way? I'm asking you non-Christianity. I'm asking you in your culture because you say that you are Hebrew, and we are just trying to figure out what type of Hebrew are you? Are you an English reading Hebrew, or do you value the language Hebrew, or you just a convert, right? In a club. So I'm asking, if I ask these questions, right? She would probably most likely tell you what
you
you
just
think.
ask a question so we can answer it and then get off.
Oh.
Okay, sir, let me say this to you, Reggie, and this was with all due respect, okay? The thing is that when it comes to the Hebrew language, right? The Hebrew language that we have is about 1,000 years old. I know that in Zephaniah 3:9, the Most High said that He was going to give us the pure language, okay? So the thing is that a lot of stuff that we have out there, I mean, I know a lot of people study the Hebrew, but I'm just, like you say that you try to make this as the handicap and say, oh, if you don't know the Hebrew, it's just like, do you consider yourself to be an African, Reggie?
A descendant of Africa, yes.
Okay, so do you know any African languages?
Except for my knowledge of Nesha, no.
Do you know
I'm asking you straight up and down. I'm just telling you straight up and down.
No, it does not. It does not. It's a lot of Hispanics that are from Spanish speaking countries.
You asked me a question, Naphtali. You asked me a question.
Your argument is actually very loose at this point. It's not. It's not.
All right. That's enough. They want to move on.
So wait, Sonetta, before they move in, I have just showed the people that these people, if I am wrong, then these people have to use words. These people have to use words in Hebrew, right? Not the King James Version. It doesn't seem that they read the Torah in Hebrew. It doesn't seem, they seem to only have read the Bible, the Septuagint version in the Bible.
Yes.
Your opinion, and you're entitled to your opinion.
All right. Hey, Reggie, thank you for the call. Let me go.
Please bring in a real Hebrew like Sister Nepal in here.
All right, hold on. All right, Reggie.
I don't value this because I know that the Most High is going to restore the pure language as it says written in the Bible. I don't have to know this language because the Most High said He's going to restore it and give me the pure language as it was written in Zephaniah 3:9. So I don't know what you're talking about. Thank you.
Okay. Let me see if Oracle got anything she wants to say before I bring on anybody else. Sister Oracle, you there?
I think Oracle been left. She got tired of the nonsense. But let me say something real quick, bro. He asked the question about, do we speak the Hebrew? Okay. There's many dialects of Hebrew. Do I speak Hebrew fluently? No. Jabari, I actually heard Jabari say when he had his beautiful wife on, say he doesn't speak the Manasseh very well. It's his wife, and he's a priest, right? The sister asked Reggie. She asked, "Are you an African? Do you claim to be from Africa, African?" And he said, "Yes." She said, "What language do you speak, African?" I said, "We convert," and he would not answer the question, right? And a lot of the idiot deaths that you put in the about, they duck the question. We don't claim to speak all Hebrew, but I will say this, right? We got my brother Lee Cummins. Got a book that he's bringing out that has 5 different dialects of the Hebrew, right? We showed facts, right, of two languages on the walls, right? And then the language that y'all say that y'all claim to decipher, right? It comes from so-called white man, and you don't. And like Oracle said that you can't. How do you fact check to know that they were right? When Jabari speaking, he keep on talking about this divine. And when we ask him to divine this divine being, then he'll bring up another being. It's like a rabbit hole that you keep falling all these holes. What it is all these doors. The title of this show should have been interpretation of Qanath, right? And he's asking all the Hebrew questions, and if we answer it, we get overtalk and clown. That's fine. But see, I asked Reggie a question. I said, "What's your nationality?" He doesn't know. He doesn't know. And not my. I got something I gotta say because you put it on the screen, so I gotta respond to it. This is to Tazariak, right? Tazariak, you keep coming to comment board, right? But you won't bring your behind over here, right? And have a respectful debate between you and I. Since you don't want to debate women, you and I can go one-on-one. And you take the topic. I want to do the chart. But what you doing is you stay on the comment board and selling bath and baby oils, right? So I'm still here right now, right? You got so much to say, cowards, me and you one-on-one, Jabari. And I respect you, Captain. You and I one-on-one, right? But Naphtali is answered, asked.
Yo, Qanath, don't do it, brother. Don't call out the captain, brother. Don't do it, Qanath.
Tell him to bring his ass on here right now. That's your man. I bet he won't come on here. I bet he won't come on here. I bet he won't.
You don't want that smoke, Qanath. Don't do it, brother.
I want to say something, and I think that this is probably going to be it for us tonight, but I think I did pretty doggone good for coming up here last minute tonight. This was not prepared weeks in advance, days in advance. This was prepared an hour in advance. Secondly, Cesaria, a lot of them say that women shouldn't teach, but I don't think men should be out here selling body butters, oils, and soaps. Okay, I think that's a woman's job. How about that? I guess that's, I guess it's okay when men, you know what I'm saying? So like I said, this was only done, I've been going all day. This was done. Your girl got this together in 30 minutes before she came on tonight. I think I deserve some prayer. That baby. 30 minutes. She got this together in 30 freaking minutes. They called me today at 2 o'clock. I've been at a track meet. I came up here and got back. Did pretty dang on.
But guess what, Naphtali? We called Jabari at the same time. It wasn't like Jabari knew this a week ago.
Jabari been doing this.
All right, hey, let me get to this caller. Caller 1326. 1326, you on the line. 1326.
It sounds like you're saying that you're recognizing that you were ill prepared.
No, what I'm saying is I did a pretty doggone good job with the information that I had, baby.
All right, caller from the 1326 line. You're on the air.
Hi, this is BK Saw.
Okay, BK.
One thing I failed to see from this debate or discussion, whatever the case may be, and I know the audience can also attest to this, is that they failed to touch on the discussion itself. And the topic of the discussion was the understanding of the Kemetic concept of the Most High. And one thing Jabari didn't mention, although I'm not sure if he meant to bring it up or not, is that the Kemetic people were philosophers, and they didn't only give knowledge of the Bible, but they also gave knowledge of the process of the creation itself. For like example, they believe that the primeval darkness was the initial state of the creation, and light came from that darkness and gave birth to other energies like Ma'at, Set, Osiris, Isis, Nut, and I'm speaking verbatim from the Metal Netter or whatever, right? And what Bible believers still recognize is this process itself, and they completely reject the scientific standpoint of creation, right? And therefore, they like completely ignorant, and it makes them borderline delusional when it comes down to the power of their God or the divine itself, right? And this is why we have so many doctrines of what God is, and why so many Christians believe that God is a human being with a beard in the sky or whatever, and they don't recognize the divine as a shapeless energy that permeates and influences throughout creation, you know? And so much of this spoken throughout Genesis.
Sister, where did energy come from?
Sorry? What you said, brother?
Where did energy come from?
What it is that I come from?
I said, where did energy come from?
What it is that I come from? That's what you said?
I said, where does the energy come from?
Where does the energy come from?
I asked a sister question, Jabari.
I'm trying to
answer a question, Jabari. I asked a sister a question, Jabari.
I just
protect herself. Where does the energy come from?
Wait. I'm not sorry, I can't hear. He said, where does the energy come from?
Where does the energy come from is what he said.
This is what I'm saying. Look, wait. I'm sorry. Hold on. This is what I'm saying. You guys believe that there's a man that's permeating this energy throughout the universe, and I'm saying it's the energy itself that's permeating and influencing. The energy is God. That's what I'm trying to say to you. You think it's a man that's permeating this energy, but I'm saying it's the energy itself.
Can I ask you a question? And I want to respond to what you had said. I agree. I feel like this conversation went completely left. It wasn't supposed to go the way that it did. I felt like I was repeating myself on something that was not supposed to even be the main. Like I felt like I thought I was gonna be able to put that 1 point in, and we was gonna move on forward from that, but it didn't go that way. So it's okay. That's just how things go when it's not planned. This was just for the moment.
All right. Hold on. Naphtali, what you fail to realize is that you're the lead in the direction the conversation go. You are the first one that opened up. So if you're opening up on the Bible, of course, Jabari is going to respond on the Bible, Naphtali. Your second round, hold on, your second round, you came with the same thing. You came with the Bible. Jabari had to respond to what you were saying. Now, you see when the sister Oracle came on, she took Jabari into the text. She was taking Jabari into Kemet. And that's where Jabari ended up. Now he had to start defending and answering Kemet. It depends on where y'all take the conversation. So it's not Jabari's fault that he was talking about the Bible. That's what I'm saying.
But let me just expound upon what you're saying.
Go ahead.
I believe that Jabari was not being truthful about my sources, and I kept having to recite them over and over again. But that's water under the bridge. The thing is that like she said, the conversation was missed, and I agree with her. So that's just the way it is.
Can I, Sonetta?
Go ahead, Jabari.
I just want to say I wasn't the one that asked for this debate, right? They asked for the debate. They set the topic.
This is not a debate, and I didn't ask for it either.
They set the tone of what was. It was Elder Qanath that did it.
Okay, let's talk about that real quick, because you just said that you didn't ask for something, and I want to say this.
What happened?
Hold up, you got to let him finish, Naphtali. Let him finish.
Come on, Queen, don't do that. Don't do that. And so basically, what happened is you all said, Elder Qanath said, I have some queens that will be able to defeat Jabari. Sonetta called me on the phone. This is what happened. And I said, well, if you want, I can have a conversation. And so then we had the conversation. I called Sonetta about our conversation on Monday, and he said, you're supposed to have a debate today. I said, what? I said, maybe we should just talk about some stuff. He said, fine. Let's call them and set it up. So and let me say something. You can say something when I'm done, brother. What is wrong with y'all? There's two of you.
I'm out, man.
Why are you doing that?
I'm really. Ain't got time. I'm really leave. I'm really leave.
Basically, so
why you leaving? Brother, come on, man. Come on.
Let him break out.
I'm not saying you should be unfair, but I try to speak. I hear you.
Okay. Hold on, don't do that to Qanath. Hold on.
Trying to speak when he's speaking, though, Qanath.
Because the thing is that this is going the wrong direction. It's going the wrong direction. The thing is that this was a good build. I think, guys, this was a good build.
I am not finished speaking, and I'm not going to stop talking because that's disrespectful. And both of you.
Okay. Go ahead. You can talk. Go ahead, talk. But you know what? That's fine. I'm going to be the last word, and I'll leave that way.
He's still talking. He's still talking. Y'all been doing this all night. There's two of you and one of me. And y'all just can't interrupt.
My sister online.
What has happened? I'm not finished. If this is how your tradition occurs, discard it. Discard it. Because it's not working for you. Stop this. I am wasting my time here trying to speak over this. I have services in the morning.
Hey, Jabari, what is the divine force, brother? What's the divine force?
And I listened the entire time. You put a third person on. You spoke over me the whole time.
Brother, you had Reggie and everybody else. What's the divine force?
Basically, what we're going to do, I'm not going to stop talking this time. I've been respectful. I'm not going to stop talking this time. So, when I was called, I was at the mechanic. You heard I was at the mechanic. I didn't have time to prepare this. Now, if you want to say I've been doing this for 30 years, that's not me preparing for you. That means I'm prepared for what you're going to say. That means if you challenge someone that has been preparing for 3 decades, you better, when you come after the king, you better come quick. And you didn't come prepared.
Hey, King's not real emotional like you are right now, bro. Let me listen. We having a conversation as you talk.
All night.
Oh, we having a conversation. Oh, I just gotta listen to you.
Forward things.
You just upset because you lost. That's why you upset.
All night you put forward things. You didn't read articles properly. I'm not the only one that said you didn't read the article properly.
Brother.
One of Sanetta, you gotta mute them, man. This is crazy. One of the articles you just read the article. Other times you just Googled something and said, "Here's the proof." It's a list of Google sites. You didn't even. I had to actually ask you to go into the actual source. What I'm saying to you is this doesn't mean that this is the end of the world, but you do have to go back to the drawing board. I'm not being intellectually dishonest by reading what you have put forward. That's what I'm supposed to do. I'm supposed to read what you read, and you're supposed to read what I read.
Brother, I hear you. I understand. I hear you.
So
how long
I
want to say, brother? I hear you.
Say this. I'm not. Listen. You've been interrupting the whole time. You've been interrupting the whole time. I also thought
how long am I supposed to listen to you?
Listen. If you continue to talk while I'm talking, I'm gonna talk longer because I'm not getting to say what I'm gonna say.
So we're not getting nowhere. So I think we should end the live because I'm gonna give you a minute. 60 seconds.
The way you're talking does not work for the gray in your beard. Stop, brother. Stop. The elders can behave differently.
That's because you use, hey, brother. That's because you use in your beard.
What I'm saying.
What was the personal attacks, brother?
What I'm saying to you is this. I'm saying you're not behaving like an elder. That's what I'm saying to you. That's not a personal. I don't know you. How can I give you a personal attack? I just met you two tonight. This isn't personal. I don't know you.
My beard.
I'm saying that you're an elder not behaving like an elder. That's what I'm saying.
Back and forth.
Listen, the title of this debate was Understanding the Kemetic Concept of the Most High. And I was really prepared to talk about the Kemetic tradition. But as people asked me to enter into a dialogue, they didn't bring up the Kemetic tradition truly. I was responding to what they said. And what they said, the sources that they gave were poorly cited, were not properly utilized. Did you expect I was going to be able to just move on? That's not how this works. It's like y'all haven't been watching Qanath. I know you haven't been on that long, but you have to watch Qanath.
Go ahead, Oracle. Go ahead,
and
Oracle.
So you should understand that this is how this works. I'm going to read what you read, and you should read what I read. You asked me earlier today on the phone, and I'm going to say that this is what happened, what books I read. I told you 4 books, and then later you said I didn't tell you any books. And I even complained about that on the phone. If you want to really have a dialogue on this topic, you have to do some study. That's the problem. You can't just pretend that you know. And people
I'm sorry, Jabari, but what's the problem? Why are you going through all of this?
Bro.
And as long as you interrupt me, I'm gonna keep speaking. I've said it 4 times. I'm gonna keep speaking when
you're gonna finish speaking. When are you gonna finish?
I'm gonna finish when you start speaking and I get to finish what I'm saying.
Hey, Naphtali, you ready to go?
If you want to leave, leave.
You ready to go, Naphtali?
It's 1 a.m. You want to leave? Because essentially,
I guess we will be ready to leave because this is supposed to be like I don't know what's going on. I don't know why Jabari's in his feelings. It's our story. He keeps feeling. I don't understand.
And you're upset that you don't get to speak. The 3 of you talking to one of me,
brother. When are you gonna let us
say something the entire night? The entire night,
brother.
So, Jabari would have. Hey, yo, Jabari would have been finished a long time ago.
I'm gonna keep talking.
Y'all keep on interrupting him. And you're interrupting, brother. He would have been done.
It's about the principle.
Yes.
We have to
get
to the point where we at least listen to each other. But one of the reasons why this is
about you, bro. Can I say something to Qanath?
You're not
this dude right here, man.
You can speak.
All right, family.
All right, come on, man.
I'm gonna be honest with y'all.
Yo, we still got to call a BK on the line. She's
and I don't know
questions
how long this shit gonna be.
I mean, come on, man.
Too long.
Please put her on.
It's getting drawn out.
I don't know.
There's a lot of foolishness with this. I'm ready to go to sleep now.
And you know what's sad though, Qanath? And this is not an attack on y'all, Naphtali. It's always hold on. It's always an Israelite that behave like this. That shit is crazy, brother. We are the ones with the discipline, and the Hebrews are the one that's always out of line, and that's a fact. Everybody will tell you this. If you go through the videos, look at Apostle, look at Black Jesus Minister, look at all of the Hebrews. The only one, guess what? The only one that don't do this is ISUBK. Is Captain Tazarian. But when I say that, y'all think I'm just blowing him up. I'm not. He's the only one, the Hebrew that I know that had the quorum, that had the discipline. But I'm just telling you the truth, man.
We listen to you.
Go ahead.
Let me say something, bro. Can I say something now?
Go ahead, brother. Go ahead, man.
We sit and listen. We listen to 7 minutes of Jabari and then you.
That's because y'all was interrupting him, man.
There we go again. Brother. You keep saying we interrupting because we trying to have a conversation and not just listening to you. Right? And what I find ironic, I had my sister on the line and she said you called and you hung up on it, and she been waiting for an hour. You said sis, she's on the line right now. Say something, sis.
She's not. No. I hung up on her, Qanath, because you and everybody heard me say, Sister Oracle, do you have anything you want to say before I bring anybody else on? She wasn't answering. She wasn't responding. I said, Sister Oracle, 3 times. And then I hung the phone up because I thought she hung up or something. So that's why I did that, brother.
Even he said he thought she hung up because she was sick of the foolishness.
Okay, hold on, brother. Can I respond?
Brother, you weren't speaking.
Brother, can I? I'm talking to someone, man. Brother. Okay. Go ahead, Oracle.
I was on the line when I've been on the line. I heard you say, Oracle, do you have? Let me bring Oracle in. And I say hello. I didn't know if you, like I said, where I am the copy, but I've been waiting and waiting and waiting. I've been trying to talk to Jabari since he went to the source and was talking about the dead languages. I've been waiting ever since. I've been here. Y'all probably just couldn't hear me.
Now let me say something real quick. Jabari, can you just hold tight? All right. Okay. All right. So now what I was saying is this, right? You said nobody asked you questions. When I asked a question, you don't answer it. I ask you, you keep saying divine, right? And I'm asking you, right? People coming on saying we believe in this God, this and the third, right? So I'm gonna ask you this question right here. This divine, this energy, how do you know? See, when we read the Bible, right, it's prophets, right? So I want to know this. Where did you get this information from, this divine? Who did this divine or these gods that you represent, right? Who did he speak, or these gods, who did they speak to give y'all this information? Who do they speak to give you this information? These gods, these deities, this divine energy. Who do they give you this?
Okay. Let me answer. There are several texts that we read primarily. Okay, there are several texts. Some of the text, we don't really know who was the original author of the text, right? And some texts we do know who the original author is. So when we look at, for example, the what some Western scholars call the pyramid text, not a name I like, but I want you to know what I'm talking about. It is believed that those texts were first oral and then scribed into the Merkut, the pyramids of the fifth dynasty, of the fifth dynasty. So we don't really know who the first person who wrote it was, right? Something similar occurs in what Western scholars call the coffin text. right? So some of these texts are extremely old. They probably predate the written word. And then there are other texts in what are generally called Seba'ite literature, like the Maxims of Ptah-hotep. We know who Ptah-hotep is. The instructions of Amenemop, we know who Amenemop is. So there are actually some texts where we have authorship, and others where they're very old and we don't know who the first person who wrote it was. I will say to you that essentially what the texts say is that they get their understanding of the world from a divine source. Now, I know that you don't like me using the word divine. I'm going to continue to use it because I'm not going to use the word God, if that's what you're expecting me to say. God is not a neutral word. Nope. And it's certainly not a Christian word. I'm not going to use, or a Hebrew word. I'm not going to use the word God. I use divine in English. I could say the neteru. I could say that, but you don't know what that is. So why would I use a word without defining it first for you to understand? So
okay, can I interrupt? How long your answer? Go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
All right, go ahead, Qanath.
I'm trying to figure out.
I
asked you. Okay, I asked you a question, right? I didn't ask you who was the first one. I didn't ask you about all the books, right? I ain't asked you about all the stuff that you said. I asked you who did this divine or energy speak to give you this information? Because our book go by prophets. The Most High, right? Even whether you believe it or not, spoke to prophets, right? He spoke to men, right? Whether it was in a dream or whatever. That's our belief. So I'm asking you, give me a name that this divine energy came to, so you can understand what you understand. Okay. As far as I see right now, wait a minute. From what I see right now, he spoke to two white men, right? That you and my sister was talking about that broke down this language, right? Hold on, brother. I'm trying to figure out who did this divine source, right? Or Mayat, who did he speak to give you this information? And can you answer it until you ask me that question? I say Moses, right? I say Jeremiah, right? I want to know who did this divine force speak to? And we have one book, one. You got 1,000, right? So I'm trying to figure out who did he speak to? Or they speak to?
Are you done?
Give me a name.
Can I answer?
Only if you give me a name.
Well, first of all, brother, I gave you two names first. I gave you two names. Okay? Maybe you didn't hear them. I gave you two names. I told you that there's some texts we don't know who the actual early author was. And then I gave you two names, right? But you have to listen. Can you tell me one of the two names I gave you? Can you tell me one of the two names that I gave you?
No, because you went all this long paragraph. Give me one name. Say it right now.
Listen. You have to listen.
I wasn't listening. Give me the name now.
Okay.
Okay. Give me the name now. I wasn't listening. Give me the name now.
Listen. When we talk about Seba'ite literature, we know who some of those authors were. Two of the primary authors were Ptah-hotep, whose image I can put on the screen if you like, and Amenemop. But there are others. We know who those authors were. And so some of them were early. We don't know who they are. And I also want to say
give me a date. You gave me the name. Give me the date. You gave me the answer. No, give me the date.
I am not. Brother, what are you doing? You asked me to answer a question and then you don't let me answer the question.
You gave me two names. I'll ask you to give me the date. That this power. Give me the date.
You can ask that
this divine force came to these two people.
This shit is crazy, yo. No, hold on, man. Hey, yo, you know what? Hold up. Everybody time out for a minute. Time out for a minute. Qanath, you know what you did, man? And you're my brother. I love you. I'm not mad at you. But you really messed up Naphtali's show, brother. This was between Naphtali and Jabari. You came on as just the moderator, and it was between Naphtali and the sister Oracle, but you done jumped your ass in here and started going at Jabari debating.
in there too.
No, I was trying to fall back. I was falling back, letting them go in. Oh man,
okay.
brother.
Sonetta, hold on. Before y'all do that, can I respond?
Yeah, we need Jabari to respond to your answer, brother.
Let me finish.
Okay.
I
you
also
give me the
want
date
you
that
to
this
understand-
being or this divine force.
That's the second question. I didn't even finish the question. I can answer that. I'll answer that. Okay. The other thing I want you to understand is in many ancient texts, we don't have exact authors. Most biblical scholars actually argue today that we don't know anything about the Gospels, for example. We know that there are multiple authors for Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. You're making it sound like one person wrote something. But that's not the case. Then you said, we have one book, you have 1,000. The Bible is not one book. The Bible was a curated text of several books. The fact that I have to tell you that is embarrassing. And let's go further. Here goes Richard Elliott Freeman, who wrote the Bible. Let me read this very short passage. It is a strange fact that we have never known with any certainty who produced the book that has played such a central role in our civilization. There are traditions concerning who wrote each of the biblical books. The 5 books of Moses are supposed to be by Moses. The book of Lamentations by the prophet Jeremiah. Half of the Psalms by King David. But how is one to know if these traditional ascriptions are correct? We could go, this text actually says there's a lot we don't know about who wrote those texts. In fact, we have early texts that are different.
Why are you talking about the Bible, brother? I asked you about, why are you talking about the Bible?
You're deflecting. Which means, I answered your question in Kemet. What I'm saying to you is your assertion.
I asked you to give me a time date that is divine
assertion. Wait, brother, stop. This is going longer because you don't have decorum. Stop.
But nah, you funny as shit, man. Damn. Man.
Stop. I mean, I don't know what he's doing here.
Hey, Jabari, I'm gonna get out here, man. I'm gonna say I had a good time on here.
You know what?
One of the reasons why this he's not answering the question, bro. He's not answering the question.
They start the discussion.
Why won't you give me a date? Why don't you give me a date that this divine force spoke to these people?
Because that is your second question. And I told you I was comfortable answering that, but I was going to finish the first question. That is what I said to you.
Okay, good.
I have no problem answering that question. I have no problem answering the question.
All right. Hold on. Before you answer the question, Jabari, let the captain Tazariak in the building. Captain,
I guess you're not gonna put that good comment up there about me though. But
Where's it at? Where's it at?
That's cool. That's cool.
Where's it at, Naphtali? Where's it at? Hold on. Where's it at? I don't see it. I just.
No.
Oh my God, man.
It's cool though.
Go ahead, Jabari. Captain Tazariak is in the building. Go ahead, brother.
They can hear you.
Hey,
hold on, Tazariak, whack with the speak.
Now, hold on, Qanath. Let the brother speak, man. Go ahead.
I just wanted to give the sister a little bit.
No, we don't.
I just wanted to give the sister
you
a
got
little
a
bit.
question? Do you have a question? Do you have a question? We don't need your support or anything. Do you have a question?
Qanath, you gotta let the caller call in, brother. Come on, man. What are you doing, brother?
Thank you so much, 7 Elements Body Shop. I appreciate it.
What are you doing, Qanath?
Ask your question.
Go ahead, Captain.
This is the first time I ever got a chance.
Hey, like 2 weeks ago.
First time he ever responded to me. Shalom, Tazariak. How are you doing?
Hey, shalom, sis. I just want, like 2 weeks ago, or a week and a half ago, there was a debate between 2 sisters, and I kind of called in and just gave them advice. I don't agree. I don't really like sisters debating, but if you are, I like to give advice like I gave those 2 sisters. So one of the things I noticed, you kept saying in this particular conversation. Now, first, this was a discussion, not a debate. So I'm not going to address it that way. I'm going to address it as a discussion. You made a couple points to say that you didn't have a lot of time to prepare. Me personally, what I would even do for myself, I probably wouldn't have done it until I was prepared. That way, let's say if you get hit with something that you're not aware of, you can, because you took the time to prepare, it won't come across the wrong way. Not saying that you were right or wrong or that you can't handle it, but once you start saying,
I didn't have time to prepare. I did this at short notice. It takes away, it gives people the impression that you could be wrong. Second thing, if you have the subject of the debate was understanding Kemetic concepts of the Most High, don't talk about the Bible at all. Of course, the Bible is your background. And I'm going to use myself as this example. Anybody go on the street, me, Jabari, Reggie, we was all on the street, and the whole conversation was about the origins of Kemet, similar to this type of conversation. And what Jabari and Reggie's and the likes of them are going to try to do is to get you to talk about their Bible. And if you just go watch the discussion, every time they ask a question about the Bible, I said, we are not talking about the Bible today. Now, what that does is it forces them to stay on subject. But once you bring the Bible into the conversation, you now allow Jabari to talk about the Bible, and then if he's more skillful at debating than you are, he can take you off subject, which is kind of what he did. So my only advice to you would be is if you're going to do it, now I would prefer if you just did not do it at all. But if you're going to do it, never be unprepared. And if whatever the subject matter is, just stay with the subject matter. Don't veer off the subject matter. No matter what your comfort zone is, just stay with the subject, and then the pressure is on the other person on that subject. That's all I wanted to call.
Now, hold on, Captain. Hold on, Naphtali. Hey, Captain, you hear me, Captain?
Yeah, I hear you.
I think the people would love to see you and Qanath square off in the ring, man. Just y'all two and get it in, man. You know. So
now, to Sister Naphtali, well, let me respond to that real fast on this. So now, Naphtali, I'm going to use this as a teaching example. You see how I just called in to speak about your conversation, your dialogue, because this is supposed to be about you. It's not supposed to be about Qanath, Sinetta. It's just your conversation with Jabari. And then, so the first thing Sinetta does, after I say what I say to you, instead of letting you respond, he brings up Qanath. This is not about Qanath. This is not even about me. This is about callers calling in to give their opinion or ask their question. So I would rather just have the sister speak instead of me entertaining anything with Qanath, because this is not about Qanath. This is about Naphtali's dialogue with Jabari.
That's why I say Captain a bad motherfucker.
You good that mute.
He know how to. No, hold on, Qanath. You gotta let Naphtali speak, brother. Let Naphtali speak. Go ahead, Naphtali.
Well, you brought Elder Qanath in, so please allow him to talk. Go ahead, Qanath. Please go ahead. I'm just trying to.
You asked me, Sarnetta, come on, bro. We've been cool. You asked me. In fact, everybody's on the phone, including Jabari. You asked me to come on. I said, I don't need to come on. I told you that. You said, no, Qanath, everybody want to see you come on. Did you not say that?
What I said, my brother, was you should come on as a moderator so that it can be a Hebrew and me. I said as a moderator, not as a debater, brother.
Okay. Did I moderate? Or every time I
you did no moderating, brother. You debated.
I know.
You debated, brother.
Sorry,
but let's let Naphtali respond, though. Let Naphtali respond.
Thank you. I thank Tazariah for coming on and first saying that to me. I just want to say that I was just showing some personality. I was just joking, just trying to be little, just showing some fun. I really wasn't concerned. This is what I do. I have on people's platform all the time. I go on everybody's platform. Everybody knows. And I stand up and I say whatever I got to say. Now, if I'm, what I'm saying, the thing is that that's just the way it is. I felt like my sources were strong. I felt like I had a really good argument. And I felt like I brought it out tonight. You know what? Hey, I felt like I felt like what I brought out was really good information. I felt like it was very tangible. And I feel like I did pretty decent and pretty good tonight. I pat myself on the back. So there's no need to worry about that. I wasn't concerned. It was just a little personality. I already knew this was a discussion between me and Jabari. I thank Jabari so much for giving a woman an opportunity, because not too many people will do that. So I thank Jabari and Sinetta for allowing me to have this platform, and Elder Qanath for giving me this platform. So yes, I'm having a good time tonight, guys. I thank you all so much for calling in, and this has just been a blast. I'm just chilling.
No, sir. I just hoping if you ever go back in, I just hope
Yeah, go
I
ahead.
just hope, sis, when you I appreciate it, sis. I hope that when you go back and listen, I wasn't talking about your.
You got permission.
I wasn't talking about. I wasn't talking about your.
Why is he doing that?
I wasn't talking about your sources or anything. I was just trying to give you like a strategy. I'm not speaking about whether you did good or bad. I'm not speaking on that. The only thing I want to help you with, if you're going to do it, now again, I prefer if you didn't, but if you're going to do it, when it's a topic, just stay to that topic. Don't give a window for a different topic.
Why do you refer me not to? Why do you refer to me? Why would you refer me not to? I want to know.
Well, I would say it one more time.
You said you refer for me not to.
Prefer.
You prefer for me not to.
Prefer. I don't think women should engage. I don't think that women should engage with men in debates. I have never seen that from a biblical perspective.
Why are you engaging in then?
I'm not engaged. I'm not engaging her at all.
He's not debating.
Okay, I'm not that.
Okay, hey,
I'm not debating her. I can't.
Can I speak? Can I say something?
Well, actually, I was in the middle. I was in the middle of speaking to the sister. She asked the question. I was answering the question.
Sonetta asked me to come on and say, "This is our show too, brother." Can I respond?
No problem. Well, sis, like I'll just close out.
You or nothing. I just want to say something.
I just want to fit. If I have no problem.
The reason why that article is stating that the Shemites and are Hebrews, the Indians are Shemites based off they were speaking Hebrew.
All right, y'all. I'm tired. I'm being honest with y'all. I had enough of this shit. This shit almost 6 hours. I didn't think this was gonna be this long. I'm being honest with y'all. This shit was too long. This was supposed to be a discussion. Oh, it turns to something else. And I'm done listening to it. I'm sorry. If y'all want to listen to the rest of that shit, y'all go over there. I'm ready with bed. I'm being honest with y'all. This shit is too long. The stream, 6 hours. I am tired. I appreciate everybody who's been here from the beginning. Being honest. Y'all, somebody want to come on and say something real quick? Because I'm going to shut this down, and I'm calling it. I'm tired, man. To me, it was just answers and questions. I think that it was a good discussion. Maybe some stuff should have been done a little differently, I'm guessing. But, I appreciate everybody who's here from the beginning. Don P, you got feedback, homie.
Kill it.
You got to cut that feed off, P. You can't be having.
I killed it. I was on that because I be working a couple different devices, man. They didn't do nothing tonight, man. They didn't do a damn thing. And the other thing is, I said everything that I said on Sonetta's channel. And straight up, it's like, you know what? You a double dealing female dog.
No, I don't think Sonetta did nothing bad. So don't blame nothing.
Hey, but wait.
My thing was, hold on. I got a phone call. Go ahead.
One of the things I was saying was this. FOP always drops the links and invites you into the conversation, whether you have a disparaging opinion or not. Sonetta only let his people on and trapped Q and Oracle and Nisi, on this aisle. And all his dogs were going in on the comments and on the call-in. But you're not going to drop the call-in number? That's some weak-ass stuff. You talking about, oh, I want to have a level playing. That's not a level playing field. I know what that looks like. That looks like stuff we deal with on an everyday basis when we dealing with Dwight. So that's, I'm cool off, dude. Plus, he ain't got no stance anyway. And the whole thing was, I kept going in. It's like, why are you not answering the question of the origins of Kemet? See, we have an origin for Ivrium, our people, which come from Shem. And whether it works out, however way it works out, when they got off of that boat, folks had different places in the plane that they were supposed to occupy. And all the funk jumped off because Japheth's sons, particularly Canaan, decided that he wanted our land. And that's all what it is. He was supposed to go to the Isles. That's where his place was supposed to be, in the Isles and them other countries, them other areas. Folks be thinking about Isles, they think about the Greek, Isles. No. Don't forget about the British Isles. See, folks ain't deep enough in terms of their understanding on the studies and stuff. You have to look at the history of Britannia. There's reasons why they eliminated books from the Sefer. Matter of fact, when you go to Acts, you go to Acts. Let's see here. You go to Acts of the Apostles, and you go to the end of it. If you read the King James, you ain't gonna see nothing about no verse, chapter 29. And that chapter talks about Paul going into Britannia and so forth and so on. And you know that where he's from, Tarsus, is in modern day Spain. So we're well acquainted with these European lands. And when you really research, and you can even do just the research on YouTube, but do the research when you listen to the appropriate teachers, following what they're saying, and always checking and double checking. You ain't letting no man lead you just on what he says. If you're not reading the script for yourself, you're doing yourself a disservice. But when you read into there, and then you read other stuff, I'll say extra biblical, because extra biblical could be the books that they don't want us to read, plus whatever else is in history. When you read whatever else is in history and you look, we're all over Europe. Our crest is everywhere. Our image is everywhere. Dawid ran the world. Do y'all understand that? That David ran the world? And of course, he was only a type and shadow of Yahushua Ha Mashayach, who is going to run the world, folks. Come on. You cannot make this not make sense. So I laugh at these niggas, man. It's like, yeah, you come with your Egyptology, and he never got to the point of the origins of Kemet. I'm sorry, where did Kemet come from? Wasn't Kemet, that would be an empire that came from the origins of Ham. Well, Ham was a brother to Seth. I'm sorry, didn't they exist at the same time? So you talking about Kemet, and you talking about our kingdom that came through the line of Seth, and they existed at the same time. So, brother, what are you talking about? I'm not, y'all on some other stuff with some.
All right, Don, I appreciate the commentary, but the team's starting to come on. So, you know, We're gonna take over real quick.
You got it, bro.
Have a quick discussion before we get up out of here. Thank you, sis. Most High bless, because I'm tired, bro. And last night I think it was damn near a 7-hour stream. And I didn't know that this stream over inside Netta was going to be this long. I thought this shit would have been done. I ain't thinking this was going to be 5 fucking hours. God damn. That's ridiculous.
Hey, let me say something real quick. Shalom, brothers and sisters. Shalom, family.
Shalom.
All right. It got kind of out of hand, and I'm not going to talk about certain things, but at the end of the day, sorry, excuse me. Hey, I'm tired myself. I thought the dude was avoiding questions, man, and that's why I kept on saying the same thing over and over about the title of the show, you know. And I'm gonna be honest with y'all, I'm not really mad at Sarnetta, right? Because that's what he's supposed to do. That's what he does, you know. But my thing was try to stay focused on the topic. The topic was not the Bible. The topic was the interpretation of Kemet.
It was a good build. It was a good build, though.
It was good.
Naphtali did good. It was a good build.
She did good.
I just think that he knew. See, my thing was, Qanath, what I saw was him trying to prove that Kemet is older. That's not the discussion.
Exactly.
If y'all watch, everything was, because this predates this. Nigga, listen, I know Egypt is older than Israel. Israel was the last nation made, according to the scriptures. We know Israel went there. So that, to me, do not mean anything to me because it's older. Sumer is older than Egypt. And then you have something, the Atlantean Empire is older than Sumer. So I don't get where the whole thing about Egypt is older. Just because Egypt is older, don't make it the best. All these empires fell. And Egypt ain't rise back up yet, family. That motherfucker.
No.
So at the end of the day, who cares about the Kemetic traditions and what they had there? That was then. This is now. And everybody from Africa is not a Kemite. I don't know why everybody think that everybody from Africa is Kemite. Them niggas don't claim the Africans that let the cows piss on their head and shit on them and rub the shit all over their body. They don't claim them. They don't claim the ones with the big lips and the pleats and stretching of the ears and necks. They only claim ancient Egypt. And that's
Let me say this real quick. Let me say this real quick because the reason why Sarnetta kept cutting me off because I was asking important questions and Jabari wouldn't let me speak. Kept on talking because now everybody can hear me. Oracle is my witness. The topic wasn't supposed to be a debate, but the topic was been about two things: these gods and the language. That was it. The gods and the language. That was supposed to be the topic. That's why I kept on saying to the guy, who was the prophets? Who are these deities that you would speak, these people speaking to? Give us some times and dates, right? Because y'all don't know this. We had a offline talking, and he was getting tore down then by Oracle, right? So in Naphtali. So the topic, that's why I didn't want to go back and forth about how old we was and this and third. You know, we supposed to get on them gods and prove that their deities exist. That's why if y'all can remember when I opened up, because I was on the show first, I asked him about them damn statues in the background.
Right.
Okay. I asked him about I was like, okay, what that mean? And I was setting them up. What that mean? Right. And I know he's trying to do. Oracle know we had this conversation. So now I want to know, okay, where they come from. Who is this energy force? What all? And they wouldn't answer it. It was over talking. And that's why I didn't want to talk to Reggie because he asking Naphtali, are you married? Who's Cherry? And all that shit. That's Bible shit. We're not shit, but we're not talking about that.
He was asking they all about, do you do Jewish tradition with the Talmud? Everything he was speaking of, I knew exactly what he was talking about. I said, okay, I see what he's doing. He was trying to ask if y'all was keeping the what they would call
Talmudic customs,
old traditions, right? Talmudic customs and stuff like that.
Yeah, I knew what he was, man. I was playing dumb.
Qanath, do you still beat your wife?
They prefer. They think everybody.
See what I'm saying?
Every Israelite is like Zion Lex or whatever like that.
Right.
And that's not true. Every Israelite don't do that, and it's not.
So let's let Oracle speak real quick because she was. Let's let Oracle speak because she was a part of this. So Oracle,
before she speaks, I want to say this: Oracle, you told their asses up.
Well, she did.
I wish I had more time.
So I hope he come on here because he cut her off. Wouldn't he let her talk? She was on my phone because Oracle was talking to him, and he muted Oracle and wouldn't let him talk. And so Oracle called my phone, and I put her on there, and then he muted me because Oracle was wearing his ass out. They wanted to switch to the Bible. We had this discussion.
If y'all was in the chat, I was tearing his ass up because you know what? He left you Oracle and Naphtali on an island by yourself. I'm hella mad. Go ahead, Oracle.
I waited so long, y'all. I've been on the road. I waited online on the line for so long, and when I saw the live, they had the back and forth discussion for like 3 hours, and I thought that me and Jabari were going to get like an hour, however the discussion was going, but I wanted to kind of lead him out. I'm out in the deep sea. I wanted to get him off of the land and come out there with me and let him drown, and he was on his way with his broom and his dustpan cleaning up, but I couldn't get to where I was trying to. But the people in the chat saw where I was going, and some of them even agreed. And my thing was sticking to the topic, the interpretation of Kemet, because that was supposed to be the original topic that we agreed upon. And when I got online, it said the Cometian understanding of the Most High. I don't know where that came from, but I think Sa said that was something that they came up with.
So now, Jay over there talking about you now, Oracle, but Naphtali was bigging you up, saying she was sitting there supposedly in there for support, but Jabari talking about the reason why you ain't want to come on because you ain't want to show your face and all this extra stuff.
But even if I was on camera, you still couldn't answer my questions, and that's why Sa didn't put me back.
Exactly.
I've been waiting for hours, y'all. I've been waiting for hours.
And the reason
when the guy Chris Harris came on, I was on. When Apostle came on, I was on the line. I was waiting. He never, and he said, "Well, Oracle, let's see if she got anything to say." I said, "Yeah, can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me?" And then the line just went dead. I'm like, "What the hell? I've been waiting for like
you
an
to make
hour."
everybody think you was gone. That's what he did. He muted you to make everybody think you was gone.
See,
I'm like, what the hell? Like me talking to Jabari the way that that's what the original discussion was supposed to be, but the title had been changed. And
every time something about your job, why you want to show your face? They keep talking about your job and all this other stuff,
but they can't deal with the methodology. You stand on Champollion and Thomas Young's shoulders. Everybody else that interpreted Egypt came after Champollion. That's why I told him, he said, well, there's a lot of people that came into Egypt 3,000 years. No, that's not what I'm saying, Jabari. I'm talking within the last 200 years. That brings you back to the 1800s. The founding fathers of what you call now Egyptology, the shoulders that y'all stand on. He mentioned Champollion and Thomas Young. Now let's go. Everybody else that interpreted your civilization for you came after Champollion and Thomas Young. You look up Champollion, you will see next to his name is his title, the father of Egyptology. In order to be a priest, you have to claim to interpret the text. And I asked him, how are you fact checking, knowing what is right and what is wrong, what is gained and what is lost in translation? I have brown eyes. Tienes ojos cafés. That's not the same thing. Even though I said something about my eyes being brown, but when you write it out, it's not the same. I have eyes brown, but I said I have brown eyes. The methodology that they don't show you how the things change, what's gained and what's lost. Champollion guessed. He guessed it. That's why they shelved it when his brother completed it. I went into that with him. It wasn't accredited by his peers. They didn't accredit him, well, he only broke down so and so and so and so. But yet and still, he's called the father of Egyptology. He deciphered the text. No one else.
And that's his father.
Right, exactly. That's where I was going with it. And he wanted to talk around in circles, which is fine because I'm familiar. That's how Jabari is. But
Oracle, let me land me back real quick. Now I'll let you in, Qanath. This is why when he wouldn't let you back on, this is why I asked Jabari, I said, listen, what this deity that you're talking about, who did they speak to? That's why I kept asking, who did they speak to? right? I want to know who this deity, who did they speak to? He would not answer it, right? And then when he did answer, he named these two whatever, right? I said, give me a date that this deity spoke to, because our Bible has dates when they spoke to Isaiah, when he spoke to Moses, so on and so forth. I said, give me the date. And he did not want to answer that. He kept ducking. Then that's why I said, is this thing you're talking about, this divine, I said, is it energy? Right? And where did it come from? Where did the energy come from? And what he'll do is he'll go into a whole damn 20 minutes before he give you an answer. You sitting there like, well, what the hell is the damn question I asked? Right? And he was, so I know it was being fair, but I think at the end he wasn't being fair to Oracle, because Oracle did not give her to him. You know, and then he let Jabari do some shit. You know, but go ahead.
But I'm just telling you, when she proved him.
Yeah, I didn't.
You gotta cut that off in the background, possible.
I don't think it was fair, and maybe because I came in later, but I was busy at the moment and traveling. But it could have been better. It could have been a whole lot better. A whole lot better. But
it was.
I'm not doing that again. Don't even ask. No way.
Yeah, that right there.
Yeah, I don't blame you, because that was ridiculous. But
Yeah,
to me, it was still fun.
Yeah, it was fun. It was fun.
I needed your number because I was trying to get in there, dog. They was not dropping nothing because I was ready to get them. You drifted way off a topic. I wanted to know. Oh, well, so tell me about Kemet. What is its origins? Who are its people? You want to tell us about Kemet? Tell us about Kemet. They straight up went to our heritage and attacking on that end. They stayed straight away from the topic. This is what I'm talking about.
That was their whole agenda right there from the start,
exactly,
man. Because when you look at Jabari, when you look at everything Jabari did, every source that Naphtali brought out, it's either you're not bringing out sources, anything. He's trying to control. He was trying to control the net. That dude ain't no skilled debater. That dude not.
No, he's a skilled debater. He is a skilled debater, bro.
Skilled narcissist. That's what that is.
He is a skilled debater. The skilled debater turns the narrative.
Yeah,
right. Takes your strength.
I see what you're saying, but
takes your strength. That's what he does every time.
Yeah, hold on. Let me say something real quick. I'm gonna tell you why he's not a skilled debater. I'm gonna tell you why. Because in the debate platform, the moderator will make sure the people stay on the topic. So that's not a skilled debater, right? The moderator let him get away with changing the topic. A skilled debater would defeat you in the topic.
True. That's true.
Right.
Go back into the comment.
But he's clever.
Into the comments.
He couldn't deal with me. I would let him talk in circles. I would not let him talk in circles. You're gonna answer the question that I'm asking you. Don't drive me around town to answer the question. The question is clear and concise.
See, I peep all this.
He said, I see you want me to mention them to Thomas Young and Sean Paul. Okay, well, let's dance. I'm here to dance. I'm not here to do this with you. And that's why I didn't come in saying, oh, I'm from the tribe of this. No, I'm the oracle and I study history. That's all you need to know.
Exactly.
I'm not gonna try to trip you up. I'm gonna ask you.
That's a
They try to box you. That's what they do. They try to box you.
That's all it is, man. He tried to box her in, it was an agenda behind that. Cause who cared what she believe in? She a Bible scholar. If she says she a Bible scholar, she want a challenge, man. What difference does it make? Y'all trying to see?
She came in and said she was a historian.
And I want to speak on this real quick. I don't know if I'm jumping the gun or we got there or what, but I want to speak on this. Whoever called in trying to talk about the history of Hebrewism, what type of Hebrewism is, nigga, you playing semantics. First off, he's talking about F.S. Cherry. When you look that up, F.S. Cherry was a Garveyite who came out of this stuff and learned from rabbis and stuff. You can literally look this information up. You can Google. It's not debatable. And the other person. First off, that's how all this stuff came about. The commandment keeper school and all that. When you do the original history and stuff, that's why they talk about the chart being a hook. Let's talk about the commandment keeper school. They had Jesus Christ at the end just to get them. They was Old Testament only. They don't want to talk about that. but we not. They know what the hell we believe in. They watch our show. So are y'all asking all these rhetorical ass questions, trying to prove a point? It's going in circles. That's why it was so frustrating.
Hey, Oracle, can you do a presentation when you get a chance? You don't got to show your face. Whenever you get some time, and you can bring out the information about Sean Polion and on here whenever you get some time, so you can show the people what you actually talking about. That way you can edify the people on this platform further about what you on the Kemet information. I think that'd be a good thing to do. It don't have to be long, but just show them some of the understanding of the books you read and the linguists and why you're saying what you're saying.
Exactly.
I kept wanting to ask them to bring out their truth.
They can't.
It's like, let's go back to the topic. Okay, where is the origins of Kemet?
And Sinetta kept trying to say, oh, when Naphtali, you asked about the Bible or whatever, and you brought it in, he gonna respond and all that, trying to lead her away from the topic and stuff. Nah, bro, stop all that playing, man. That playing, we ain't playing no games. Look, we gonna hold it there. If it's something, man, we can do, we can hold it there. If you can't prove, you can't prove it. Like you trying to say, eliminate the double standards. That's all it is. That Jabari's doing some underhand shit. That's all it was. Like every time you put out
you got to know how to talk to Jabari, because if not, he will talk you over, under.
Exactly.
And inside.
Exactly. Very disrespectful.
I wasn't having it. I'm not having it. Like I wasn't, and I just wish I would have got some more time. Like I came in at the tail end, and I think they was like doing questions and answers. They hadn't been on for 3 hours. He was supposed to tell. When I called in, the show was already gone for like an hour. I called and he was like, well, they're already talking, so I'm gonna let Elder Qanath know to tell you when to call. Man, 3 hours had done passed. I'm like, yo,
man.
I just told them I've been on the road all day, all evening, traveling. I'm tired. Like, how much longer do I have to wait? This was really my thing. I drug Naphtali in. Naphtali didn't bring me in. This is supposed to be my discussion. I'm like, oh.
This is what they do, because see, here's the deal. In their strategy, in terms of minimalizing this, and you know what? Y'all can say whatever y'all want to say. I said what I said in the chat about Sa. They minimalized Oracle because she would just totally destroy them. Coming in on top of what Naphtali was saying, Oracle would have completely destroyed them. I know this woman, she knows her shit. And the thing about it was, she wasn't allowing them to box her into a situation where she couldn't move. She wanted all of the leverage. See, these motherfuckers play 9-level chess, just like just like they pay masters. Let's get it. Let's kick it.
Let's get it. Let's
just like they pay masters. They play 9-level chess. They play 9-level chess.
It don't really matter, because you got to remember their audience is biased.
They
believe what they want completely. So, even though you saying what you saying in the chat, it don't really matter to them. You know what I mean? People going to believe what they're going to believe. Even when you bring cold hard effects, as if like what the Oracle was doing, a lot of that stuff gonna go over people's head because they team Kemet. And like I said before, you got to think about it, right? And it ain't no disrespect to Sinetta. He's on his platform, brother. He got his audience. He got to appeal to.
Exactly.
And then we on our platform, we have our audience to appeal to. People gonna come out and support who they want to support. Like like I said before, even when people debate, people want to support this person if they like them. People want to support that person if they like them. Whether they right or wrong, it don't matter. What you have to understand is, most people and majority of the people who's watching these things, they don't study. They don't
know.
So whatever.
You know what I find interesting, Sham?
Go ahead.
You know what I find interesting?
Go ahead.
Okay, I'm sorry. I said, well, you know, Naphtali, you know what I found interesting is that you had maybe 1 or 2 Hebrews came on there and taking somebody's side who don't believe in the Bible. You know, I found that interesting. But I think everybody done a great job. My only hiccup I had is that the dude was not answering questions.
Nope.
And what they tried to
answering
do.
mine.
No, what they tried to do is deflect and blame me. The dude, look, Naphtali and Oracle is my witness. I didn't even want to beat. I said, I ain't got to be on it. That's them. He said, no, Qanath, Naphtali's my witness.
So
We need you.
That's
what do
true.
you say, Naphtali?
He begged you to come on because you said no. You said I don't know anything about this. I don't need to be on here. And he was like, "No, Qanath, I need you."
Yeah,
exactly.
Y'all remember that?
Hold on, let me finish up though, y'all.
I'm sorry.
What I was saying was this, right? Most people in the communities who's on these lines and these chats watching what's going on, they don't study. So they're gonna root for who they believe in and what they believe in, whatever the person teach. Us on here, we research, we study, and we believe what we believe. But majority of the people in the chat that's not studying, or they just team this, like how it was, you had 1,300 people in there watching. That's a lot of people. And then you had people saying this because they only going to believe what they want because they're against Hebrew. Like I said, what you clearly saw is what Jabari premise was to show that Kemet is older than Hebrew. That's all he was showing. The Israelite stuff. Nobody cares about that because we know that. And I told y'all that he showed that, but he could not approve that they didn't exist. Because if a man is supposed to be a Kemetic priest, he giving out all these gems on these are the oldest Hebrew stones. And I said, well, I know about that too. But it was funny to me that he knows about it. So obviously he know Israel existed, that man himself. But he's showing it to his people. But it goes over their head.
He cut himself.
Exactly. His own people don't realize the man showing that Israel exists and they're real.
Right.
Exactly.
That's why I knew this dude ain't about nothing.
That's what I'm trying to tell y'all.
Let me share this, y'all.
That's how I knew he wasn't about nothing. He got all that.
People following other people, and he ain't showing you that they're not real. He's showing you, oh, this is the oldest.
Hold on, Shan. Hey, Shan, hold on, Shan. Who's this Israelite warrior? It must be.
I was just about to say that.
Because if you're an Israelite and somebody look at Qanath punk drunk ass, bro, I had one.
Bring your punk ass on the platform.
All right, buddy.
Listen,
be sharp, Sam. Be sharp, Sam, bro.
Hey, Qanath.
Hey, hold on, y'all. Let's get some order. Let's get some order. Let's let
Ebon
Apostle wanted to say something. That Ebon, I never saw him before. Let him say something. Let Apostle say something. Apostle. Oh yeah.
No.
I always support y'all channel. I was on here a couple of weeks ago. You know. What's up, Sharp Sam, bro?
What's up, bless?
Even though I don't deal with JC in that matter, I seen how the shit turned down tonight and how they was trying to turn that shit against Qanath. But Qanath, he was just trying to ask the brother Jabari and the brother Todd, what's his name from ISUPK?
Cesaria.
Yeah, he was running. The brother was running. He don't want no smoke with y'all. He don't want no smoke.
Him and I want even what's the name? So I say, man, everybody want to see y'all two go one-on-one.
Yeah,
and he ran. He want to go to give advice. Anybody ask for no advice? What's the question, nigga? That's why I said, what's the question?
Plain and simple.
And that's the thing. It's like I'm gonna tell y'all something. Watch Naphtali and Oracle's my witness. You know what Jabari wanted to debate because after he talked to both of the sisters, he knew he didn't have a chance. He wanted to debate philosophy.
Please. Yeah.
And the sisters are my witness.
Naphtali, you did good. You just
you did.
Let Jabari sucker you in with that Bible stuff because that nigga he ran from everything. I said, damn, Naphtali, she will go right back to it. And then he come right back to the Bible. I said, nigga, we supposed to be talking about Kemet. That shit went on for 5 fucking hours. I said, I can't do this shit no more.
That's what I'm saying.
Right, man, I got frustrated, bro.
That's what I'm saying.
I got frustrated.
Everything about the Bible. This nigga pulled this book up about the Bible. This text about the Bible. I said, hold on, motherfucker. We know Kemet is older than the Hebrew.
But you know what Shar Sam. You know what I wanted to tell the sister Naphtali. She on here right now, right?
Yeah, she is.
Yeah. Only thing I wanted to say is when I heard that when Jabari said the language is over 9,000 years old. You know, sometimes us as when we believe in Hebrew or whatever you believe in, right? The Old Testament, the New Testament. Sometimes we got to say, and I ain't trying to put no. I ain't trying to put no dig. No. Sometimes we got to say. Sometimes we just got to say we don't know. Sometimes we got to say we don't know because Jabari he did have her on the ropes with that.
But see, he was
really did.
intellectually dishonest about that.
He really
and
did.
This is what I need Naphtali to understand. Before Kemet was Kemet, there were the Nubians were in Egypt before Kemet was Kemet. And before the Nubians, it was somebody else there. So when he was talking about that 9,000 years in Egypt, that wasn't Kemet any more than when the Greeks came in Kemet, it was Kemet. Then it became Egypt. Kemet has been ruled by different people, what they call Egypt. So when he was talking about that Nada which comes 9,000 years old, that's not Kemet.
He's talking about pre-dynastic Egypt.
Right, that's pre-dynastic. That's a different people living.
No, I don't see that. I don't see that, Apostle. I don't see that.
Listen,
no, because I know what Apostle's saying.
Listen,
what Apostle is saying.
Her dates were right. Her dates were right. Her dates were right. 7,000 to 3,000 is Kemet years ago. That'll put you about 5,000 years ago to about 3,000 years ago. That's Kemet. Okay, and after Kemet, it became Egypt, and the Ptolemies took over. At one time,
the Greeks
and at one time, Kemet, when we were there, there was the Hyksos that were in charge. They were our captives, the Hyksos. That wasn't Kemet. Now, Dr. Ben said about the first Egyptians or the first Kemetics. They were Nubians. They came from the mountain. They came from the two mountains of Kilimanjaro, where the god Happy dwelled.
Wow.
They came from south, and they came north. They were not Kemets. They were Nubians, and they controlled Egypt before Kemet did, before the natural Egyptians moved in. I can show you right now that the Sphinx has water markings on it as if it was underwater. It hasn't rained there for 6,000 years. But the Sphinx
I want to respond to Ebon real quick. Hold on, Apostle.
Go ahead.
Y'all saying he had me on the ropes?
No. He was intellectually dishonest.
That's what Ebon said.
Because my thing is this, okay? I don't complain. I show up. I did the best I could.
Hold on, Ebon. You on mute. Let Naphtali go, and then when she's done, you can respond.
The little time I had to prepare.
Go ahead, Naphtali.
The little time I had to prepare. And the thing is, it's like this. It's always going to be, who knows, like he says my source is wrong, his source is right. It's always going to be tit for tat. It's always going to be tit for tat. And the thing is that you're going to find a source that's 9,000. If I kept looking, I would have found a source that was 10,000. He would have found, it's just the fact is that what the information that was being lost was the fact that we see our language is in a land that we know from the Elam. And I proved that tonight, but they don't want to acknowledge the only thing you want to talk about was the fact that it was older, and that wasn't the most important point of the night. It's just the fact is that there is from academia. He had a problem with my sources, so I'm using academia from educational sources. He had an issue with that. He had an issue with this. He has an issue with that. Only thing they want to do is get on there and tell you what your stuff is wrong by there. He said, "Oh, well, you're not reading it right." I'm reading it for what it says. He gonna come back and say, "Well, I read it." You ain't reading nothing for nobody.
Right.
You read nothing in 1 second.
And that was his first time reading the article, but he telling you wrong from the way you read it.
That's what I'm saying. That's not my first time reading it. I read that. You don't think I would present the article and read it before I bring it out there?
Chris Harris did the same thing. That's their tactic.
That's all he did was just try to say, well, and you're right, Sir Sam. The only thing is that I allowed the conversation to go to the Bible.
Right.
That was not,
you did good. And that's what they didn't like.
You know how he did that?
Way that they was trying to railroad you because you allowed him to keep going right back to the Bible and he asking all these dumbass Bible questions. And I'm like, wait a minute. And that's why Qanath kept saying, this is not about the Bible. They showing who wrote the Bible. I said, I got all the books, but why you keep going to the Bible? Stick to the topic. He did not stick to the topic at all.
Yeah,
And
and I
that's why
asked him
people call
at
it
the end of
the
our
same
conversation.
thing.
Now,
So I
Charlie,
tried to take it back to it. I said, so can you tell me the origin of man, the creation of man, how man was created? He didn't ask that, and Sonetta didn't even hold him to it. And then when Elder Qanath was asking him those questions, then they don't want to ask, they was trying to ignore everything he was asking.
But you know, Naphtali, look, you gotta remember, yo, you over there, that's their audience. They gonna play. It ain't personal. So nobody, that's what I'm telling everybody on here. Don't take it personal. That's how they play. They
don't worry. I don't take it personal. I don't get it. I get even.
So you gotta
what did he say?
I get even. I'll be back.
They got a Florida State channel, so they gonna do.
It's okay because I'm gonna be back. But see, the thing
you did
is
good,
that,
though. You
no,
did
but see, the
good.
thing is that
You did good. Just next time,
I don't
let
like
that nigga lure you down that hole again. Because he kept,
I'm gonna
he
be
kept
back
pulling
again.
you
Naphtali,
right back
what
there.
did he
to
tell
that
you?
Bible. The
What
Bible
did he say?
stuff.
I'm sorry.
Off the
What did
top.
he say to you about Abraham? Number one, he said he ain't a real person. And then he said he was a Canaanite. So how can he not be a real person and be a Canaanite?
No.
Stop it, Apostle.
Oxymoron.
I mean, nah, bro. Hold on, everybody. Wait. Apostle, like I said before, bro, he cut himself all night. The man is showing you older Hebrew inscriptions they found. That's archaeology. So
that proves our point.
Right, but listen, this is what I'm trying to tell y'all. Think about it. If a man been studying Kemet, all these different excavations, they do digs, dirt, archaeology, anthropology, all these different things, and they finding this stuff, same way they finding Kemet shit. Nigga, you're telling the people Israel existed.
Exactly.
Exactly.
That's how dumb that dude was.
If you found shit and you're showing us, and you tell Qanath, I'm just gonna give you something better than the Moabite steel.
Wait, your archaeology exists, but our shit ain't real.
That's what I'm trying to tell y'all. Think about it. He's showing the people that Israel was real, but it's going over people's head. They're not seeing it. Listen, how the fuck can you find artifacts with Hebrew writing on it, and you're saying this is the oldest one they found and was dated older than a Moabite steel? Think about it. Use comments. That's why I keep trying to tell y'all, yo. A lot of people miss certain points. Common sense. Because they so caught up in religion, they not paying attention. The man showed all them people that Israel really existed by just showing his artifact stone. He ain't say it was fake. If this artifact real and it was Hebrew, like he said it was, then nigga, you just proved Israel is real. And the Bible, the people that was in the Bible was real in the Torah. You proved that, motherfucker. No disrespect, but you did. You can't deny that.
Exactly.
Hey, Shaw, I asked him where was he at.
It goes over everybody else's head because he's telling them. But the thing is, Kemet is older. Well, the Bible lets you know Kemet is older than Israel. We don't deny that, and that's why what Naphtali was trying to bring out with the Indo Valley stuff, it kept going over everybody's head. I said, yo, they're not paying attention. They don't see the game that the guy being played, and that's why when Apostle said what he said about Jabari being a deceitful person with what you say
intellectually dishonest.
Exactly. That's what he did the whole fucking night.
Right.
And I was watching him do this shit. And I'm like, yo, you telling me y'all don't see this shit?
Right.
Y'all don't see this
scholarship can be brought up on charges, man. If you can prove that he's denying scholarship work just to win a debate, his scholarship can be brought up. His credentials can be stripped from him, man.
The man showed scholarship to deny other scholarship. They couldn't debunk Naphtali and what she said. Then he kept saying, he went back to the article and said, from Seaside Netta from. I said, wait a minute. So you trying to base the damn article and source she brought saying it's wrong because of one word in there. Was y'all paying attention to that part when he read it over for Naphtali to try to prove that she was wrong?
But the main thing was when he disrespected her, man.
Well, I didn't like that either.
My question was this. My question was this: where are you? You know, and I'm assuming you're sitting somewhere in the United States. So then, my question to you is this: based on your scholarship, why are you here? How did you end up here? Now we got a whole different other problem. Now you're going to have to answer questions you can't answer because you don't read Deuteronomy 28. Why are you here, man?
Yeah. His ancestors came over on that same ship we did.
And see, Shah, I can't wait for you to be better. And I'm so anticipating on what you go, because I know you got new information and I'm excited. And everybody should be excited that what Shah Shem's gonna bring out these ships, because you know what? It's a lot of they try to confuse our history, okay? And we need to know clearly that we are of the tribe.
Hey Don, I got you, Don. But look, let's let Naphtali and Oracle get in, because we're not streaming too long, because they was on the platform.
Listen,
y'all
can I say this, Shaw? I'm gonna go ahead, man, and leave y'all. I'm about 15 years older than all of y'all, so it's getting late. I'm gonna go get my beauty sleep, man. I love y'all. Okay.
Yeah, because we 6.5 hours in. So
y'all, Naphtali, Elder, y'all did a good job, man. A real good job. That's all there's to it, man.
Y'all held it down. Y'all held it down.
Hey, son, that want me to come back. Ain't nobody over there but him. So come on, Quad. Come on back over there and talk to me, man. We good. He gonna let me close out. So I'm gonna close out over there, man. Let him know I ain't right.
All right. Okay. All right. I'll see y'all, man.
All right, Apostle. Yeah, y'all Oracle and Naphtali, y'all go ahead, sisters, in because y'all was over there.
Man, putting in that work.
Naphtali, you did a great job, sis.
Yeah, now if you put in that work, sis. Same with Oracle.
Appreciate y'all. You know, me and the Oracle, Oracle's on the road.
God bless, King.
Don't close out. Don't close out.
Hold on, Qanath. We not. Yet, bro. Let me finish. I'm just letting them finish out.
Yeah. So it's a lot of.
Go ahead, sis.
Yeah, it's just a lot of, Oracle's on the road. She didn't really get a chance to really call in. They had her on the holding and all that kind of stuff. And, it just wasn't like, I really was, not really as prepared as I would like to have been. You know what I'm saying? Like, I like to be, like I said, I like to be very prepared. I like to have all my stuff, I just wasn't where I wanted to be today. Like I said, I've been gone all day, and it just was something I thought it was just be just a quick discussion. It like it turned into a straight debate.
It did. That stream was too long.
That's all it did.
I ain't gonna lie, sis. I got drawn out. I was in and out watching, but then I was like, "Yo, this shit should have been over," because it don't seem like a discussion no more. And then the whole thing with Oracle, I just felt like it was drowned out, and it became more of an attack on the Bible and not really a discussion on the Kemetic stuff. And but see, my thing is, we got to understand too, everybody too, who out there who may feel like Naphtali, let them trap her. You got to understand, man, when you in an arena like that, you got all these people watching, and you on your toes, and somebody may misquote you, allowing you, you got to correct that person, because you got to defend yourself, and you want to make sure that your words not being misconstrued or your scholarship. So I understand why she did what she did. I want everybody to understand that. Don't take nothing away from what she did over there, because she brought a lot of good information. But that's what anybody, when you dealing with in an arena like that. But go ahead, sis.
But you know what, Shar Sam? What I wanted to say, and I wanted to clear the airways as far as with the sister Naphtali. She did her thing for sure, and I don't want to get wanted to get misconstrued. But when Jabari was saying that about the 9,000 years, it kind of came off like she was kind of caught up a little bit. So I ain't taking nothing back. She did her thing. I can't take nothing from her. She did her thing.
Mm-hmm.
So I just wanted to put that out there for her, just so she know. I ain't trying to take nothing from her.
Okay. Well, she hear you. Naphtali, you want to respond to that?
Oh yeah, definitely. With the time period on that, yeah, I wish I was that just goes to the territory of not being prepared. You know what I'm saying? I jumped over there. It really wasn't supposed to be my show. I was supposed to just be some support, but I just really tried to be a good sport about it. If it was up to me, I probably wouldn't have did it. You know what I'm saying? But it's okay. I tried my best, and I just
did good, sis.
No, you ain't try your best. Shit,
You
you
did your
put it
best.
down for all the Hebrew. It ain't like you tried nothing. You put it down. All I'm just saying is just constructive criticism. Like people, they should tell me when I play AAU basketball. It's just constructive criticism. That's all. Ain't nobody say you ain't do nothing worse. Shit, you did your thing. Shit, I was proud of you.
I appreciate it, guys. So I'm gonna go ahead and log off. It's just been a long day for me.
Absolutely.
Shalom.
Nisi, I just want to tell you that she jumped off. You and Oracle did your thing based on the obstacles that were placed before you. You know, Oracle, you talked about the obstacles. It's like if you had been able to get just directly online, see, that's how they do stuff. That's why they wouldn't drop the number, so I could call in and be like, oh, y'all want me? I'm here. That's the stuff they do. But you were so good. You were so good strategically, Oracle. You were so good. I can't say nothing else about that. But the thing was, put them in their box. Oh, let's talk about
because I was getting ready to I did that. What I was telling him was only the tip of the iceberg. I was just waiting for him. It's like when you give somebody some rope, they either gonna use it to pull themselves off, or they're gonna use it to hang themselves. And I was just seeing what he was gonna do, leave him, a little bit rope and see what he was gonna do. That was just a snippet. There was more to come. I just didn't get the chance to bring it out.
Yeah.
And he was stuttering and stammering. I kept asking what was the methodology that they used, who fact checked. And when they were in the room deciphering this civilization, because let's be clear about something. They were not worried about Egypt 300, 400, 500, 600 years ago. It was a little rock somewhere over there that nobody was worried about. These people were in Sumer. They were in Mesopotamia. They were studying the Asiatic history. That's why I didn't want him to go all around the globe. Stay within the context of 200 years, because something changed. Something changed. Now you have this interpretation of what you call the Cometian philosophy. Because of Champollion, Thomas Young, and Raymond Faulkner, and all of those people wouldn't have never, even the Rockefellers, the Rothschilds, because they own it. Let's be clear, they own it. If they want to change it to Lollapalooza tomorrow, they have the right, because they own it. They own everything about it. The Rockefellers, and yes. So if he would have never commissioned those people to go out and dig and pull that information out and interpret it, Jabari will probably be at Whataburger somewhere flipping burgers and flipping patties for a living. That's what I was trying to get him to understand, that the interpretation that he know it, no matter how many scholars that they have in the big conference, they could have been at the UN. There was no Kemetic priest in there telling them what that meant. These were Europeans sitting off in the corner somewhere interpreting your culture and your customs. They didn't defer to no priest on no Nile to tell them, this is, if you're saying my aunt, right? That comes out of Champollion and Thomas Young and their pupils. How do you know you're not saying monkey nuts?
Exactly.
Show me the methodology from that to that. Show me I'm not saying monkey nuts. If you can't show me how you got to Ma'at, you failed. You can't interpret the Egyptian customs. You don't know. Because if they did know, they would have duplicated it.
Also,
would have figured it out. How to write a glyph, how to build the obelisk, how to build a mastaba, how to build a pyramid, because it's in there.
Stop it.
That's where I was going.
And what's up with
Why
all the
should have a
rods?
pyramid somewhere on 125th Street?
And Oracle, if my laptop was up, I'll show you, because I'm on my iPad right now. But I can show you, man. They got rods all over there, man, on the wall. What's up with them?
They don't interpolate the why is so many phalluses there. all in the
They don't never answer that. They don't
When
never
they say
answer that
that,
question.
when they say the guy took the
Shah.
semen, when they say
They
the
don't know
guy
what you're talking about
copulated
when you
in
say
his mouth,
phalluses.
when they say one of the guys
Go ahead.
copulated in his mouth and put the semen on the lettuce, they act like they don't know what you're talking about.
The god Nem. And I brought that out
Yeah,
before about Nem.
right.
Nem was the fertility god in Egypt.
Right.
And I even asked about Sobak. Sobak is the alligator god or crocodile that they were.
Sobek.
Albinos crocodile or something. Sobak.
Yeah, and the Petamek and Sobek and all that. But when you ask them questions about Gab copulating in his own mouth, putting something on some lettuce, everybody be like, oh, well, no, because this is why I wanted the title to be about interpretation. This interpretation is not your own. That's why you don't understand it.
You're right, and I'm gonna tell you why, right? Because they try to say that there's no homosexuality in ancient Egypt, which we know is a lie. It's homosexuality or people who did immoral things in all societies.
Yes.
So you're like people. Any society you go to, wherever you at, people live these alternative lifestyles that might be under the radar or things that people don't approve of. But see, they try to make it as if ancient Kemet never had any type of stuff like that going on. And I'm like, stop it. You're going to tell me nobody in ancient Kemet was a sodomite. No man wanted another man to bust his benholio open. Stop it. No woman wanted her carpet munched by another woman. Stop it. That's human nature. People are going to act astray or differently in society. That's in all the worlds. Even the Israelites did it. They was the most wicked of doing that behavior. So when people try to make it as if this type of practices didn't happen here, you're a liar.
The ancient Egyptians been having lesbianism.
Right. And then they live next to those what you call them, the Greeks when they came in. Ain't nobody Greeking and freaking more than them. You live side by side with them.
They have orgies and shit.
Right, but hold on. It's just like saying that nobody has pedophilia in that society. Nobody has rapists in that society. That's any society where people are. You're going to have some people or somewhere doing some shit that's immorality to the people in a society, just like crime or anything. So when you boast or try to claim that there was no homosexuality into the Kemetic culture, or them people didn't do none of that, you're a liar. Because that type of behavior is in all society, even on earth today. All that kind of behavior is into all society.
Somebody gotta explain it. That's on the walls of Egypt.
Right.
Hey, Shah, check this out. Before Eve ate the fruit, Hasatan put his seed up on the fruit.
I don't know where you're going with that, Don P. I'm being honest.
Well, there was something that Satan, remember, in the whole thing, her seed will be against your seed. Well, the seed of the woman.
I got a different interpretation of that.
Yeah, we
okay, and then fair enough. But if you read in the book, if you read in the books that we're not supposed to read.
No, that's just in the Bible. That tells you in Genesis, her seed gonna be against his seed. That's not.
Yeah. But what I was talking about before that. I was talking about before that. If you read in other books that we're not supposed to read, there wasn't just that she ate the fruit. There's something more to it.
Well, I heard the story that she's supposed to have sex with Satan and all that, but I don't believe that.
No.
I'm just telling you that's my opinion because people come up with
that's crazy. That's crazy.
Right.
That's crazy.
And Seth is supposed to be Satan's son, and that's why he killed.
Yeah, no, that's crazy.
I don't believe none of this shit.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
But what I'm saying is, I'm speaking of what I'm talking about, y'all, is dealing with common sense in society, period. When you study all the ancient history of society, people did immoral shit. and they trying to act like they didn't. From Roman, from Persian, from Greek, they was doing having all types of freak fests. And then you go back further, where you think breeding with animals and all that shit come from? This ain't nothing new. This is from ancient days and times before they've been doing that kind of behavior, sleeping with animals and stuff like that. I don't know why that this behavior is just something new. Like America, we in America now, and motherfuckers been sleeping with horses. They've been sleeping with dogs.
Right.
They've
been doing this shit.
Hold on, y'all.
Why do you think we here with them?
Hold on, Don P. What you say out of
Yeah, I just got off their live real quick. Ended it well, you know. So he might be coming over here. They ended up. So he put the link is in the room. So yeah. But overall, but go ahead, finish up. So I don't want. I mean, Shay, don't finish up. But just go ahead. I ain't sorry cutting you off.
What else you say, Qanath?
No, I was saying that Sarnetta should be coming over here in a few minutes to close the show down. But no, I didn't want to cut you off. I was saying go ahead. I just wanted to let y'all know that. But go ahead.
Oh, okay. No, I was just saying about the stuff in societies. People seem to forget that a lot of immoral behavior went on in a lot of societies. And ancient Kemet was also one of them. I don't know why certain people try to make it as if homosexuality wasn't a part of ancient Kemet. You had murder in ancient Kemet. You had child pedophilia in ancient Kemet. You had people, I'm pretty sure, getting high off of something in ancient Kemet. People been getting high forever. Getting high, cocaine and heroin and all that shit might be new in the modern days, but they was getting high off of something in the ancient times. You feel me? I don't know what it was. The coca plant, chewing too much or something. But
opium
always overdid things. So let's not try to make it as if something in this society was perfect and great, because I feel like people try to make ancient Kemet society as if it was nothing bad going on, and
they romanticize it.
Right, like
it's romanticized.
And
they never talk about how the Nubians went to war with them and slew them and killed them. They never talk about that.
Oh, but hey, Oracle, did you catch this part that I thought was funny? He said the Qanath knew how to speak Greek. But
no,
I was like, wait a minute.
And I told them, no, they didn't.
Now, right, because see, to me, right, I was like, hold on, Jabari, stop it. Because you know when Alexander went down and took over Egypt, how the hell can they speak a whole language that they never spoken?
Right.
Their language was hieroglyphics and Kemetic speaking people.
And the Greek were barbarian.
Right.
And as a matter of barbarian, because what's the story about Alexandria? About Alexander when they came in, they burned down the library. If these were philosophical people, this is a society that birthed Socrates and Plato's and Pythagorean. What the fuck do they? I'm sorry, excuse my language, but what the hell?
Go ahead.
Do they
let the glove go.
Down the goddamn library? If these were philosophical people, they understood anything. Why did they come in and destroy the temples and destroy their libraries?
Man,
the Nubians didn't do that because they were kids, but they were the same people. They slew each other. But they didn't destroy the glyphs in the script. But the Greeks did.
You can play.
If they did interpret it, and if they did speak it, Jabari, where's the dictionaries? Show them to me. He couldn't show them to me.
You asked him to show you the book.
That rabbit hole.
He ain't pulling out one goddamn book out. And you can play everything y'all just said. You can play Assassin's Creed Origins and figure all this stuff out.
But
they
look,
teach you all that.
I'm gonna show you where he cut his stuff too, right? When he kept going back to the Greek. So he spoke about the Greek and how they used the Greek and they looked over certain things in that language.
Thank you.
Right. But look, he keep forgetting the Bible also got Greek manuscript. So if you can say, oh, the Shemitic, the text of Kemetic is right, and you can deal off the Greek with that, why can't we do the same with the Bible? It was biased when he said that. I said, hold on, man. Do you know who you talking to right now? I said that nigga couldn't got that one over on me. Because I would have strictly said that. I ain't trying to hit, because it was older. No, Negro, if y'all can use Greek for Egyptian writings, why can't we use it for Hebrew writings?
Yep.
Right. And I told them no, because I wasn't going to talk to him about the Bible.
Because
I was not going to open that door talking to him about the Bible at all.
When he spoke about the Greek,
that's why I wouldn't.
You hear this? Do you hear it, Nepal? All right,
Hey,
let me
share
my screen. Let me share my screen.
That's where it was opened up, because that's where the quicksand was. As soon as you start talking about the Greeks, What did they eliminate from the 66? Everything about the damn Greeks.
Well, you know, like I said, the Greek had Greek mythology. And
hey,
I don't deal with the New Testament in Greek, only Hebrew. But shalom.
I'm mad at you, Sa.
Hold on for a minute, Nepal. Hold on. I'm in FOPE chat right now. I'm streaming on my chat and I'm in FOPE chat. Somebody said they mad at me. Who mad at me over here?
I'm mad at you because you didn't drop the number. I wanted to come on your.
Don. Hold on, Don. Please.
Yeah,
Ain't nobody mad at you
jokingly. I mean that.
Ain't
jokingly.
nobody mad, Sa.
In brotherly love, I mean that, Sa. So
wait, let me talk to Sa.
Let me say this. Let me say. I just came from. I just came. Go ahead, Oracle.
Sa, you know I've been waiting and waiting and waiting.
Oh, go ahead, Oracle. Go ahead.
I was gonna tie Jabari shoes for him. I was gonna tie him up and lay him out like a nice 3-piece suit, not the 2-piece suit, a nice 3-piece suit, fresh, waiting for Sunday morning. Sa, why you did that to me, Sa? You muted.
We can't hear you on mute.
We can't hear you, Sa.
Thank you. Muted yourself. Hold on. Let me see. Can I unmute him?
Yeah.
There you go.
I really didn't do it to you. It was Qanath who did it. Qanath said that you said that she will be coming on late. And what did I say to you, brother? See, you ain't tell her. I said, okay, so we're gonna let Naphtali start. And then when Naphtali finished, then she could come in second. But I had it planned where I was gonna let you go first, and then when you finish your questioning, then Naphtali. But because you came late, I said, let her go. And then Qanath hit me up and said, yo, she's here. I said, well, brother, we can't let her cut the discussion
right.
down. Naphtali started. It would look crazy. And that's how that happened.
Man, oh my goodness.
Hey, somebody got to mute.
Somebody got
some
but here, but check this out. Check this out, Sarnetta. She was waiting for for like 2 hours, you know. But overall, man, I mean, your own chat, when you go back and look at it, you know, was saying that Oracle was slicing his ass up. It really was slicing him up. But let me say this for everybody in the chat. You actually said this. You said this, brother. You said, Cesario, everybody would love to see you and Qanath. And what do you do, bro? You talk about he's like him and Jabari, your champs, you know, and he running, bro. Hey, listen, I don't need nobody but me, right? And in fact, I'll debate him and I'll shut our channel down for a whole damn month if he wins. How about that? If he step in the ring with me, nobody else, just me in New York, right? We bring our whole crew up there. He's still with just him and I'll shut our channel down for a whole month if he win. And we're going to know the topic will be the chart. He's not going to take it. I'll shut our channel down for 3 months if he take that debate in New York. And we'll help you pay for it. I know, right? Go ahead, Oracle.
Sa.
Man.
So, all right, now you know what? This could be for the better, Oracle, because you and Jabari can have y'all one-on-one discussion, and we can still do the dual stream and have y'all do it that way.
Sarnetta, I'm not doing that again.
But you got to come in though.
Sarnetta, I'm not doing that again.
Okay.
I was on hold for hours.
Because you're on the phone. See, if you
because I didn't get a chance to speak. I spoke for like 20 minutes. They spoke for like 4 hours.
I challenge you, Oracle, to
you can't challenge me.
No, hold on. Let me finish. I challenge you to ask yourself them same questions about your Bible.
Sarnetta, you know I'm the truth for you to say that.
See what you come up with.
I had your boy dancing. He could not answer none of my questions.
You had him dancing.
He was stuttering. You didn't hear him stutter?
He was doing electric slide, man. He was doing electric slide, man. He was doing the MC Hammer, bro. He's doing MC Hammer. I saw it.
I asked him for a methodology. They superimposed those letters on those glyphs. He didn't show me a methodology. That's why I wanted the title to be the interpretation of Kemet, not the. But that's not here nor there. You have to come up with a topic for the show. It was on the fly. I understand that, but damn.
Oh, I was telling Sarnetta, his audience, and Sarnetta agreed, and Oracle understand this too. We had a hard time titling this. It was very difficult because we was going back and forth on trying to figure things out on how to title this show, and we was trying to figure out Jabari his base.
Yes, Jabari. Wait, Jabari's in the chat. Jabari's in the chat. There's no methodology, Jabari. There's no methodology you can show me that they use to create those words. You got to show me how they went from Egyptian to Greek
Jabari,
to what you're saying now, because you got to understand, we're not speaking on a Greek alphabet. This language is Latinized. So you have to go through all of those steps and go 1, 2, 3. We're saying Ma'at. Let's take Ma'at for example. How did they get to Ma'at? What did they do? What languages did they use? How do I know I'm not saying monkey nuts? That's what I was trying to say. Who fact checked? Who sat in the room with these people? What priest told them that this is what this means? The Greek couldn't do it. That's why there's no Egyptian to Greek dictionary. The Romans didn't do it. There's no Roman to Egyptian. The Persians didn't do it. There's no Persian. You got to go back in history and show step for step. This, minus the priest, minus the person who created the glyphs.
He said, hold on.
Minus the priest.
He said they went from the Greek to the Kemetic language, right? So why is it a problem when the Bible was being used from the Hebrew language? And that's being biased because we know Alexander went down there and he took over ancient Kemet and the last Egyptian dynasties.
Hey, yo,
the Greek was a barbarian. The Greek was a barbarian.
Qanath, I got to barbarian. Still live. I got
okay,
Jabari.
Okay, Sai.
Jabari, if you got time, go up in there and beat him up, man. Peace, y'all.
Make sure your shoes
ain't got 5 minutes, Jabari. 5 minutes, Jabari. Jabari, you owe me 5 minutes, bro. I was polite. We was, sparring a little bit. It's good. You owe us at least 5 minutes. I shut down. Give Oracle 5 minutes, Jabari. Come on in here.
Because even their scholar,
5 minutes, bro.
Even their scholar, Joseph Ben Yochanan, what did he say? These are your own people. And Walter Williams. They all say the same thing. And then y'all come and try to superimpose African language that's been infused with Dutch, French, Spanish, Portuguese, English, and trying to superimpose and connect the language and connect the dots. You can't come 3,000 years later and come with the language and try to create a language that has a Latinized script.
It's shame. I think that's Jabari trying to come on now, is it?
No, he in. He already in. I already put him in.
I'm right here.
Okay, gotcha.
He already in.
All right, let's
I'm right here.
Give us 5 minutes. Y'all go ahead. She asked some questions, so 5 minutes.
And you have to know, I have services in the morning, literally in a few hours. But
you don't have to stay up. I don't want to get in the way of your services.
And I want you to hear that
you're gonna give us 5 minutes out of respect. I respect that.
You are giving some of those.
Your internet kind of messing up, Jabari.
My internet's messing up.
No, he good, Qanath. You might be
I think that you are giving, and I think you're doing this intentionally. You are giving those two scholars far too much credit.
What two scholars?
All they did, you know who I'm talking about.
I didn't mention them. I didn't mention them just now.
And young. Essentially what happened is basically what they did, they weren't brilliant scholars. They found a text that has Greek and the Kemetic language, and they translated because they knew Greek. They were able to translate the Kemetic language. That's all.
What's the relation between Greek and Egyptian? What was lost and what was gained?
Queen.
Yes, sir.
All they did, you are giving them far too much credit.
But it's not on the father of that.
Listen, all they did is they found Greek and the Kemetic language and they translated. There are many other scholars later who have more information, who actually continued. Ma'at is not even listed on the Rosetta Stone. So you know that the concept of Ma'at comes later. Ma'at is not on the Rosetta Stone. Have you read the Rosetta Stone?
What you mean read the Rosetta Stone?
Have you read the translation of the Rosetta Stone?
Who's reading Coptic?
Coptic is not on the Rosetta Stone. You keep saying that. It's not
Demotic. Who's reading Demotic?
What do you mean who's reading Demotic? They learned how to read Demotic because they knew Greek. I don't understand why you don't understand
and that's the point. You have to show how they did it. How?
Queen.
Yes, sir.
They knew Greek.
But you cannot come in.
Egyptian
and Greek are sister languages.
This is not challenging. And you're giving them far too much credit. They knew Greek. The Kemetic language was exactly what was said in Greek in the Kemetic language. Therefore, they were able to figure out the Kemetic language. And the way they were able to pin word for word, hold on. The way they were able to pin word for word, and I said this earlier, is that they actually had what are called chenu, what the French wanted to call the cartouche. So that when you have that oval symbol, you know what I'm referring to, right?
You're the cartouches, yes.
Here's a name here. Cartouche is a horrible name. Shen is the name of that piece.
Okay, but we're playing.
We don't have time to talk about why that's a problem now.
I know what you're talking about. And some of the Greek ones didn't have any letter, didn't have nothing on them.
So what they were able to do was say, well, here's a sentence that has this ruler's name in Greek. We can go back. We can see the same Shen in the Kemetic language. That means now we know which sentences correspond to which sentences.
But you're not answering my question.
I've answered your question like
how did they do it? Who gave them? If I create a map and I create a legend, if I do not tell you what the symbols on the map mean, how do you come 2,000 and 3,000 years and interpret something when those Europeans sat in those conferences, when those archaeologists went and dug up Egypt, they did not defer to any of those people along that Nile.
Queen.
Yes, sir.
They spoke Greek. I'm gonna do this
Greek
slow
is
again.
not a sister language to the Egyptian.
Okay, let me ask a question, Elder Qanath. Do you speak Russian?
Wait. No. You don't get to do that.
No.
Go back and answer her question. Go back and answer her question.
Stop.
I want you to understand that what I'm saying is very simple. We're giving those Europeans far too much credit.
The Europeans dug up Egypt.
What they did, they spoke Greek. The Rosetta Stone, I could show it to you, actually has the Kemetic language and Greek. It's only 2 languages, but the Kemetic language is written in more than one script. So they had what is generally by Western scholars called Demotic and hieroglyphic. So and Greek. So what they could do, since they spoke Greek, is they were then able to go one for one. If this says this here, that means this here. It's very simple.
It's not simple when the people who were there when the language was living didn't produce any literature.
What you are asking is, how do they get the essence of the text?
How did they know that the eagle stands for A or whatever that falcon?
Because they knew Greek. I'm gonna say it again. Because they knew Greek.
Greek came later. Greek did not exist side by side with ancient Egyptian.
Yes, it did.
Oh my God.
Yes, it did.
You're giving them too much credit.
Kemetic language. Sister Oracle, wait, listen. I'm the historian who's done this trip. I'm gonna tell you the time frames. You can disagree with me if you want. The Kemetic language goes out of usage in the 4th century of the Common Era. The 4th century. The Rosetta Stone comes from probably about, let's call it around 300 BCE. So the Rosetta Stone was 600 years old when the Kemetic language was extinguished.
Where is the text? Where's the book?
Greek did exist.
Where is the book? Who told them that it was correct? You cannot be the interpreter of someone else's language.
You're talking about the essence of the tradition. I think you're asking the wrong question. And there's part of your question that I agree with, but you're asking the wrong. If you would listen to me, I'm trying to give you a little bit of a win, but you're not listening to me. We're talking about the essence of the language. And both you and I will question whether Western scholars understand the essence of the language.
Hell no, they don't, Jabari. You know that.
Hold on. Even today, we correct them. How are we able to correct them? Because we weren't in the ancient world speaking the Kemetic language. Well, here's the deal. When you read enough of the, I wish I could, can I have time? You want me to give an example?
You can, Jabari.
Sure,
go ahead.
Let me give an example. Because there's sometimes, now this is Budge, right? This is Budge.
Wallace Budge?
E.A. Wallace Budge, yes.
Okay.
I have his
sometimes we disagree with Budge's translations, right? Because what ends up happening is their translations are far too literal. They're really word for word. So what they do is they lose the essence. And what happens is if you read a text enough, even if you don't read all the language, you say, that doesn't make sense. That's what ends up happening when you read a language enough.
What about?
So I'm going to read to you a prayer that we use before we pray. This is a prayer that we currently use before we pray, right?
Jabari, I want to ask you a question. Do you have a problem with faultless translations?
Let me say this. I think that both Faulkner and Budge, their translations are not, you don't toss them out. They're not horrible. They just lack in some places.
I
have
both, but okay.
Yeah. So what we do is we spot check them, right? We say we don't like
this. But see, that's the thing, Jabari. How are people able to fact check when no one sat there and nobody was told?
I want you to recognize something.
How are y'all fact checking coming later?
All the Western scholars did. This is all they did. All they did is they went word for word.
You can't go word for word.
When you say Western scholars, who are the Western scholars?
I'm talking about Jean-Francois Saint-Paullion and Thomas Young.
Okay, so I don't ascribe to any of the Europeans. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but
I don't do that.
But I have to say to you, you can't do that, brother.
No, I absolutely can't do that because here's the deal.
Hold on.
It's called misleading. It's called changing documents.
We agree that they should not be trusted. We're agreeing they should not be trusted. We're agreeing on that. We're agreeing. Okay. I'm not saying they're wonderful, just that we love them. I'm not saying none of that. We're agreeing.
That's what I'm saying. Okay.
But I am saying, wait, listen. What I am saying is keep them honest. That's what I'm saying to you. Because there are times that what I was just about to read to you is something that we disagree on. And what happens is, as you read enough text, you begin to see some things that you don't like.
All right, and Jabari, so can you read that? And then can you read that? And then I want to ask you 2 quick questions.
Okay, and I don't have a lot of time, folks.
That's why I want to. So go ahead and read that for us, and then I want to ask you 2 quick questions.
So let me read it.
Thank you.
Let me read it. Okay. Okay. This is how he translates it. Well, let me give you the Kemetic first. Jetef a neteru nebu nu hetba wujawu peta machait ddu ka chefa. Okay, that's like 2 sentences. Okay, that's it. I'm not going to read a lot more. Okay. This is how he translates it. He translates it, saith he, hail gods of all the gods of the soul temple, ye weighers of heaven and earth in the balance, givers of food, abundance of meat. That is how he translated. I'm going to say to you, it's not a horrible translation, but it's not a great translation. It's not a great translation. Because when we come down here, for example, he says abundance of meat. He uses the term Jepha in other places differently. Jepha is not always translated as abundance of meat. And when you look at the glyphs, you see the viper, and then you see the horned viper, you see the duck, right? And then you see the pluralization. So right off the bat, this is a plural word. He doesn't even pluralize it. That's when you read the glyphs. That's what our ancestors wrote. That's not what he wrote. This is his translation. So this is how I translate it.
So this is personal. This is a personal translation for the record.
This is a translation that I have come to.
Okay.
And that folks in the shrine. Now, listen. When I translate something, if they disagree with me, they disagree with me. I'm not a infallible being. That's not how our shrine works.
That's fair. That's fair.
Yeah. So I don't even say Jed F. He's not wrong. Jet F. I say Jet E because I'm trying to say I say. So Jet E Neteru Nebu Nu, right? That means all of the deities of your body. That's what it says. The soul temple. The soul temple? You mean of your body? It means your physical body. You can look at the glyphs and see that there's some confusion there. Weighers of heaven and earth. That's not a bad translation there. Wujawu. Pet. By the way, you have a brother named Wujawu. That's his name, right? You know that, right? Wujawu Pet Ta. Pet is the heavens. Ta is the earth, right? And Makite. He says in the balance. The Makite are literally the scales of Ma'at. Not a great translation. This is he's translating scales, the most important scales in the Kemetic tradition, like they're just something you weigh something on. That's not a translation for a spiritual text. DDU givers, he says Dedatiyu. That's wrong. We know that symbol is DDU. We see it in other places. Ka, abundance, and meat. By the way, Ka is the word for the soul, and you even see the soul. I could show you what I'm reading. Take too much time. But from there,
we have the books. We take your word for we have the books, so that's why.
Look for page 2. Look at page 2 in this book.
I'll read.
He doesn't even translate the word for soul. This is a spiritual text. He doesn't translate the word for soul.
Well, I don't know ancient Egyptian glyphs and stuff, but I wanted to ask you, right? So when you okay, I read a lot of certain stories in the ancient Egyptian glyphs.
Right.
And, reading is in the book of the Book of the Dead and the pyramid text, coffin text, all the stuff.
I'm reading from the Rayu Pertum Ruin Gear, which is a horrible name. They call the Book of the Dead. So I'm reading from that book.
And I got this other book. I forgot what it's called. I got a bunch of books on Egypt, but I wanted to ask you, right? So when we read some of these stories, right, and especially when I see stuff like all the phalluses, the penises with like stuff coming out of the front of a man's rod, and pharaohs bowing down to the goddess Nim, I know a lot of people in the conscious community says that there was no homosexuality in Egypt, which I disagree with. Not because of stories that I read, but in any society, people had immoral practices. That's around the earth period. You had people that was rapists, murderers, killers, pedophiles. So when people say that there was no practices of nobody doing any kind of homosexuality in Egypt, I find that absurd. And why is it that being preached in the Kemetic community as if nobody had an interest in the same sex, when we know that that's just human nature?
I've never said that.
No, not you. I was just asking you because you're supposed to be the Kemetic priest, and I wanted to know why do they push that in the Kemetic community consciously as if it was no homosexuality in that society, and I just disagree with that. I think that's a lie.
I've never heard anyone say, and I'm in the chat so I can see what you just wrote, which is really disrespectful, Brother Don.
I didn't write anything.
Not you. I'm talking about Brother Don.
Oh, okay.
Brother Don, very disrespectful. Very disrespectful. And so
I didn't see what you wrote
on your platform. Come on, brother. You be better. Be better. I would never say that about you. And we disagree. I would never say that about you. I think he sees that.
Excuse us for that, Jabari. Excuse us for that. We not here to disrespect you, bro. We really trying to build.
Let me respond to what you said.
That's why
Let me respond to what you said. In the ancient African tradition, they didn't see. I'm gonna say we because this is the way I view the tradition as well. They didn't see the portions of the body as evil, right? So the penis is not evil, the vagina is not evil, right? You'll see deities that are nude. This is a radically different worldview than the more modern worldview. And often when you see phalluses, as you call them, henenen, they're talking about the seed. It's not actually. It's a word, right? And the word is described as the henenen with seed. I know even today if I go right down the block on 125th Street and I see a brother talking about his child, he's going to call him his seed. They're saying the same exact thing. They're not. It is not meant to say that anyone is doing something illicit with a penis.
Well, I'm saying is when you see a pharaoh bowing down to an ancient deity with his rod extended on the heart,
his name is Min. The deity's name is Min.
I question that.
He's a creative deity. By the way, the penis is not even in his groin; it's in his belly button. Right?
Well,
this is symbolism. Now, you may dislike the symbolism, right? Okay. But I'm saying in the ancient world, they did not view a penis as something dirty. They didn't view a vagina as something dirty.
No, we're not even. I'm not even, because that's.
But I'm going to argue with you. I'm going to argue with you, though, brother. I'm going to argue with you respectfully that after European Puritanism, even Africans have discomfort seeing penises. You know how many times I've had people say to me, why your gods have large penises and stuff like that? I mean, what is wrong with the penis?
Hey, Jabari, can I ask you a quick question? This don't have anything to do with you, Jabari. Somebody was, well, I saw this guy, and I was like, I looked him up, and this guy, he's supposed to have the biggest shrine in all of America.
Rosh Hashanah. I was about to ask him about him too, because I studied under Rosh Hashanah for many years, and a lot of stuff that he teach, I see other white Egyptologists teach, and people
you studied under him.
Yeah, I watch his teachings. I'm not biased. I'm not biased on any scholar.
It's a little different then.
No, what I'm saying, like when I say study under somebody, meaning following their work or following teaching, the same way I was studying under when I used to watch Qanath all the time and watch the brothers teach on. How you think I know about Kemetic stuff and got Kemetic books? Just because I'm an ignorant Israelite don't mean I'm ignorant. Now,
I get
what I'm saying is that's why I was asking you about the whole gay thing, because I'm like, why do people? You got so many different sectors or teachers out here that say one thing, but when it comes to the Kemetic community, they try to make it as if that community, what they say is end all be all, as if other people who teach them, they're lying. And I'm like, well, wait a minute.
Let me say this. And I'm going to be very
I asked the question real quick. Jabari, real quick. I just want you to explain how do you feel about this, what he's teaching? Because, and he has the biggest, from my understanding, maybe he doesn't.
Can I say this?
The biggest shrine.
Elder Qanath, I have been in the Kemetic tradition for 30 years. There is barely a shrine that I'm not familiar with. That guy is one guy by himself. I don't know where you could say nothing on the site says he has the biggest shrine.
Don P. Mute your mic.
Nothing on his site says he has the biggest shrine. Nothing. He's one guy by himself, and because he is gay, people like to try to use him. I get beat up with him all the time. You must know him. Whatever. I have never met him, brother. I've never met him. I will tell you, I don't know anyone that has actually met him. He is on his own. If you look at his website, there's like it's him and then him at an event with two people. That's it. He's by himself. He has no shrine. He's a guy online. Now, I'm going to tell you, if you look at my site, you're going to see lots of pictures of followers. You're going to see tons of
this guy.
You're going to see tons of them. If you, even in the chat, when you were on with Sonetta, you'll see people that are part of my shrine that are in the chat. If you look at our Facebook page, you'll see how many people looked at our videos and stuff like that. You'll see people who are fully initiated members. Well, I have one of the larger shrines in the United States now. That brother is by himself.
Well, I didn't know that. I didn't know that. You know, but I just know what I've been hearing over the years.
I'm getting drowned out again.
And Jabari, one more question. This is kind of to go back, and you don't have to answer it. And I was sincere about what I was asking you when we was talking about you were saying the divine and all that, and you gave your answer. Maybe I didn't understand it. In all due respect, maybe I didn't understand your answer, because I was trying to find out, like when we go to the Bible, we have characters, like people like to say characters, but we believe these people are true, and we believe in our power, and we ask people to respect us. I respect you, Jabari, you know, but I was asking that who is this, right? And I asked you who, like we have prophets. So we said God talked to these prophets, and I want to know who is Ma'at, who did he talk to? who is this divine or energy? Who did they talk to and gave them that word to put in all these books? That's I mean, and that's like, well, I can say God gave it to Moses, God gave it to Jeremiah, so and so, you know, so and so forth. So I just want to know who did he talk to, or who did they talk to? Who does energy talk to?
This is what I was saying to you earlier. We have some texts that are so old that we don't even know who wrote them. They're that old. What Western scholars call the pyramid text. Those are so, we don't know who wrote the first version of the pyramid text. They're very old. People who look at scholarship at linguistics actually argue that they were first oral, because they can look at how the language is written and they say these were oral before they were ever written down. We don't know who wrote the first version. There are some other texts, particularly in what are generally called Sebaite literature. By the way, some of our Sebaite literature has made it into the Christian Bible. It has, verbatim.
I respect that answer.
Some of those folks, we have their name. But Ptahhotep, we know his name. Amenemop, we know his name. There are others. There's some sages, we know their names. And they say they got these messages from the divine. That's what they say.
So Jabari, hold on, say real quick. I respect that answer. So the second part was like I said, when was the time that that these people said they heard this from this energy source? You probably don't have it right now, so maybe unfair answer.
I do. I was gonna answer it before, but you broke out. Okay. Ptahhotep actually is the person that wrote the world's oldest complete book. And that text is believed to have been written at around 2300 BCE. And trust me, there's some that say earlier, but I'm giving you the conservative date.
Okay. So Jabari, let me ask you a quick question, right?
Yes.
Why do everybody that comes over here or in America, they come from the slave trade, believe that they are ancient Kemites? Why can't nobody trace their lineage back to the Africans that let the cows piss on their heads, the ones that eat the dungs, the ones that stretch their lips and stretch their ears? Now, I'm not going against their culture or what they do over there because that's their business. But it's like everybody only, huh?
Well, you know who eats dung?
I seen videos of it. Watch them do it.
Listen, you gotta watch those videos
like that. They do let cows piss on their head. I'm saying, why do everybody only think that they come from the pharaohs and not those other African tribes? Because it seems like when you see those tribes, everybody want a distance from the tribe that's ashy and you know, cut the women off, but they only want to claim ancient Egypt. I'm trying to figure out why.
You're talking to someone who was an installed chief in Ghana, West Africa.
I don't really give a shit. You disrespected my nephew, and you can't answer.
Don, please.
You have to understand.
Hold on. Don, we're not. I spoke about this early on the platform, brother. When people come over here, we gotta stop disrespecting our guests because you disagree with them. It's okay to disagree with somebody, man, but we're not doing that.
Right.
We're trying to explain our platform to other brothers who we got different viewpoints, but we don't have to be disrespectful. We don't have to agree. We can agree to disagree. I have no issue with Jabari. You have no issue with us. The man don't have to be over here, bro, but you messing up our platform by doing that. You're disrespecting the guest. This man probably, he don't have to sit and talk with us. He probably don't want to come back. But we are I'm the co-host. Qanath is the host. You cannot do that to our guests. That's not right. So go ahead, Jabari.
Yeah. I will say, and you know, quiet as this cat, I'm gonna say this to you. We might have had a heated conversation tonight. I want to be really clear that the Kemetic tradition, the folks that are in the Kemetic tradition would be closer to your organization than others, because you're not one of those folks that says that Africans are evil, that they're cursed, that they're so to be really honest with you, one of the reasons why I even spoke with you is because I recognize that there are some Hebrew Israelite groups that are close that we could actually work with. There are others that I don't know how we would ever work with.
Right.
Right.
That's the reason why I just came on here.
Right.
So while we could press each other and have things we disagree on, the reality is when your back is up against the wall, my back is going to be up against the wall, and I'm going to support you. That's the reality. So the animosity, the cursing, we don't have to do that. We just don't.
Right.
But let me say to you,
And let me say this real quick. Hey, Jabari, FOPE, Jabari, real quick. FOPE, I don't know if you know what it stands for. FOPE stands for Our People Edification, meaning to edify. So of course, we Bible based, but we about history and edification. So we don't mind you come over here. We may disagree with some of the stuff you say, but some stuff we might say, you know what? Okay, it's to edify, and that's what we all about. And that's how we roll.
I would never have spoken to you if I didn't research a little bit.
Can I add something to say?
So you should know I know that. And let me just say one thing, responding to what Sharsham was saying. Okay, I just want you to understand that I am not one of those people that says that my great granddaddy was King Tut. I'm not going to say that. My ancestors came most recently. I said this on the phone earlier. My ancestors came most recently out of Africa, from West Africa. I have no problem being part of a West African community. I'm building a house in Ghana, not in Kemet. I'm an installed chief in Ghana, not in Kemet. I'm going to spend half my year in Ghana, not in Kemet. So I'm not confused about where the recent lineage was. However, I'm going to say to you, my spiritual system comes from Kemet, and even the people in Ghana say the same thing. They just put up a statue in the village where I'm installed. I didn't do it. I was here in Harlem for one of the two people they say to establish their society.
But so Jabari, though, let me ask you this question then.
Yes.
What is our issue with us taking the heritage of Israelites when you have people over in West Africa who practice that heritage and claim they come from Israel? My thing is, y'all try to make it as if y'all want to force Kemet on us, and we can't have Israel. When you show, you even yourself proved that Israel real today by even showing ancient artifacts. When you're dealing with archaeology and anthropology, how is you finding all these digs of language, same way they do in the Kemetic culture, but y'all want to disregard the Hebrew culture and say, oh, well, they ain't real, but everything Kemet is. But
you've never heard me say the Hebrews aren't real.
It's the way that y'all do it, because it's all about disapproving Israel as Abraham not real, Moses not real, nobody in the Bible real, but Seth is real, Horus is real.
No,
everybody in the ancient Kemetic culture is real, worshiping
we probably haven't spoken. But
well, we need to talk, bro, because I just need to have a dialogue with somebody else.
You see Anpu behind me? This is Anpu, who the Greeks call Anubis.
Right. That's what I was about to say, Anubis, right? So my thing is, I need to have a dialogue with somebody who I can actually get a better understanding.
But he's not a literal character. This is symbolism. This guy has a jackal head. This is symbolism.
I know, but I know a girl who worshipped the cat. She said she worshipped the cat god of Egypt. And I told her, I said,
people to do that.
You cannot talk on anything or work out in any way if you worshiping the cat.
But let me say this. When you say worshipped, the term worshipped is what does she mean?
That was her God.
Because I have there are people who focus on Bastet.
That's the name of it. That God.
That's that. Yeah.
It doesn't mean that they're worshiping the cat.
No,
they're talking about the symbol of what Bastet respond is Bastet is in symbolism the Great Mother. So I don't know who you're talking about.
No, she's my friend, but she said she got a swine in her house and she teach her daughter, and they worship it. They go and worship at the swine with the cat.
Brother, this is a.
No, I'm just telling you, this is what she do.
I have an altar up here for Jehuti, who has a bird head. Are you saying I'm worshiping a bird?
No, listen, I'm not saying that. I'm telling you, this is what she told me about herself. She said she worshiped the cat god of Egypt. That's what she told me. She said, I got a shrine in my house. I pray and we worship to the cat. And I was like, well, listen, I don't believe in that. But that's what she told me. I'm not saying you. I'm speaking on what somebody
told me. All I'm saying to you is, what I would love to do is speak to her directly, because I think that it's possible I know lots of people. I know a shrine to Bastet. They don't actually worship a cat. The cat is the symbol. Just as in your tradition, you have the Lamb of God. You're not worshiping a lamb. I would never expect to see you like kissing a lamb and saying, "This is my God."
Well, I don't have any type of shrine or anything set up in my home.
Hey, Jabari. Hey, Shane, hold up. Hey, Shane, hold up.
Name here in Hebrew, but I do worship my power I do have it here in my culture. And I listen, the same way your house with all that ancient Egyptian shit, Qanath will tell you, I'm all Hebrew here. I got anything you can imagine of Israelite culture. I'm for real with mine, and I study the language. I'm not one of those fakers that you be meeting online.
Hey, real quick, hey, Jabari, because I know you.
Yeah.
And I appreciate you.
I'm sorry, don't
hey,
go
Jabari, I appreciate you. Yeah. I have another question, and
yes,
I know it may be a long answer. Creation. Many stories on creation, biblical texts. You know, there's a lot of science, and you said earlier that that a lot of people ancient Kemet dealt with science, and I know that. I do know that. But so, what's your creation story?
Now you're not gonna like this answer. The Kemetic people, I'm gonna just tell you that right off the bat. The Kemetic people, they did not deal with literalism. There are at least 6 different creation stories, and no one saw any contradiction in having more than one creation story, because the mythological stories are not meant to be literal. They tell us about the essence of things, the nature of things. So one of the stories, the story that comes out of the city known as Kamenu, right? Who the Greeks then called Hermopolis later, they actually describe the primordial waters, and in those waters there were 8 twins, male and female. One set of twins was hiddenness. Another set of twins was completeness. The other one was darkness. The other one was infiniteness. So you can see that they're talking about symbolism. And so those 8 twins come together to create the rest of the universe. That's one of the creation stories. The Kemetic
that
is not literal.
And this is the point. I'm glad you answered it, and I'm glad you came out. I'm not gonna like the answer because you know I wasn't gonna like it from the conversation we had on the phone. so that's why. Remember I said earlier, it's like we was on the phone, brothers and sisters. So this is why I was talking to you earlier about, Jabari. How many doors have we got to have to open? It's like I can't box you in, and I know you're not going to allow me to, but I'm trying to figure out how many. If I go here, then you say, "Oh, I'm gonna run in this door," or "I'm gonna go in that door." 8 creation stories. Where can I? What's the base? What's the foundation?
Well, you know, the reality is that I wish I could tell you that it was easy. It's not easy. Trying to understand the nature of the universe is a challenging thing. And I think that that's what really Kemetic spirituality was about. What is the nature of the universe? And what is our role in it? What is our connection to the divine entity of the universe? What is our relationship with the divine entity of the universe? These are fundamental questions, and they're not easy questions either.
Who has been
so it's, was someone saying something? Oh, so it's possible that might be challenging, but the only thing I can tell you, Elder Qanath, is that you're going to have to read what we read to be able to understand it. Just as I have read the Bible 4 times from cover to cover, and study and continue to study the Bible. Some people think because I'm a Kemetic,
what's the first book of the New Testament?
Right.
You would have to read the text to understand it.
But no, 2 questions. What's the 4 times? What's the first book of the New Testament?
Oh man, I don't know if I can answer that right off the top.
You read it 4 times.
Yeah, but the reality is,
Bible was
but I didn't read them. I didn't read them in the sense that I would remember the order in that sense. I read them like a narrative. That's like you.
I respect that. That's
almost like you asked me what's in chapter 4 of your favorite book. It's like, what? That's hard to answer.
Okay.
I read it.
So here go a difficult question. It might not be difficult because you're pretty smooth with it. Afterlife, you believe in that? Where you going?
Of course. I'm a priest. How could I not believe in the afterlife? Of course.
What is the afterlife? In your science, right? Because I believe it's somewhat science, right? In beliefs. What's the afterlife? Because I remember you had a conversation. We was talking about being judged, you know, and I was asking you who's going to be doing the judging, but
right,
where's the afterlife, and what you consider as the afterlife?
The Kemetic narrative is that the afterlife is an idealized version of the life that we live now. That's the way they depict it. That's the way I understand it. So that I would live in a place that is similar to where we are now. But all of those challenges, all of those problems, all of those encumbrances would be gone. And in addition to that, the Kemetic people also believe that one that makes the transition to the afterlife should be able to come back and forth, so that those who are in the afterlife can commune with those who are here in the physical plane.
Is there power in the afterlife or deity that rules in that afterlife?
Asar would be the one, that the chief deity of the afterlife. His second title is Kentiamentiu, which means foremost of the Westerners. And they usually describe the Westerners as those people who have made their transition. So Asar would be Asar. Kentiamentiu. Where's my statue? Here's Asar here.
Now this is why you finding that statue.
This is a statue of a statue. It's supposed to be Asar in the middle.
Now that leads up. That's pretty. Now that leads up to the question that's going back to the. It's going back. So if that deity is going to be the ruler, right, or the head in that afterlife, did that afterlife help create? Was that the person? Can you put it up again for me, please, if you don't mind? You pull it up one more time. Yes. Is that? And I don't know how to call it. I don't want to be disrespectful. Is that would you call it a deity or something that you? I know that's some symbolism right there.
It's symbolism.
Can you show it big, because we got you on big screen by yourself? So would you say is that deity? Was that deity part of the creation?
Asar is not generally considered a creation deity. Generally, there are other deities that are creative deities. Asar is a resurrected deity. So that through his resurrection, we have resurrection. And here's something that's going to blow your mind. I know you're not going to like this answer, but here's the answer. When you are rectified, when your heart is lighter than a feather, in symbolism, of course, you become Asar. And I can read it to you in the text. So that we are Asar. Asar is not entirely, I didn't say at all, entirely an entity that is outside of ourselves. So that in many ways you are Asar as well.
1 second, Jabari. Iban, we appreciate you coming on. We're gonna let you go ahead and go. We're ready to close out the show.
Thank you, because I'm about to pass out.
And
y'all been on 7 hours, almost 8 hours too.
Yeah, we were streaming. We was doing.
Hey, Jabari, real quick. Hold on, Shane, real quick, Jabari, because you said you was mentioning. I was on mute. I was trying to say something. You were showing that book, and you was about to explain. And this goes back to my initial question. To explain that deity being in the afterlife, and you were saying somewhat, I forgot everything. Please forgive me. Where did the person that book you was about to read get that information about this deity in the afterlife? Who told that person, or who wrote that book where they got the information that deity is going to be there?
I would say that Asar would have had to write it himself. And here's the thing that's funny. You are Asar. So I would say that the person who made the journey on the other side is the one that brought the information. Because remember, the ancestors come back and forth. I can read all of that to you in here. So
you believe something like what they call reincarnation or regeneration?
Now listen, the Kemetic.
No, I'm asking because you said they come back and forth, so I was trying to get your understanding on.
Yeah, but they don't come back. Now, the Kemetic text reference something that sounds a little bit like reincarnation, but that's not generally how I interpret it.
Okay.
The way I interpret it is the ancestors can come back in ancestral form.
Okay.
So they can interact. We have to hone our divine faculties on this side in order to perceive them properly. But the ancestors, now, my father died 2 years ago, this month.
Sorry for your loss.
And I'm telling you that after he died, he came and he spoke to me. Now, I know that some of the folks on side of this platform had tried to make a lot of fun. You're hearing voices, all kinds of stuff. I said, no, I'm telling you that even in the dream I had, it wasn't even the way I would think about it. This was from him. It was not the way my father, who was raised Christian, died as a Christian, never really understood my tradition. But in our dialogue, he tried to explain my tradition. I never would have described my tradition that way. This is my father trying to speak to me. And that's how I understand it. So I truly believe. Jabari, go ahead. I'm sorry.
And then we're going
to. I'm going to say I truly believe.
I respect. No, go ahead.
Elder Qanath,
there's a delay.
Yeah,
so
you delaying Elder Qanath. But Jabari, I want to say this to you real quick before you leave, man. I appreciate you. And I respect you for coming over here having an honest dialogue and conversation with me. You the most honest person, like in the Kemetic community. I'm gonna honestly say I met who actually answered my questions without that extra stupid stuff, and I appreciate that, brother. I'm being honest with you. Thank you.
And I'm gonna say to you, I'm a high priest, right? I've been practicing this for a long time. You know, everyone is still on their journey. You're supposed to expect that because I'm a high priest that I should be a little further along in my journey. I might be able to answer the questions a little bit better than someone who is relatively new. And I'm going to say to you folks, we may not agree on everything, but if you have any questions, even concerns, even if there's some stuff you like, this is messed up, reach out to me. I'm gonna respond, okay? Elder Qanath, you have my number. Text me and say, Jabari, this is messed up. You need to do something or whatever. Just like I would do for you.
The reason why I was saying that because I honestly felt like I learned something today from you. And I actually got some information where I can build with, and not just to scrutinize the doctrine or what you believe, but it's about furthering my study and education. And that's what I was telling Sarnetta. I felt like I wasn't getting that from his platform anymore when other people used to come on and actually teach. But it a lot of that has stopped for a while, and it became more personal stuff. And it's like you're not learning. And I used to watch this platform and see people teach those other doctrines. I don't mind studying it. I'm a person who don't want to step my growth in knowledge. Just because I'm an Israelite don't mean I won't study Kemetic science. Abraham studied Kemetic science. So that's my thing. What I tell people, it's not being ignorant, or you can be able to sit down with different people and actually have a conversation on their cultures and their heritage and their religion or whatever they believe in. That's right. So that's why I said
and I agree completely. And sometimes when I say this, people don't. It's like I'm not said it, and it drives me crazy a little bit. Just because I'm not a Christian anymore doesn't mean I don't read the Bible. It doesn't mean that I don't see that there is. While I will critique it, my critique is this, and nobody listens to me. It gets frustrating. I believe that as people of African
we're not saying that, but I'm
go through the text and say there's some stuff that these Europeans have done. We're not going to be beholden to it anymore. Here's the African core of it. This is who we are. We can't expect that the Europeans had the text for 2,000 years and they didn't do some stuff to it. We can't expect that.
That's what anybody text though.
The Bible is not one book. It's a bunch of books. You know what I mean?
Hold on. Jabari,
anyway, yes.
But Jabari, that's not fair that you say the European done this to the text. But you got two people that you mentioned that deciphered the so-called Metanetta. That's Europe.
Now let me respond. Let me respond. First of all, they just we're giving them too much credit. They simply said this letter is here, this letter is there. Have you ever done a word puzzle? That's what they did. We acted like they said, we are now teaching you the Kemetic tradition. That's not what they did. A word puzzle. We're giving them too much credit. And the way that they were able to do it is because someone found an artifact. That's it. Is that
I think you know what? Let's say I take that, right? And I will take that. But it still goes down to they were the ones that taught you because they're the ones that so-called deciphered it, right?
Now, can I ask you a question? Let me give you a quick hypothetical. Okay. You're walking home from work one day, and some dude comes behind you, knocks you over the head, and steals your wallet, right? 2 weeks later, you are messed up because you had just gotten paid. Now you can't pay your rent or anything. 2 weeks later, the same dude meets you on the street, and you look real down and out, and he says, I'll pay your rent. Is he your savior?
No.
Don't make these two white people our savior either, because their ancestors were the ones that extinguished the tradition. You can't give them credit because for the little bit that they did. Don't give them so much credit. Because the reality is also, even with what they did, we can now critique, and we have what they've done.
But
we can critique it.
But Jabari, here go. Let me kind of respond to it real quick.
Sure.
Is that our tradition, and I was actually about the Limba tribe and the Igbo, and you have people that's been following the tradition of the Bible without the Bible, dealing with circumcision. What you call it? I forgot. I'm tired tongue. But people been following the Bible way before we have in America, in Africa, and they all are black. The European actually got this information, right, from the black man, even in Kemet.
Qanath, I think Oracle want to say something before she leave.
Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry. Oracle, go ahead.
I wanted to piggyback off of what Jabari was saying about him being in West Africa. I think he said he was building a home in West Africa and being back and forth. And I understand that. And I want people to understand that I don't just read about Kemet. I can go to Greece and have this same discussion because they also have a creation story with the primordial deities going to war and creating the landscape, creating the moon and the stars. The same thing with the Nordics and everybody else. They all have a creation story. Like, I'm just not centered around Kemet. Like he said, just because I'm a priest, that don't mean I don't read the Bible. And I feel the same way. Because before I knew what the Torah was, when I was about 10 years old, I was reading about history, and that's just something that I've always stuck with, history, along with the things that I read now, which includes the Bible. But I also read about the ancient civilizations that I wouldn't call Greece ancient, but just for conversation, the Greeks, the Romans, West Africa, Central Africa, North Africa, Russia, all of that, Nordics. Just because I'm centered around the Hebrew faith doesn't mean you have to just stay there. You can read other things too. It's best to be, because when you want to sit down and have conversations with people, you got to be able to sit and have a conversation with a person. You can't go in there and not know anything about the subject. You shouldn't be there. And Jabari showed that tonight. We have to be more well-rounded in certain instances. And I'm glad that we're having this conversation. And thank you for coming on. We appreciate it, because you don't have to be here. It's late.
Oh, and, process. Yeah. And I really do think that we should know about world traditions. There's nothing wrong about that. That doesn't mean that you don't have the one that is near and dear to your heart that's in your practice. But what's wrong with understanding other people's traditions? So, that's how I do it too.
Right. And then on top of that, a lot of civilizations, people, they cross paths. Mm-hmm. They live together. They went to war together. And we know language is ever changing from people coming into contact with each other. So it's interesting. And I don't think we'll ever get to the point where we know everything. Mm-hmm. There's not in this lifetime. You'll have to come back a couple times to know everything. Mm-hmm. And that's the beautiful thing about studying history. What are you going to learn today? What's under this stone? And I look forward to it every day. Mm-hmm. And I think that we should continue. I'm just getting started.
Yeah. And I'm going to say to you, this is Cap, and I say this on Sonetta. Sometimes I say stuff, people just ignore me. When I go to Ghana, some of the people I hang out with are Hebrew Israelites. I've said it on Sonetta. I have close friends that are Hebrew Israelites in Ghana. Those are people we could work with.
I was saying back in Africa.
You would be in that group.
Real quick, I was saying way before we came here, they were dealing with being circumcised in Africa, following the scripts. So I mean, it's a lot we all can study on both ends.
Here's the challenge, though. Ancient Kemetic people were circumcised as well. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they did.
There are people that circumcised.
Right.
They did. Yeah, I agree. You're right.
They didn't. And no one argues that they got it from the Hebrew people. They were doing it before.
Well, they were. And I will admit, because Cesariak lied about that. He was saying he was playing with penises, and I'm like,
because we got to understand what the text says. It says when he went into Egypt, he was learning all the wisdom of the Egyptians.
So yeah, I
always tell people that. What is the wisdom?
Yeah.
What did they learn? They didn't just sit there and twiddle their fingers, chewing on some leaves, tying their shoes, and just letting time and space pass them by.
The difference
You know
that
what
I
I'm
found
saying?
out about that,
And the Bible also talk about Nimrod going into Mesopotamia. What did they do? These people were nations, and that's what I want to learn about.
What are they putting in your chat?
They always spamming us. Stuff.
My goodness, really?
Jabari, the difference between the circumcision
I know, right?
Oh wow.
and the Egyptians was that the Hebrews did it when the baby was a child, and I saw the Egyptians did it at I think around 12 years old. Now I read that in the biblical source and the ancient Egyptian source, because we studied that stuff, so we didn't know why Cesariak lied about that and said it was somebody playing with a man's rod when that wasn't in the text, and I found like that was disingenuous when years ago when he said that.
He tries to make jokes sometimes, and
that's not true though.
Yes, no, it isn't. And I will say to you that we have images of people being circumcised. I guess that was one of the processes of them moving into manhood, really. But I don't know if we have enough information to say that was always the time they did circumcision.
Right.
I don't know.
Right.
And maybe I'll find a text and I'll have a better answer.
See, I don't disagree that that Egypt assist, but my thing is we know Egypt was before Israel because the Bible teaches that, so we don't have an issue with that. My thing is I know Israel existed. They was a real people and had a real language. That's my
but I never said that Israel didn't exist.
Well, you have many people who say that they don't. They say Abraham not real, Moses not real.
What we were arguing about is when it existed. That's what we were arguing about tonight.
No, I'm not arguing about when it was this, because that's not what I was saying. I'm saying to you, we know that Kemet in ancient Egypt was there before Israel, because the Israelites went down into Egypt. So we know that. I'm saying we know Israel existed as a nation or as a people. The same way ancient Kemet got artifacts and things like that, so do Israel. You have a lot of different cultures that have ancient artifacts released. Same thing with the Muslims.
And Elder Qanath can hear this. The artifact I showed was older than the one that he showed. I was like,
I know about that artifact.
I was trying to be honest instead of.
I know, and that's what I told. I know about that artifact you showed. But the thing was, man, we was about to do a presentation of ancient Israelite artifacts that was discovered and found.
Yeah.
But when you brought that out, I said, well, I told everybody, I said, well, Jabari showed that Israel existed, but it went over everybody's head on the platform.
I've never argued Israel didn't exist. My question is,
this is what I mean by intellectual people see it. Unintellectual people don't see it. The man showed it. He never said it didn't exist. He showed it himself on the platform. But everybody else said, get him out of here. The Bible isn't real. And I'm like, y'all just so unintelligent, because he's the best y'all got. He's telling you, he's showing you that they got ancient artifacts that existed. So either you're not too smart or intelligent to find out what's going on, or you're just not paying attention.
Sometimes people don't pay attention. That's
they're not paying attention, bro.
Yeah.
And that's all I was saying.
Yeah.
So, but I appreciate you, man.
Well, family, I'm glad I came in, right, so that we could have a real build. We didn't get to build as much as I would have liked. Some of the energy, the debate energy, is not always as productive, and so that's a challenge. But listen, I came here particularly because I recognize that there's some groups that we would have difficulty working with. Yours is not one of them.
Thank you.
Yeah, so we just have to figure out how to do that and not have all of the contention that we often have. So
well, we didn't want to debate, Jabari. It turned to a debate. We didn't want to debate.
I know.
We didn't want that. We wanted to have. I told you on the phone. I said we really want to have a dialogue. That's all.
I don't know if you heard that.
I'm not going to turn away from my Bible. I believe my Bible. You believe what you believe. But it is what it is.
I think Sister Naphtali
felt Shaka almost wanted to come over here too.
Yeah, Sister Naphtali felt a little bit like she might have gone in a slightly different direction than you wanted her to, and that's what kind of caused it. So she was apologetic at the end. She was like, he told me not to do this and I did it, and so it might have caused confusion. Part of it is just we went and did it. She was a little apologetic.
Yeah, we weren't supposed to talk about the Bible, but she still did a good job. I mean, you can't say she didn't. I mean, it was
like
good,
I said in front of Sonetta, I disagreed with how she used sources. I disagreed with her understanding of time frames, but she has an erudite mind. And I don't mean this lightly by saying I wish that she was in my history class, because then I would be able to say, these are some of the weaknesses in your argument, make it better. Not agree with what I agree with. This is how you make your argument.
I wish she was in our history class too. I wish she was in our history class too.
If you have a history class that's not a faith class, I would take it. My history class is not a faith class.
I'm gonna take you up on that. Hey, look, I'm gonna take Josh Ham and I got some stuff for him. I'm gonna take you up on that, and I will take yours too, no doubt.
Yeah.
And that book you showed that you said Zion Lex have.
Yeah.
That book you showed that you said Zion Lex have.
Right.
I had that book too.
Of course you do. I know you do. I had
that book for years.
I know
I got like 1,000 books in here.
Most people
stand around and show your collection.
Huh?
Stand around and show your books.
I don't know if I can do it because
my basement. My camera's fixed. I wish I could show you.
Books, brother. Hundreds.
Oh yeah, brother. I think I'm a little older than you. There are 3,000 books in here.
Oh, okay. Well, you definitely got
a few thousand out.
But that's just because I have a few more years on you. That's why you know what I mean.
You definitely got me beat, but I got about 1,000 books.
Yeah,
3,000. We might have like 1,000 or something, not 3,000. Damn.
Yeah, 3,000 books. In here.
But we got the ones that count. We got the ones that count, Jabari. We got the ones that count.
She's threatened me. If you only knew how many books I had here on the, you know that I show you books that have to do with the creation of the Bible and the Hebrew tradition. They're not from African-centered scholars. Y'all would have fun in this library.
I know I would enjoy looking around in your library because
y'all have fun in this library. It's not. They're not books that
we may be in Jabari. Hey Jabari, we may be in New York soon, maybe another month or two. I'll make sure we stay in touch. I would like to take a look at your books, and if you ever come down this way, you can come take a look at our collection. We have an extensive collection of books.
Let me know
we have at least 1,000 books.
Because I travel a lot. I'm gonna be in, so let me know when you're coming so I can try to make sure I'm here. At the very least, we go break some bread. You know what I mean? So we'll talk. I see my wife. She looking.
Thank you, Jabari. Have a good night.
Family. Talk to you soon.
Peace.
All right now.
All right. Hey, Oracle. We appreciate you coming on, sis. You want to say anything before me and Qanath close out? Because we got to say a few things and pertaining to our platform. That's all.
No, y'all good. I'll just wait. Y'all going in the back chat tonight?
Yeah, we'll go in the back chat. I'm gonna just put you in the back for a few, and we want to say what we want to say about the platform, and then we'll close out. So, yeah, I'm gonna just put you in the back room. Just don't go nowhere.
I'll be able to hear, huh?
Huh?
I'll be able to hear.
Yeah, you'll be able to hear.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
All right, Israel. Shalom. Most High bless. Thank everybody for tuning in to FOPE for our people's edification. All right, a few things we need to speak on, okay? Myself and Elder Qanath. 2 people that come on our platform, yes. I mentioned this before I started the show. Y'all have to stop disrespecting the guests that come on our platform. I understand y'all might feel they might be coming at us or being disrespectful to us, but if I myself or Elder Qanath don't feel that way, please stop disrespecting the guests. We're trying to make our platform more open so we can have intellectual conversations with other people other than Israelite believers. That's why our platform is an open platform. But when y'all attack people that come over here, that's this man first time coming over here. When you attack a person like that, it'll make somebody not want to come back on the platform because they felt like the people on the platform is attacking them when it's not your platform. And you cannot do that. It's very disrespectful. Okay? And it's not taking nobody's side or trying to suck up to anybody. It's a thing where we just want to have more decor and more respect for people that's coming over, okay, and not scaring off the people. That's how it got to be from now on, y'all. You come on this platform, do not disrespect the guests that come on our platform. This is my platform, Elder Qanath platform. We run this show. You gotta stop disrespecting our guests. For two, this platform is about teaching. We know y'all not going to agree with everything that's being taught, but this is a teaching moment for y'all. We're teaching different ideologies from other people. So we know you don't believe in what they believe in, and we know that we're Israelites and we believe what we believe in over here. But we're trying to further our education and knowledge and what we're doing. Y'all wanted other people to come on to talk about different things, but how can we have that when everybody come on a platform that don't believe what we believe in? Y'all want to disrespect them and run them off the show. That's not being genuine, and that's not how it works. So please, any of our guests that come on our platform, from now on, if y'all disrespecting our guests, we're kicking your ass off, and we're not allowing y'all to come back on our platform no more because y'all messing up our platform. That's not your job to do that or disrespect anybody, especially if they're not disrespecting us. If they being disrespectful and saying some crazy stuff, and man, Qanath say something, that's. But if they're not doing that, don't do that because you don't agree with their ideology. That's fine with us. We know that's like when a Muslim man come on, or Qanath man come on, or anybody from any different sector, or atheist. Like the guy Sebastian was on here. They on here to talk about their beliefs. That's why it's for our people edification. You don't have to believe in it. It's for edification purpose to teach the people, to get an understanding of what they're talking about, but not to disrespect someone. That's all we asking. It don't matter who it is, family. Let's all have decor and show respect for each other. I'm tired of it. I'm tired of y'all over talking us. Tired of y'all trying to bully us. I'm tired of y'all acting like our platform is y'all's. This is our platform. We built this shit, man. But y'all got to show some respect to us and to the people that's coming on the platform. Even the sisters. Show some respect. Please. That's all we asking. Because people coming over here and they like coming over here and they don't mind having a conversation. But when people disrespecting them, brother, that's not right. Stop that. That's all we saying.
And let me say this. Let me say this real quick. Y'all don't know how, and I respect the fact that people defend us. In the comment board, you can say certain things, and some people know how to say certain things, like Stalin know how to say certain things. But y'all don't know how hard it is to get certain people on the platform. You know, Miguel. Think about, we had Miguel Numerez on there. We had a couple of other entertainers that was going to come on. Some said, "Nah, man, I'm not coming on there." You know, I have actually fed the homeless with NFL players, right? And it's not because I got money. What I actually go out there and do the footwork, right? I say, "Hey, how you doing?" and start running my mouth to try to get them to come on. You know, we have major projects involved, like Lee Cummings, right? This man has written books. He's doing different things. Now he's on a platform, and people that publish him or may watch him and say, "Oh, he's on that platform. What that platform about? Oh, that man a racist. He dealing with them people." Remember, a lot of y'all probably can't remember. They canceled Arsenio Hall's show because he was dealing with Farrakhan. So, I mean, we're in contact with a lot of people, and it's difficult to get these people on here. It's footwork. When Shasham he's in charge of doing things as far as the title, sometimes this platform, the background, you know, it's a lot of stuff that we do to get this information out to you. You know, I go to Sarnetta platform. You know, I know a lot of y'all don't agree with Sarnetta. We, you know, going back and forth, but he has scholars over there too. So Jabari is one that came over. That's his Mayweather. You know, so Mayweather came here, and I appreciate that. I don't have to agree with some of the shit I do agree with he's saying, to be honest with you. But I don't have to agree with everything, but we need to have that dialogue. You know, we're just not going to agree on everything. You know, we Bible-based, we're going to stick to that. But how about this? Think about this. If you disrespect somebody, and we're supposed to cry aloud and spare not, right? Lift up our voice like a trumpet, we doing that. We might could plant a seed in that person and say, "No, let me look at this. Let me actually read this Bible." That's why I asked Jabari, what's the first book? 4 times. You read the Bible 4 times, you know that first book. You know, that's Matthew's. You know, so we may be able to change somebody's heart. And some people might be deceitful and don't want to change. But at the end of the day, we can still be family, because I guarantee you, everybody that you that comes on the platform that respect us, the people that disrespect us, go at their neck. But the people that respect us, and you go at them, nobody else would want to ever come over here. Not even a person that agree with us, because they say if I disagree with them, they're going to curse me out. You know, we just can't do that. And I'm gonna speak on this, man. Even people in our own group, you know, even people in our own group, we cannot disrespect one another on the platform. We just can't do that, man. And yeah, this is not our first channel. There's a lot of people here new. This channel been around like 12 years, but we had channels before then, and they got taken down because there was a lot of stuff that was being said. You know, how many channels got taken down, Shane? 2 channels. And that hurt me because we had videos on them channels, man. Oh, I mean, classic stuff. Some of the people that I know that was on the channel that was in the camp dead now. I mean, passed away, that was having camp with us. You know, we got one brother, he went to sleep in the car and passed away. You know the brother Shan in Baltimore. We still got one video of him. Nice one, a nice brother I've met in my life. You know, so we got to be mindful of this. The chat, y'all kick their ass in this chat. But when you come on the show, inside this show, if they go hard, you go hard back at it. But if they show respect, just don't do it. Because I blow up on you, and they're like, and I know everybody want to come express themselves, but come on, man, we got to be more. When I go on other people's platform to disrespect me, I'll either leave or I'll fire back at them. I can take it. But on my platform, I can't really take it if I let you on. You know, like it's a brother. If I keep letting a brother disrespecting my platform, a Shawshan platform, and he keep coming back, they said, man, he can say any damn thing, or she can say anything, and I can't say that. We can't do that. And I'm gonna say, my brother Don P, I love him because he always defending us. But you can't do that. You know, my brother Yehuda, you know, I love him, but certain things we just can't say sometimes, you know. So we just can't do it, man. And one time, me and Shawshan, it was just Shawshan and I. We wouldn't have nobody on. Nobody. This was never a platform to have.
It seems like we might have to go back to doing that. And don't want it to be that way, but goddamn, man, sometimes, man, you gotta have some decorum and respect for other people. And I ain't asking no more. I'm demanding. Y'all don't respect the platform. Stay the fuck from over here. I don't care who you is. Tired of this shit. Tired of the fucking disrespect. Tired of people not respecting people to come on the platform. People don't disrespect you. They don't disrespect your presentations. They ain't always up here trying to cause confusion. Stop this shit. You got issues with people, we don't know about it. Don't bring that shit out on our platform unless you talk to us about it first. I'm tired of the confusion. We just want peace, and we trying to get the information out and teach. The rest of this shit got to stop. Leave that shit in them back chats or whatever else y'all want to have that shit. When you got a disagreement, take that shit to their channel. Leave that shit off FOPE, please. That's all I'm asking. I'm tired of it.
Changing the name up. Yeah, we tired of it. It's hard. Listen, it's not easy running a YouTube channel and studying all the books. Look, I'm gonna see. Can I show y'all something here? Right. I got 2 Bibles here. Right. 2, and we read, and we got books on the bookshelves, and we studying, and then when we try to bring something out, we can't even talk. Over talkers. The other day, I let my sister call me just over talking. Everybody like, God damn. You know, and I know I talk too much, but it's my platform. I told Oracle and I said, you know what? I'm gonna have y'all do what me and Shawshan do. Y'all gonna run the whole platform. We be in the back so we control it and let them do it. But damn, if y'all disrespect us, wait a minute, I can imagine what y'all gonna do to the sisters. You know, this is years of work, studying and going back and forth with people, man. And it just happened. We just asking y'all, come on, man. Disrespect the platform. That's
if y'all want to act like that. Y'all can do that kind of shit on the smaller platforms. Maybe on Set the Record Straight, Civil War, something where we don't care. But on this platform, no, we're not allowing it anymore. Okay, it's causing too much interruptions, and we don't want that no more. And that's respectfully to everybody. I'm tired. We strained for 8 hours, 3 minutes. I ain't playing no music tonight. I'm just ending the show. Let you know that Qanath.
The views, and I'm gonna tell y'all something. If y'all ever ask yourself why the views not up or why the subscribers not up, they actually up. But YouTube is shadow banning us. They shadow banning us. I mean, we probably should have like 100,000 views. I mean, what you call it? Subscribers. They shadow banning us when we come over here and you say all kind of stuff. They shadow banning us, man. And we want to wake more people up, right? And it's been plenty of times I done told Shawshan, man, that's it. He'll tell you, I said, that's it, bro. I'm not doing this. You know, we're gonna still teach, but I'm not gonna keep on going on here. But I love y'all. We like doing this. We like giving y'all information.
I appreciate you, Rock. Like this, see this bro right here? He said he's here to learn. And that's what it's about. Whether it don't matter. And I want to say this too, Qanath. If we having a show and somebody's coming on teaching something that you don't agree with, then guess what? You don't have to be on the platform that day to listen to what somebody's teaching. Go somewhere else. There's a million channels on YouTube. Whatever we decide to have on our channel for that day, whatever that conversation is, if we want to talk about it, we got the fucking right to. Nobody want to tell us what we having on our channel for that day. So if that's what's coming out, that's what's coming out. If you don't like the conversation, go to some fucking where else. But don't come on a channel disrespecting whoever on the channel teaching or doing whatever they doing, man. You cannot do that. That's all I'm saying. Nobody do that shit when you're teaching or anybody else teaching, so don't do it to somebody else. Show some fucking respect. Point blank, period. That's all we saying. And it's no personal attack on anyone. It's for everybody. Sometimes it might be a subject that somebody just might not want to hear. So if you don't want to hear it, then you don't have to be on the platform. You ain't got to discuss it or talk about it. Just say, oh, this show not the show for me this time. That's all.
It's a billion platforms. It's a billion of them.
Right. So why the hell come here to disrupt and cause an issue? You don't have to do that. If this show is the show that's not for you today, don't watch it. Go look at somebody else's channel. That's all I'm saying. Just to keep the peace. Because it's like,
you know, it got so bad. Y'all remember Shawshan's daughters be singing the music in the background and all that. And it got so bad, he don't even want them around sometimes because everybody just going off. And then I'm gonna be honest with y'all, that spirit that rubbed off on us. Shawshan and I was never cursing and curring on this platform. Think about that, Sham.
Exactly.
Think about that. We was never doing that. Ever. F-bombs. This is just coming to me right now. We was never doing that. You know, and I don't mind sometimes in the heat of the moment. I'll give you an example. My brother JT, sometimes he say, but he is, to me, he's one of the most respectful brothers that come on the platform. He'll wait. And then if he say, okay, I ain't gonna say nothing else, he don't. He don't say, okay, this is my last statement, and then come back and say something again, and then again, and again. Nobody supersedes nobody over here. Nobody. I don't know why some people think their word is more important than other people's word, man. You know, and I just hope certain people understand that. Understand that, man. This if you can teach or say or do so much, then do it where you need to do it. That's all. That's all we say.
Our Lord followers, our Lord viewers. Thank you to y'all. Appreciate y'all. Big ups to Star Lima, our two head moderators. We love y'all. We appreciate y'all. Big ups to my brother King Judah Show and the CUC family.
No doubt.
Love you,
CUC F.O.P.E. United.
That's right. We love all y'all and all the rest of our moderators too. Weez, Oracle, Triana, Kahan, Naphtali, that be over here. Tashaka,
Israel, everybody, Corey Brown, a lot of everybody.
We appreciate and love all of y'all. So and that's
it. Yave and Kahan, y'all know who they know the right. We talk all the time. Y'all, come on, man. I'm just tired, bro. And I'm gonna tell you what make me want to change too. Kevin Samuels, because that man drinking Red Bull all the damn time and stress, and I'm like, what the hell? Shawshan's like, man, this shit's stressing me out. He said, I'm taking some time off. He took a whole month off, not because he was sick. He said, this shit's stressing. Then I turned around. Remember? I turned around and did the same thing. So we just got to stop it, man. We're going to end this. You know, we will have talk to our sister in the back chat, but this stop it. That brother, then he didn't have to come over here, but I went back over Sarnetta to let him know I'm good. I'm good.
Yeah. Nobody.
And when I was over there, nobody cursed me out. They cut me off and all kind of shit, but nobody cursed me. The chat probably said shit, but nobody cursed me out. Nothing like that. So come on, man. We gotta stop.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Like, yeah, we just gotta stop. Y'all messing up the show, man, when you disrespecting guests. And like I said, you're not even Israelites. When we all over here as Israel, we all not going to agree. But that don't mean we gotta start cussing each other out, saying trying to irritate somebody or just cause bickering and confusion, man. We gotta stop that shit, man. It's messing up the program. It's messing up the program. So with that, we're gonna say Shalom Israel, Most High bless.
Saying that, we're gonna straighten all that out. Go ahead,
And that's it, man. We 8 hours, 10 minutes, Qanath. I'm done.
That's the longest we ever did. God damn.
So shalom, y'all. We love y'all. See y'all tomorrow, hopefully. I doubt it. But shalom.
Well, no, we supposed to go